New quake detected. A 2.54 magnitude quake with a depth of 0.68 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:38 and 58 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 5 kilometers southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 1.8 magnitude quake with a depth of 1.21 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:40 and 41 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 5 kilometers southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 1.8 magnitude quake with a depth of 1.21 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:42 and 2 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 4 kilometers west-southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 2.06 magnitude quake with a depth of 0.79 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:44 and 3 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 5 kilometers southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 2.06 magnitude quake with a depth of 0.79 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 2023, 14:44 and 59 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 5 kilometers south-southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 3.79 magnitude quake with a depth of 2.13 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:47 and 18 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 7 kilometers south-southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 3.79 magnitude quake with a depth of 2.13 kilometers below sea level was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:48 and 22 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 7 kilometers southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 3.79 magnitude quake with a depth of 2.13 kilometers below sea level, was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:49 and 44 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 7 kilometers southwest of Volcano, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available. New quake detected. A 2.44 magnitude quake with a depth of 1.38 kilometers below sea level, was recorded on September 10, 2023, 14:53 and 6 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located island of Hawaii, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available.
Well, hello everybody. Boy, it's been a while since I've been on mic, but now we have a reason. So, if you're just joining us, we are having one heck of a seismic event up on the summit of Kilauea Volcano. So, we are monitoring this thing very closely, which is funny because I just decided to do a reboot today. And I come out of the reboot and all the software and everything loaded up, and the eyes opened, and poof, there it was. All this seismic activity going crazy there on the WRM and RMID spectrograms, which of course is the earthquake activity. And so we're going to change over to that real quick. I want to look at the spectrograms closely. I switched them over to the line graph, as you can see. And as you can see, the big spikes there, those are the significant quakes, you know, right here, that are occurring. And all these little ones are pretty much tremors. So it's these big ones that are breaking up the rocks and stuff, and these little ones are most likely the movement of magma material through those fractures. So what does that tell us? That tells us that it is very possible that we are about to see an eruption on the summit of Kilauea Volcano. Now the question is where will that eruption occur? Well, we can't say for any certainty, but based on the current location of the seismic swarm, which I will go over to USGS's map here, and we will zoom in and take a look. As you can see there, it is pretty much on the south rim of the caldera, but it is on the southeast side of the crater. So it is very possible that it is going to be another caldera eruption. There was speculation there for a little while that it might be a southwest rift zone eruption. However, I think based on this swarm and the current activity, it is likely going to be another caldera eruption. Now, is it going to be inside the crater or outside the crater, inside the caldera? You know, that's a little hard to tell. But let's go ahead and change this to all magnitudes 7 days, just so we kind of see what's going on here. So yeah, as you can see right here, this big swath of yellow dots and stuff. This is where a lot of the seismic activity has been focused over the last week, and of course this current swarm here is now being focused pretty much right here in this you know, closer to the caldera there. So it's possible that what we were seeing was magma moving up through the channel coming out of the Pahala system, because it is still currently believed that Pahala is where the upwelling from the hot spot into the island plumbing system is coming from, and it could very well be potentially flowing up through the southwest corridor there into the Kilauea summit, and it was just making new pathways there on the southwest rift, which actually this area is kind of southeast of the actual rift line. The rift line is pretty much more here centered, and this is off to the southeast of it. So it could just be that all the seismic activity here was where the magma was moving up through the system and into the shallow storage chamber underneath the summit of Kilauea. Now, what does this activity currently mean that we have here? This means that basically that blockage or whatever was stopping that material from moving around here. We'll go to the screen here for now. This is the live cam screen along with the spectrograms showing us the top one, MOKD, is for Mauna Loa. The WRM, of course, is for Kilauea, and the third one there, WOD, is Pahala. So as we can see, some of those big quakes are being felt from Mauna Loa down to Pahala. But what we're looking at, of course, is all the seismic tremor activity, etc. yeah. Kim and Joel has already gotten their update. As soon as this happened, we gave them a ring to let them know what was going on. There happened to be in Hilo. Go figure. See, choose to go to Hilo Day, and look what happens, Kim. Yeah. So, what does all this mean? Again, like I said, this could possibly indicate a imminent eruption. I saw someone in the chat say that USGS updated the advisory, the alert level to orange. However, I'm not seeing that on their website yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, it just came in. So let's go ahead and take a look at their little report here. It says, which was updated 2:52 p.m. this afternoon. It says Kilauea volcano is not erupting. Increased earthquake activity and changes in the patterns of ground deformation at the Kilauea summit began occurring this afternoon on September 10th, 2023, indicating movement of magma in the subsurface. The USGS Hawaii Volcano Observatory is raising the volcano alert level and aviation color code from Kilauea from advisory yellow to watch orange due to this activity. At this time, it is not possible to say with certainty if this activity will lead to an eruption. The activity may remain below ground. However, an eruption in Kilauea Summit region within the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park and away from the infrastructure is one potential outcome. Based on patterns of earthquake activity and ground deformation, it is likely that any new eruptive activity will occur in or near the Halemaumau crater within the closed area of Hawaii National Park, and HVO will continue to monitor the activity closely and adjust the alert level accordingly. So, they have updated the alert. So, that means I need to go change some things in the stream so that it is reflected appropriately. And it's been so long, I don't even remember if I know how. I do know how, I just got to find the right places. Is it this one right here? Yes, it is. So, we got to change this to what? Watch in orange? Okay. Watch. And orange. Why didn't that change? Because I think I just changed the wrong one. There we go. Okay, that should take care of that, right? Right. Okay, now we're showing the proper alert level. Ah, Mr. J, becoming a member. I don't know if you're renewing or rejoining or whatever, but cool. Mahalo for that channel support. So yeah, if you want to help show your channel support for the channel, you can always join to become a member. And channel members get access to exclusive video content. I usually try to post at least one, maybe 2 videos a month for your basic level. However, Ohana member levels get extra perks, which, by the way, Ohana level channel members, I need to put out an update for y'all. I did change the perk levels, so instead of just doing the watch what I watch playlist, I've added some mystery content. I'll be making an announcement about that a little bit later for y'all. So if you want extra content, Ohana level is going to be the where to go to get that. So, okay. And of course, don't forget to like and subscribe. Y'all know how that works. So, I'll be right back, everybody. Don't go anywhere. Okay, just had a little conversation there with Scott. He wanted to get a little bit of an update, and I didn't want y'all to listen to me repeat everything. However, also, I don't know if you've noticed, I've temporarily muted LavaBot's quake notifications because they were coming in so quickly and so fast. However, the flyout panel does continue to appear there on the right anytime LavaBot is detecting new quake activity. Well, anytime USGS posts a new quake to the list, that is. Kim, am I a member, Charles? I don't know how to do it. Well, you've subscribed to the channel, obviously, because you're getting channel notifications, unless you haven't clicked that bell icon. However, are you a channel member? Channel memberships cost an additional fee per month. All you have to do is click the join button. You should be able to see it there in the chat list down at the icons where you can post a super chat. There should also be an option to join and become a channel member if you so choose. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I have popcorn everywhere. My cat knocked my ball over. Well, you should share your popcorn with your kitty cat, and that won't happen, Captain Bill. Catquake. Oh, that's funny. Good one. Good one, Eddie. Actually, finally, a good one, Eddie. Imagine that. Okay. Let's take a look at what's going on here. Excuse me. Let's go back over to the spectrograms and take a closer look. Activity still does seem to be going pretty strong. A lot of that is seismic tremor activity. I am not seeing any harmonic tremor at this point, and harmonic tremor is what we really want to see. What harmonic tremor tells us is that there is a continuous flow of magma material moving. And the way that we would recognize that is on the spectrograms is that we would have a solid red and yellow line going across the bottom of the spectrograms here. Solid red and yellow. And it's kind of hard to see in this stuff because we've got all these different quake or tremor spikes here. But we can see right here there's a gap here, and we're seeing the yellow. We're seeing the yellow. Over here, we're seeing the yellow as well. So there's no, there doesn't look like to be any actual harmonic tremor occurring at this point. If there is, it's very minor, and it's probably just associated with the movement of material based on the breaking of the rock and stuff, allowing magma to flow into different voids and stuff that are being created as these quakes and tremors are occurring. But when we do see that harmonic tremor, we will know for absolute certain that that we are definitely looking at an imminent eruption. Right now, USGS isn't saying that an eruption is imminent, and I'm speculating that one is possible based on this activity. However, what we're seeing in this activity doesn't necessarily mean that an eruption is going to happen. That's the thing with Kilauea and these volcanoes sometimes, is that you really can't say for certain that an eruption is going to happen until it happens. But there are a few little data points that we can look at that will hint to that. And seeing all this seismic activity that we're seeing right now is one of those data points that hints at a potential possible eruption. Doesn't mean that it's actually happening, so let's make sure that's stays very clear. Doesn't mean that it's actually going to happen. But once we do see that harmonic tremor, I would say at that point it's a 90% probability that it's definitely going to happen, because the harmonic tremor is basically the unimpeded flow of magmatic material coming out of the storage chamber up to another location. Now, whether that's a surface location or a subsurface location, we couldn't say for sure. And if it's a subsurface location, then that doesn't count as an actual eruption. It has to break the surface and come up onto, come up and become lava at that point to be counted as an actual volcanic eruption. And that's a little point to make. Some people get this confused. Magma and lava are two different states of molten material. Magma, of course, is molten material that is still under the ground, and apparently Goliath wants to get in on this as well. Hold on just a minute, everybody. Okay, we took care of Goliath. He's fine. He just went to another room. Okay, so magma basically is molten material that is still subsurface, whereas once it comes up, comes onto the surface, it is then called lava. So it's just a distinction between the two locations of molten material. So magma below surface, lava above surface. And so most people, when they'll say, oh, magma, and they're talking about surface lava, they tend to get corrected, etc. And you will find that, well, I will do that too. I really don't understand what makes the true distinction other than the location, but hey, that's the way the science community wants it. That's the way the science community is going to get it, at least from me anyways. So should we head there now, Charles? You know, I could say yes, I could say no, Kim. However, I'm looking at the activity, and we do seem to be getting larger periods of dwell time between tremors and quakes at this point, which means that we may have, we might be seeing the end of this little surge of activity. So I would say wait. It is when I see the onset of actual harmonic tremor that I would say, okay, you know, if you want to go up there and try to catch it happening, now would be the time. I'm not seeing that harmonic tremor yet. No, let's go back and take a look at a closer view. Do we have, actually, look at that there. We do have lava. Yes, I see it, Scott. Thank you. We have lava, people. It's on the live cam. However, the cam just switched to the right. Okay, it looks like USGS is on it. They are trying to reposition the cam now remotely. So we're going to switch to the there it is. Okay, there we is. So yes, Kim, go, Kim, go. Change your location. I hope the stuff you bought in Hilo is not perishable. So there we have it. Like I said, this is the activity that we want to see, but what's interesting is we did not see the harmonic tremor. However, I am now starting to see it a little bit. So this must not have been very low below surface as it started to flow. So, boy, come on, USGS, put the cam back to where you had it. There it is. Okay. Wow, and that's a good little fountain. So this is over on the this would be the east crater side. Actually, there's two of them. One is outside of the main flow. Oh, there. Oh, USGS, put the camera back. Put the camera back, please, 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 please. Put the camera back. Okay. I don't know if y'all can see this very well, but we have lava here too. So we've got lava outside the actual flow, or the old lava lake surface. Here comes another spot that just opened up right here. Goliath is excited too. Do you have the B2 cam in your rotation yet? No, I do not. However, that B2 cam might be in danger right now, Karen. Is the B2 showing anything? Right, USGS needs to turn that auto pan off. I don't know how they do that or whatever, but they need to turn that auto pan off at this point. Goliath is excited because Scott got excited. Okay, now USGS, turn the auto pan off, please. Yeah, well, actually, it's Scott that got excited. He gets like a child in a candy, or like a kid in a candy store when the actual volcano erupts. And Goliath does pick up on that very acutely. Yes, Kim, I did call it. Couldn't say for absolute certain, but and we are definitely seeing harmonic tremor now. Okay, here's a great opportunity for me to quickly, while they've got the camera panned in the wrong direction, harmonic tremor. See this red right through here, this red band across the bottom? This is the harmonic tremor. That tells us we've got a nice flow establishing itself at this point. So let's go back to the cam. so we don't miss anything. Yes, Johnny, this has been building for quite a while. We knew that these swarms were occurring, and when we see these swarms occurring, we can't tell how many different swarm events that we'll have before an eruption, but we do know that when we see the swarms event, it's definitely material moving from a subsurface location to a higher, to a lower depth level compared to what it was. So moving from the source into the shallow chamber, from shallow chamber into potential subsurface eruption locations. And this activity is definitely what we were expecting to see prior to an eruption. So I would imagine USGS is probably changing their update status now from watch orange to warning and red, at least for the initial onset of the eruption. However, I'm not seeing an update on it just yet. Okay, looks like we just picked up on another quake, a 2.15 at 1.26 kilometers below sea level. Okay, Scott says he's heading up to the summit, so that means he will be going live once he gets up there as well. But it's probably going to take him about an hour to get there. Oop, they're zooming in. Yes. Hold on a minute, people. All right. Had to take care of the doggies there for a minute. It is up on the shelf. Goliath, please. Goodness. Okay. Yes, it's up on the shelf. So, and here's a great example to point out. When these eruption happens, it's not just in a hole. It actually creates a crack. And it's that entire crack, which we call a fissure line, that that forms, and we get multiple fountains coming up out of those fissures. It looks like the main fissure vent is going to be right here, and these are all side vents where, as this one broke open and it forced the surface up, it cracked. Goliath. Dogs want to bark now that Scott's sleeping. Goliath, do you mind? Okay. Sorry. Can't talk while the dogs are barking. Alright, let's see. Guesstimating as to how high it's fountaining. Let's see. Based on the time it takes material to go from its peak height back down to the surface, we're looking at maybe 60 to 70 feet, maybe a little bit more. Let me see. I need to get the equations out and do the math. Griffin, quiet. There's an equation you can use. You can count the time it takes the material, in free fall to hit the surface. You can do the math, and that will basically give you the estimated height of travel. So look at the lava falls. You see them all right here, coming down this edge. So yeah, Eddie, this is what you get for taking another trip, huh? Actually, is Eddie still here? I hope he is. 10 to 12 seconds from top to bottom, then that would be about 100 feet, because I think it says, you know, a foot per, or 10 feet per second, or no, yeah, 10 feet per second, no, yeah, 10 feet per second, because gravitational pull is 9.68 feet per second squared, or something like that, terminal velocity. Like I said, I'd have to go pull the equation, do the math. But on average, it's 10 feet per second is what I usually use. And then take off a little bit. So if it's 10 to 12 seconds, then that's 100 to 120 feet. So it's possibly, you know, 80 to 90 feet when you actually do the math. No, I said feet per second, and then it is meters. So, but anyways, that is just absolutely amazing. Amazing. And by the way, for all those that may be watching and listening, the vlog is back. And oh yeah, okay, we're gonna. I know y'all want to continue watching this, but I really, you know, for educational purposes, I want to point this out because we really got a good harmonic trimmer. See this red band? This is harmonic trimmer. This is what normally we see prior to the eruption, but not all the time. However, if we see a pause occur and then we see this red band reappear before we see lava again, then we can use that as an indication that lava is moving again. 32 feet per second squared. Thank you, Gary. Many different fissures. Yep, a bunch of little fissures there. However, I did not really expect it to be up there on the shelf like that. Which is cool. So we're going to get some resurfacing of the shelf, but I think it's still just amazing how quickly the collapse of the crater has refilled and come up so high. I don't think we're back at what it was pre-2018 eruption yet, but we're getting very close. That's a good one, Shavy. Should we be glad he went on vacation? We got an eruption. I think in this case, yes. I think we should be glad that Eddie decided to take another trip. Oh, there he is, Eddie. I hope you learned your lesson, Eddie, that when we want an eruption, you need to leave and go somewhere else. And with David, if he's on island, we need to wait till he leaves. So Eddie needs to go on vacation to somewhere else, and David needs to leave the island. And that usually, apparently, is what triggers the eruptions at this point. Ooh, do y'all see that rainbow? Right here? It's very, very faint. I'm just looking over some emails and stuff that are coming in. I'm looking for any more information. Currently nothing outside of what we are already seeing. I still haven't gotten the update from USGS about the color code change, which I don't know why I always am so delayed when it comes to those freaking updates. And I think my ISP is caching data and not refreshing it as active, which I totally hate it when services do that. I don't want you to cache a web page for me. I want to pull a new copy of the web page every time I hit refresh, regardless. I don't actually know, Mr. J. I think this probably will continue for a while, at least a few weeks. We had a lot of rebuilding in the tilt prior to the end of the last eruption. So once we get a crack that opens up and let pressure off, a lot of that pressure will bleed off. Once that pressure bleeds off, then the eruption will come to an end and the cycle will repeat itself. Yeah, I see that, CJ. It is actually. We got another little spot right up here, it looks like, which is not uncommon. You need to go to their hazard notification webpage. I thought that's what where I was. Actually, Karen, can you put a link to that in the chat for both me and anyone else that might want to see it? Ah, thank you. You are the greatest. All right. Oh, sorry, Karen. I see. I just, I'm not paying a lot of attention to the chat. I'm looking over what data I have access to and watching this and talking to y'all. But yeah, so thank you again, Karen. I do appreciate it. So looking at this is we're going to go ahead and read what they're saying on the hazard notification link that Karen has so graciously posted repetitively for me. Kilauea is erupting. There we go. The magic words we've been wanting to hear from USGS. Kilauea volcano is erupting at approximately 3:15 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time. Okay, we know it's PM here. So approximately 3:15 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time on September 10th, 2023, the USGS Hawaii Volcano Observatory observed eruptive activity in Kilauea Summit webcam images and from field reports indicating that an eruption has commenced within the Halemaumau crater and on the down drop block to the east of the Kilauea Summit caldera within the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. The eruption was preceded by a period of strong seismic and rapid uplift of the summit. The USGS Hawaii Volcano Observatory is elevating Kilauea's volcano alert level from watch to warning and its aviation color code from orange to red as this eruption and associated hazards are elevated. The opening phases of eruptions are dynamic. Webcam imagery shows fissures at the base of the Halemaumau crater generating lava flows on the surface of the crater floor. The activity is confined to the Halemaumau crater and the hazards will be reassessed as the eruption progresses. HVO will continue to monitor this activity closely and report any significant changes in future notices. And HVO is in constant communication with the Hawaii Volcanoes National Park as this situation evolves. The activity is confined entirely within the park. So basically what that means is they've confirmed that there's an eruption, which obviously we can all see that for ourselves. And also it is contained within the crater or the caldera, the Kilauea caldera. both in and out of, actually no, this would all be inside the crater itself still. It is currently no physical threat to any property, infrastructure, or other populated areas. Currently the only hazard that is currently going to be brought in by this right now is going to be the higher concentration of sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfides, and volcanic particulates in the air. So if you are downwind from this, then that means that basically you're going to probably have some fallout from volcanic particles such as Pele's hair and things of that nature. However, it shouldn't travel too far out. The lighter particles will travel further than the heavier particles, so people down south, because that is the direction that the winds are going right now. So people down Pahala, Ocean View area is definitely going to see the VOG and increase, an increase in VOG and stuff of that nature. As for particulate matter, they probably won't see any of that. It's going to be people just south of the park that might get some of that stuff, but it probably won't really affect anyone directly. Thank you for all you do at doing away. You're more than welcome. Yes, Michael is definitely going to have some VOG. VOG is basically volcanic. It's like it's volcanic pollution, basically. When sulfur dioxide mixes up in the air, it actually gets broke up into from SO2 to SO3, and it gets atomized and suspended in the air along with water vapor stuff, creating basically acidic conditions in the air, also creating the VOG, which is that haze that we see. It's interesting though, I very rarely have to deal with the VOG here, or the volcanic haze where I'm at, even though I am closer, because of the current, the wind currents usually coming up out of the northeast tend to blow it down, and then as it gets past the tip of the Big Island, southerly air currents then curve it around and actually blow it up towards Oahu. So majority of the Big Island south and on the west side have to deal with it more so than us here on the east side and the north. However, Oahu tends to deal with it constantly when we have an eruption going. So the air across the whole state has been pretty well clear, other than all the stuff from the Maui fires that happened here recently. But now that this eruption has occurred, the VOG is actually going to get quite bad, and spread out across the state again. Yes, Karen Stasik. Your son and wife should be okay in Volcano Village. Yes, believe it or not, this eruption is probably 5 to 7 kilometers from them. Be southwest from them. Inside the crater, there's no lava flowing towards any populated areas. It's all contained, below the crater rim. The gases are currently blowing in the southwestern direction as well, looking at these images. So yeah, so they should be just fine. Okay, and I just got the email notification from USGS. Got it twice. It's amazing how delayed these systems are sometimes. Yes, I see that, Robert. It's right over here, and you can tell because you can see the smoke coming from it. So it's somewhere right around the tip of the arrow Oh, and I just saw some, looks like some debris. There may be another one higher up too, but I'm looking at this plume right here, and since we can see these plumes are pretty much all going horizontal across the picture, we can trace this plume back over here. But whatever that was, or whatever, wherever it is, it's just got a little bit stronger. So trace that plume here, and looks like there may be another one. So there might be two of them up there. You know, and I was saying, well, after the last eruption, that I hope that the next one happens during the day, because daytime eruptions really are just so beautiful. I mean, the nighttime ones are too, but because of the camera quality and stuff, we lose a lot of the detail because the images get blown out, especially when the eruption first starts. And just you can see all the material and all the it's just amazing. And actually, here's something interesting. If you look across here, there is another crack that's formed perpendicular to the actual fissure line. So the fissure line itself is running diagonal across the screen this way, but then we have this perpendicular crack that has branched off, and it's got a fountain, a lava curtain, actually a small one. But so that's not uncommon to see as well. It's just something we haven't really gotten to see in some of the previous eruptions. Well, Johnny, you could call it a miniature curtain of fire, but see, that's the misconception about lava. Lava is not on fire. Lava is just superheated material. That's like, you know, saying wax is on fire, you know. I mean, now wax can burn, but it usually, you know, requires a wick. But lava itself technically isn't on fire. I know I'm just kind of nitpicking here, but yeah. Nope, wasn't me that was zoomed in. I think they heard you. Who was it? David? That said they need to zoom out? So yeah, so see, I was right, David. It was to the side, right there. Because this is the one that we could see in frame until they moved it, and then I said it was over here. So there it is. But it doesn't matter in these cases who's right and who's wrong. All that matters is that they zoomed the camera out enough so we can see it all. What are they doing? Now, put the camera back up there, USGS. Unless you're expecting something down here. Now, if you're expecting something down here, USGS, that's fine. But ooh, what's that? Ooh, Karen, mahalo for that $20 super chat. I really do appreciate that. Looks like the internet gets to stay on this month. Yes, Timothy, we got this one over on the east rim this time. That's over in the B2 or B cam position. Let's see, here's the B cam. This, and just so you know, this camera was originally located down in this area before they moved it up here to the Caldera Rim. However, there is a B2 camera that's been placed down here, which might not exist anymore. But I don't have that camera in the rotation. So, all right, let me go back here. Let me go take a look at USGS's cams. You know, and I was going to actually do that the other day. Okay, last image from the B2 cam, which is the new one they added, was at 3:38 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. And it is still transmitting, but you can definitely see a fountain off to the right, so it's kind of hard to see how this one's, or where this one's positioned, but it looks like, and we're going to switch back to the B1 real quick here. Where'd it go? It looks like the B2 cam may actually be positioned right here in this area, looking this way, because we can see the fountaining off to the right in that cam. I'll try working on that later and getting it into the mix, just because I'm sure at night it's going to give us some spectacular images. However, right now, according to what we're seeing in the webcam image from their website, it's pretty much whited out with the gas plume at this point. No, nope, Captain Bill. Lava House is just fine. Let's go over here real quick. Okay. So, just to help give you all an idea of where things are happening, this current eruption is happening here. So, just positioning everything. So the current eruption is happening here in this general area. And Volcano House and the restaurant is over here. Western. Oh, you're right. My bad. The volcano. See, this is what happens when you're dyslexic. It's happening on the east rim, not the west. The west is over here where the west rim cam is. B1 and B2 cams are over here. So it's happening over here. And the Volcano House is here. So the crack is basically running in this direction right here. Old Jagger Museum is right here. Volcano House is here. And Volcano Village is over here. Sorry about that. See, this is why I have great mods like y'all hanging around, is to keep me, right, keeping my left and my right correct. But yeah, so if you haven't learned by now, yes, Charles is dyslexic. He gets his left and right, his east and his west mixed up all the time. Yeah, I don't know if you noticed when I was showing you all the wrong location, you could hear in my voice, at least I heard in my own voice, that, wait a minute, am I wrong? Am I wrong? I'm wrong, ain't I? No, I'm not wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong. No, I got it right. No, I had it left, and I was wrong. It should have been right. It is... The fissure line is traveling in that direction, but it's not going to go, it's still quite a ways away. It's not, and it's not going to. I do not expect it at this point to affect anything. We've seen the majority of the change, you know, in the crater surface that we're going to see at this point. So basically, we probably won't see any more fissures, vents opening up in this area. This is probably because you can see these are very, very small, and the largest outpouring is over here in this area. So most of the activity is going to be focused. Yeah, unfortunately, the thermal is just out of reach. So the majority of activity, I think, is going to pretty much stay focused right here. We do have this nice little one going here as well, but I suspect over the next few hours, but within definitely less than the next day, less 24 hours, most of this activity here will probably die off and subside, and most of the activity that we'll watch for the next week or two, hopefully longer, will be focused here in this general area. But again, you know, that can all change without notice. Well, welcome to, I'm not even sure how to pronounce your name, but it says aloha, watching for the first time. Welcome aboard. Yes, Daisy, it is in the summit. It's inside the caldera, and the main fountain here is inside the actual crater. Well, actually, this is all inside the actual crater. But the main fountain here, this is up on that drop-down block that we've all been hoping eventually the last eruption would fill up and overflow onto. It's now basically, well, not overflowing onto, it's actually flowing off of. So satellite images of this are probably going to be amazing to see. And here's the full spectrograms. As you can see, that nice band of red there. So we have a nice, strong, loud harmonic tremor going on, which is good to see. This tells us that the eruption has established a nice conduit for itself. So yeah, it's this nice big red band. You can see it's nice dark line here, you know, so it's a nice strong band, and color represents strength in the spectrograms, while vertical represents frequency, and horizontal scale represents time. So these spectrograms are 20 minutes now. They used to be 10 minutes, but I changed it to 20, just so we could get a longer view. And let's go back to the live cam. Ah, cool, Timothy. So you've been here since, well, the 2018 Lower East Drift Zone eruption. A lot of y'all have been, actually, but we've had new people come in and out since then. With each eruption, we get an influx of new people. So aloha to all the new people that may be watching and joining. And if you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, go ahead and feel free to do so. Don't forget the bell icon so that way you get notification. Like, for example, today, serendipitously, I rebooted the stream, and as I brought it back up and brought the stream back online and notifications went out, it was about, what, 20 minutes, 25 minutes after that the eruption started. So you never know. I don't know, Captain Bill. Let's go look at the tilt. The 2-day tilt. Tilt basically shows us inflation on the summit. As you can see, we had a huge spike, which usually we see prior to an eruption because of the uplift of the crater floor. And then after the eruption starts, we will actually see it start ticking down, which we do see right here, that it is definitely coming down a little bit. However, the up goes up faster than the down comes down. Pardon the way I said that. I mean, it's kind of interesting how we get a surge of everything pushing up, and inflation shoots up, and caldera width spreads apart, you know, and it happens just within minutes. But then it, you know, as the eruption takes place, it actually tapers off, and things, you know, start decreasing slowly over a sliding scale, which is kind of interesting to think. You know, why does it, you know, all of a sudden shoot up like that, and then, you know, as the eruption comes, it you know, Karen Unz, is that you? Oh my goodness, we haven't seen you in a while. Aloha. Oh, got another rainbow there. These are volcanic rainbows, because it's not raining up at the summit. So this is the sulfur and the water vapor coming out of these plumes, creating these rainbows on the camera. Goodness, girl, where have you been? We miss you. Actually, all of y'all that names that I haven't seen in a while, you know, y'all should pop in and hang out with us from time to time. We're always here, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Okay, well, I'm not on stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but I'm always popping in and out. Oh, tulip to you, watching from Las Vegas. Thanks for all the great information. You're more than welcome. Oh, look at that there. Karen just gifted 10 memberships. Mahalo for that, Karen. So, it looks like the people that just got automatically rewarded, because I have no control over that. YouTube actually dishes those out when someone buys memberships, gift memberships. Looks like Michael got one, Jason got one, Charlene got one, Kimberly got one, Angela Green got one, HJKLZ got one, Mary got one, and Lloyd got one. So congratulations to all those individuals that just got a membership gifted by Karen. So be sure to say mahalo to her, because it's because of her that you got it. Well, because that she bought it, but it's because of YouTube that y'all got selected. Memberships. Daisy, memberships are channel memberships, which are basically another way to support the channel. It costs a monthly fee. I have 2 membership tiers available. One is $1.99 per month. The other is $4.99 a month. The first one is the Aloha level. The Aloha level gets you access to all kinds of extra stuff. For example, you see these people in the chat that's got the little square Shield Man petroglyph icons next to their names. Those are all channel members, and each color represents a different time as a channel membership. And also you get access to special channel emotes. Currently there are these channel emotes available, which I am now typing or selecting them. So you currently get access to all these as an Aloha member. And you also get access to member-only videos, and I try to put out 1 or 2 a month for that. I haven't done any yet this month, but they're coming. And yes, that is Mr. Mongoose. And however, though, if you upgrade to a Ohana channel membership, you get access to some extra stuff. Not only do you get everything in level 1 tier, the Aloha level, which is all the things I just mentioned, Ohana level members actually get access to new mystery content. And I just changed that over. It used to be Watch What I Watch playlist that I put out every month that can contain anywhere from 5 to hundreds of different videos of things that I watch on YouTube. I will still continue to be doing that. However, I have expanded that, so not only will you get access, and I might as well go ahead and make an announcement now on it. I will still be putting out a video for all those that channel members that may not be here right now. But so basically, the Ohana level members, not only do you get access to the playlist if I publish a playlist this month, it's basically called mystery content, and that mystery content could be playlist, it could be extra video content, it can be, which I'm really excited about, new wallpaper images. I actually do have a plan on trying to put out 2 or 3 a month of those, so you have something to rotate, and these is going to be images either from photographs that I've taken around the island, images from my own artwork collection that I create, and things of that nature. So, and there's also going to be well, who knows what mystery content might come up, and that's why I did mystery content, because I want it to be basically a perk that can become anything and everything that maybe I might find interested, that y'all might like. I can post it for you, and it'll fit in that category all nice and neat. So there you go. That's what channel memberships are. So if you want to become a channel member, you can do so by a couple ways. Oh, hold on, I got a phone call coming in from Scott. Let me take it. Okay, sorry about that. Scott was wanting my opinion as to where would be the best viewing location. I told him he knows that area better than I do. So yeah. So as for channel memberships, you can get access to those down at the bottom of the chat. You see the little dollar sign icon. If you click on that, there should be 3 options. You should see super sticker, super chat, and channel memberships, or join button. You can also go to my main channel page and click the join button there as well. So there are various areas, and I think if I remember correctly, I don't remember if I put this command in or not. We'll give it a try. And no response from LavaBot. So I guess I didn't put it in there. Okay. Okay, maybe I did put it in there. Oh, wait a minute. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. So here we go. Here we go. This should do it. So yeah, so if anybody's interested, there's a link. That link should take you to where you need to go. And who was it? Dana, I just got a text from you, and I think you asked Noi knows. I don't know if Noi knows or not. I'm sure she does. She's usually the one that tells me. But we'll send her a little text and ask her. Okay. If she didn't know, she knows now. Because I just got delivery receipt. So I know she got the text. Bianca, actually, it's not the smoke that builds the cones. It's the lava, and yeah, it's very possible that we might see a few more cinder cones build up, or spatter cones. Usually is what they're called, because at first, until they get big enough. Oh. Apparently, maybe Noi didn't know. I just got a text. Really? Question mark, question mark. Yes. Really? I want to think she's just yanking my chain there. Aloha from Kau. Aloha. I don't know. She's got to be yanking my chain. Noi has to know. Noi knows everything. Yeah, Adrian, I can't believe she didn't know. I can't believe she didn't know. I just... Yeah, there is lava near the back wall of the crater there, which is right here. So yes, so this is very close to this back crater, and there's possibly some, actually, looks like a little bit of smoke coming up from here. So yeah, so I imagine this crack, this fissure line extends probably up to the wall, maybe up through the wall a little bit. And oh, we got lava right there, folks. Yep, definitely lava right there. So that fissure line is extending a little bit further. Noi! She's there. She's here. Noi's everywhere. No, Noi, I'm not going up. Scott has already left. He is not too far away. So Noi, you actually didn't know? Are you home? Did you? Because if I remember last time, you were the one calling me, telling me that the volcano was erupting. Well, and I'm glad I had a big lunch today. You're funny, Noy. Okay, I am going to take a small little break. I need to go visit the little boy's room and get something to drink. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go away, because you might miss something. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. See, that didn't take long, and yes, I washed my hands for those that might be asking. And looks like we didn't miss much. However, I am noticing that our harmonic tremor is definitely settling down into a nice, consistent pattern, and the frequency spread of the signal has definitely changed. So, and we're getting that nice, strong band of red right through here, as you can see, which is all a good sign. That means the eruption conduit has stabilized and is well formed, and there doesn't seem to be any blockages or interruptions or constrictions at this point. So that means this eruption is probably going to definitely continue for some time. The question is how long? And that's one question that not I nor anyone else can truly answer, because volcanoes do have a mind of their own. They start when they want, they stop when they want, and there's not much more we can do in between other than watch and speculate. So, back to what we were seeing here. Yes, so right here we definitely got another little fountain occurring. It's right there at the base of the wall, which was right here. Do I have, actually I do have, okay, let me, zoom. Let me go adjust something here real quick. Okay. Where is... Oh, that's right. That my number 2 key don't work. So if I do this, this, then I can do... No, that's not going to work. So I need to... Trying to edit some of the stuff on the fly is a little bit more difficult than one would think. Oops, too much. Okay, looks like I've got my aspect ratio. So now I should be able to go back to here. Bring up my trusty little arrow. So yes, so we definitely have some lava and coming up right here. So it's quite interesting to seeing it going all the way, and that's a little concerning for me. We don't want it to go outside of that wall, especially in that direction. However, though, because of the volume that is exiting here and through here, I don't think we're going to see it travel much further, because all that pressure seems to be focused here, and the more that's released here, the less it's going to be released here, because you remember we got all the pressure from the rock and stuff above it. So, and lava likes, just like water, wants to travel the path of least resistance. So it is not likely, not improbable or impossible, but it's not likely for it to travel outside of the caldera rim at this point. However, though, the parts per million of sulfur dioxide and other noxious gases coming out are quite heavy in this one. That smoke is very, very dense and very, very dark. So let's put this down over here. So at this point, I don't know what else to really say other than, ooh, lava. Pretty much all the major action and changes that we have that we expect to see, we're in that time frame now where we've seen them. We really shouldn't expect much more of a change. That little spot up there that we've been talking about now, you know, this one right here, does seem to be getting a little bit weaker. So that is the most recent development or change in this particular eruption that we've seen in the last 20 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer. And I personally don't expect to see anything outside of what we're seeing at this point. We've even seen that the lava fountains heights have diminished as well. So that means that the major onset of the pressure has bled off, and but we are seeing a nice consistent harmonic tremor, which means that the conduit has established itself, it's opened up, and probably expanded, so it's not as narrow as it was, which is why we're seeing the lava fountains down now, because there's you know, not as much pressure behind it, and it's just like a water hose. You know, you put your finger on the end and you get that nice strong stream, you know, that squirts way up high in the air, and then you move your thumb and it just, you know, doesn't go as high, even though the same amount of water is you know, pretty much still there, or the same pressure amount's there, it's just not being constricted, you know, through a nozzle anymore. And that's pretty much what happens when these eruptions take place. When the cracks first open, it almost acts like a nozzle, which shoots basically or sprays the lava up in the air. But as the eruption continues and the material moves through those openings, it erodes the sides, basically opening them and widening them a little bit. So we don't get that spraying pattern, and we see the heights of these fountains actually come down. And that's pretty much what we've been witnessing over the last hour or so, that process occurring. So it looks like USGS is messing with the cam again, because that's not me this time. But I guess they decided to help zoom in for me a little bit. I appreciate that, USGS. If you're watching, thank you. But so now we can definitely see this area back here. Ooh, you see the burst coming out of that one? Look at that. You see it? See it? Look at it. Wow. It's got a pulsation to it. Watch it. Wow, that is so cool. I don't think we've seen anything like that in the last couple eruptions either. Now, during 2018, I did see that happening in some of the rift zone, but that's because there was a lot of gas pressure behind it. And so, looking at that's what we're seeing is we're seeing a larger volume of gas and lava mix there, and so it's almost like the gas is flowing uphill while the molten material is downhill. And so these side vents up here, which are at a higher elevation, are acting as a gas release versus a magma release. Because we do know that the gas is going to want to sit on top of the molten material. So if there's any type of channel or crack system here, it's going to want to flow up, you know, it to a higher level than the actual molten material being, of course, heavier. And we're seeing a little bit of a pulsing back here too. So that might be what's caused this area to open up, was the actual gas pressure being pushed upward and being displaced by the actual density of the molten material. Mr. Pillar, I see some steam in the background where trees are. Also, latest quake is in East Rift Zone. Yeah, well, we still have some steaming areas here in the lower East Rift Zone. However, this particular eruption is nowhere near that. And I do not suspect nor even think, we don't see anything in the data suggesting that there's any Rift Zone, lower East Rift Zone activity that is correlated or connected with this current eruption. However, seeing quakes down here in the lower East Rift Zone, you know, as a summit eruption occurs, is not unprecedented nor unexpected. And so let's go take a look at the map real quick just to see exactly what you're referencing. Okay, this quake right here. Okay, this quake is actually by the Poly. This isn't necessarily the East Rift Zone. It's actually not in a Rift Zone area at all. Just for reference, we'll point them out real quick here. This is the East Rift Zone, and it travels this way. So it comes out of the southeast edge of the caldera, and you can see this line of craters right here. This is the East Rift Zone. And of course, the Southwest Rift Zone comes out of the southwest side of the caldera and travels down this way towards Pahala. So, and of course, this is where the 2018 eruption occurred, and this is where my neighborhood is. This is Leilani Estates. And this is Fissure 8, the big monster that basically did the majority of all the damage. And so the Rift Zone runs right through here, going back up to the summit. As you can see right there, that's Pu'u'o, Mauna Ulu, chain of craters going up to the summit. So we have what looks like 128 or so people watching, 130 now, based on my analytics. So how about we do this? I like to do this every once in a while, especially when we got this many people watching during eruption. It's time to shout out your location. So where is everybody from? I'm obviously here in Pahoa, Hawaii, on the Big Island, living on the, what would it be, the southeast east flank of Kilauea Volcano. So where are y'all? We've got Norfolk, Virginia for Adria. Dana, of course, is in Rhode Island. Jason, Nevada. Mr. J, Nashville. Ooh, Thistle. We got Scotland. Wow, over there on the other side of the pond. South Pacific, New Zealand. Aloha, Chrissy. Of course, Karen's New Zealand. Garth David is in British Columbia on the Salish Sea. Of course, Katie Cool Lady is over on Kona. She's over on our west side of the Big Island. Aloha, neighbor. Jeanette is in Phoenix, Arizona. David, of course, is in New Jersey. And Stephen is in Northwest England. Oh, there. Oh, definitely on the other side of the pond there. Charlene is from Washington. Steve is in Dallas, Texas. Carla watching Charles from Seattle. We got a Michigan there in Corinne. Delana is Portland, Oregon. Jason is Pennsylvania. Crazy by proxy. Aloha you. Alberta, Canada. Clifford Gnomes is on Maui. Clifford, I hope you weren't directly affected by the fires over there. If so, my thoughts are with you, and I hope you're getting all the assistance and help you might need. Nancy is in Waikola Village over here on the Big Island, another island neighbor. Aloha. Scotland, UK from Jacqueline. Oh, Slayers, your comment got purged because it was all capitals. Sorry about that. But Slayer says he's in BC, Canada. Of course, Michael is in Hawaii Ocean View Estates here on the Big Island, our southern neighbor. Kevin is in Papa Bay, Hawaii. What, Papa Bay? I've been here 14 years and I haven't heard of that one. Kevin, where is that one? Which island? And of course, Renee is in North Carolina. Jerry is from Louisiana. Goodness gracious. Boy, are we ever going to get to the bottom of this list? Simone is in Ocean View, right around the corner. Aloha, island neighbor. Dicey M. Bree, 1977, is in Los Angeles, California. Captain Bill is on Maui. Aloha Maui from Ocean View. Oh, so Captain Bill's from Ocean View as well. Flying Turtle, Pearl City, Oahu. Yeah, we know where you are. Dr. Wayne is from North Kohala, Hobby. Another island neighbor. Aloha. Button Brass is in Central Oregon. Robert, of course. Robert, where are you? I keep forgetting. Oh, you're in Indiana. That's right. Cedar Hills, Oregon from Jim. Edmonton, Canada from Dutchy 504. Jody is in St. Louis, Montana. Right? Yamo, Montana, right? Corey is Tennessee. Clifford lives on the south side. Rockaway Beach, Oregon for Carol. Kate, I'm going to say that's Kate, is from Akron, Ohio. Oh, okay, Kevin. So Milo Lili, that's here, Big Island, right? Kevin Skidmore, Layton, Utah. Kevin Tadlock is Big Island. Aloha, Big Island neighbor. Oh boy, we got some subscribers coming in too. So aloha to all the new subscribers joining. If you're watching, we're telling everybody where we are located. So you might want to join in. Missouri. Why do I always want to say Montana? So you're right, Adrian. Thank you for that correction. St. Louis, Missouri. That does sound right now that I think about it. David, yeah, I probably am going to simulcast what he's doing when he goes live. Jacob's also from St. Louis, Missouri. Aloha, Jacob. Deborah's from Southern Oregon. Kip is from San Juan Capistrano. I hope I pronounced that right. Currently, it looks like most of the smoke is moving southwest way. So it would be affecting Pahala Ocean, Hawaii Ocean View, and those areas right now. Sorry, Jason, can't spin the wheel. I don't have it built into this iteration of the live stream. And someone said, Scott is live already? I did not get a notification. So let's go take a look. Nope, I don't see Scott live yet. For those that are watching that may not know my name, I am Charles. I am your host and content creator for the Doing Hawaii channel. And you're more than welcome for the membership, but you need to thank Karen for the membership. She's the one that gifted it to you. However, it was YouTube that selected you to receive it. Dustin, yes, it is the northeast area of the caldera floor. Jacob, there's nothing outside of the crater at this point. As far as I know, we are seeing this is the most eastern extent which we have here, but it's small compared to the rest. It doesn't look like there's any traveling. If it was to travel up the wall, we would probably see some breakage and some outflow from up in this area as well, which we don't see yet. So we would definitely see it come through here before we see it come through the very top, because that is a lot of rock that it would have to break through in order to do that. However, if it did and it started flowing down that wall, that would be a spectacular sight. It looks like we've got some quake activity coming in again. So that last one was what, a 1.93, and that was northwest of Pahala. So that quake was not associated with this current eruption. Not a problem, Dustin. So yeah, so let's, for those that may be wondering where exactly this is happening, let's go ahead and go back over to our quake map here. So give me just a moment, and we'll zoom in. We'll go to the satellite map. Okay, so let me pop out just a little bit there. Yeah, that's what I thought. Actually, what if I do this? Well, nope, it won't let me do that. Okay, this will have to do. So basically the eruption is basically in here. That main fountain that we're watching is about in this location, give or take, you know, but it is traveling this direction, right? V1 cam, KW cam, V1 cam, eruption, yeah, okay. I'm just double checking myself because of my dyslexia. So yeah, so it's right through here. So that little spot is up approaching this wall up here. Not this wall, but this wall. So this drop down block right, you know, right through here. So this is where the eruption is currently contained, is in this area. So in order for it to get outside of the caldera, it would have to travel all this way, which is at a higher elevation and quite a distance. Of course, this is Volcano House right here, and this is Volcano Village over here. So, and of course, East Rift Zone exit, Southwest Rift Zone exit. So right now, it's contained within this area, which is the perfect place for it to be. And of course, this is Kilauea Iki over here. So this does show that it can leave that area. Right now, there is no expectation for that to happen. If it was going to happen, it would have been doing that already. It would have came on as an onset like that, just like Kilauea Iki did. Yeah. Oh, look at that, David. You just hit the super jackpot on the lava pot slots, man. Nice one. Let's take a look at some of the cams. So this is the Kilauea West Rim cam. Okay, so this cam is sitting over here on the west rim. This is, of course, the east rim. So, and as you can see right here, so we've got this edge right here, which is the crater edge, and then we've got the caldera edge, which is right here. And so, of course, Volcano House is up this way. And so if that's east and this is west, then the smoke is traveling south. Oh, southward. So, okay. Okay, this is actually from the observation tower, Jagger Museum, which is now closed to the public. So just kind of get an eye of what we can see there. This is the KW2 cam. Again, this is from the observation tower, so you can see all the activity there is to the left. And the smoke is traveling towards Ocean View. Haha, Michael, enjoy the VOG. So this is the east observation cam. So you can see that nice line. So yeah, so I imagine pretty much all the viewing areas up at the park are going to have a spectacular view. And since all the gas and stuff is traveling southward, you're not going to be obstructed. Views aren't going to be obstructed. You're not going to have to worry about, you know, the gas and stuff of that nature. This is from the Mauna Loa Strip Road. This right here is Kilauea. And so this is all the smoke that's currently traveling towards the southward area, or southern area. Oh, it's probably ain't got there yet, but oh, it's heading. So yeah, it's going to. So you might as well get ready, get used to it. This is from the south rim. So as you can see here, the eruption would be to the right, and so it's out of view of this camera. And of course, this is the live cam that we've been watching. Here is the east rim cam. And of course, this is the Pu'u east flank. So those cams will not show us anything. But while we're here, we might as well go ahead and take a look at the harmonic tremor again. Nice, beautiful bands of red. No, doesn't seem to be any decrease in activity there. So that's good to know. Yeah, if your mom's having some breathing issues, I'd be prepared for that situation, Mike. Now, what? This is the depth cam or not depth cam, but monitor. This is a laser that basically they shoot out there and it measures the change in elevation. How accurate this is going to be, I really can't say right now. We're going to have to watch and see that. This is the width, caldera width, 1 year scale. However, it looks like it's been offline for a while. Though the date is current and the time is current, we're not seeing any data points. Like right here, we should see data points. So this is where the last eruption occurred back in June. And so usually when there's an uplift, we'll see a spread in the width of the rim. And however, hopefully, once this data gets processed, hopefully they'll post it and we will be able to see that. Because it's nice. I like to see it anyways. It helps give information, of course. And this is the tilt. This shows the inflation. As you can see, that big spike there of inflation. This is just prior to the onset of the eruption. And then this peak right here is actually where the eruption started taking place. And we will see this gradually drop down over time. And then as the eruption stables out over the next few days, we'll probably see the up and down of the inflation again. Okay, back to the live cam. Yeah, it does look like it's spreading up that wall a little bit now, don't it, Jason? So we've got a spot on the wall there. So these spots are on the floor. This spot just above it, and it's hard to see here, is on the bottom edge of the wall. So that is something we're definitely going to have to watch for a little bit. I still don't suspect it will go outside of the crater area. But in the last eruption, we did see a cone form on the side of the wall there. So it's not impossible. Right now, the emissions from this eruption seem to be traveling southward. So they are definitely heading down towards the South Point area, which will include Punaluu, Pahala, Hawaiian Ocean View Estates. And then I imagine as it gets down there to the point, the southerly winds will pick it up and start pushing them northwestward. So it'll probably take a day or two maybe depending on how strong the winds are, before the other islands like Oahu might start seeing fog from this. However, the further it travels, the more dispersed the gas becomes, the less toxic it is. Not saying that fog isn't bad for you, but it's not like you'd be sitting there at the fissure, breathing it in. So the further away, the better in this case. So people down in Pahala, Honolulu, Ocean View, as for toxic exposures, whatever, isn't going to be too much of an issue. However, if you have any type of respiratory issues, deficiencies, asthma, COPD, things of that nature, the fog can be irritating. Any people that have allergies, any type of sulfur allergies and stuff as well, they're going to notice some skin, eye, throat, nose irritation, things of that nature. It's hard to say, Nancy, but yeah, there is some rubble from rock slides and stuff that's occurred there at that edge. So it's definitely loose rubble versus solid rock. So it might just be where the crack is extended, up underneath there. So it's finally maybe found its way, through and pushed upwards. However, I just now saw another puff of gas coming out of this area right here. So we might be getting ready to see another vent, small vent opening up here. So we'll keep the arrow there and we'll watch. Are the fumes heading to Nalehu extremely toxic? No. That's way far away from where this is. So the further away, the more dispersed, the gases become in the air. So yeah, you should be fine. Unless, like I said, you're sensitive. It's going to be the volcanic haze or the fog that's going to cause some irritations. So if you have sensitive respiratory systems, like I said, asthma, COPD, breathing problems, stuff like that, it might get a little bit of irritating towards you, but it's not going to be like poisonous. Where is the USGS live stream camera located? It is over on the northeast rim, I believe, Joel. So, Kim or Joel, yeah, Joel. So, are y'all up there yet, Joel? Did I say? I said east again. I'm sorry, it's west. Thank you. So it's the northwest rim. Oh boy, my dyslexia is really kicking in. I cannot get my east and west right today. But it's over by the Kilauea West Cam, north of that one. It's not the same location. It's a little bit further up the rim. Oh, is that notification? Ah, they are there, and I just got a notification from Scott's channel. Scott is now live. Okay, everybody, so I'm going to need a few minutes. I got to go patch him in. I think I may already have a screen, so we're going to go here.
Let this soft mineral melt under your tongue to improve vision so you can say goodbye to your optometrist for good. Did you know there is a natural way to enhance your eyesight?
Okay, let's get rid of that for a minute. Okay. All right, we have some audio from Scott, but I don't hear him. So I guess he's not talking. Ooh, so south part is breezy for you, Michael? That's good. PR Blazer, yeah, technically new land is forming, but it's forming on top of old land. So it's not like the island is growing, it's just kind of getting taller in this one area. And actually, from the angle we're getting from Scott's live stream now, it looks like that the live cam from USGS might be just below him. Because they're pretty much at the same angle.
And left a little. Okay. Well, that helps.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mute his audio for now. So yeah, so I was wondering why my arrow, what happened to my arrow? Okay, there we go. Sorry. So yeah, so it looks like we have pretty much the same perspective from Scott's cam as we do from the USGS cam. So that means the USGS cam is below Scott on that ledge. When he was zoomed out, I could point out, but I can't point out now because he's not zoomed out anymore. So do we got Scott's live back, or got any audio from Scott other than wind noise?
You have to bear with me, you guys. I'm still trying to get settled. And because it's so windy, I have to kind of keep my hand on the tripods in my chair.
Yes, it is windy up there apparently, and I need my earphones so I can listen to his cam without having to mute my mic, because he's playing through my PC speakers. So if my mic picks that up and y'all hear it there, we might get some feedback, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to go off mic for just a minute. I'm going to go ahead and unmute his audio so y'all can listen to whatever he's got to say, and I will be right back. Don't go away.
This is going to go away. Oh, man. It is so windy. Oh my goodness. Hi everyone. Let me pan left a little bit. So you can see, yeah, this is just crazy that it's that there's a fissure line right there. It is so windy. I can't believe how windy it is. So if you go to Doing Hawaii's channel, he has a bunch of information, and that's actually an airplane. Dana. Nope, I can't feel any heat. It's actually cold up here. Dana, put a link to, or somebody, Doing Hawaii's channel. Please. Did I say please? Yeah, just a little, BJ. When did this start? About an hour and a half ago, maybe? We thought about going to Kanakakoi, but we wouldn't be able to see through all the smoke. Thank you, Dana, for that link. Oh, you guys. Oh, check it out. There's movement down there. It's like, it's moving. Do you see it? Oh good, Charles is simulcasting. I did bring my scope.
Okay, everybody, I'm back. We're going to turn his audio down just a little bit. Oh, too much.
Let's see here.
I think y'all should be able to hear us both. However, we might end up talking over each other. I couldn't find my actual headphones or my earbuds, so I had a pair of old headphones I got from an airplane flight that I found. So at least I can hear him now. So when he starts talking or saying something, I can shut up.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to put you guys on the scope.
It sounds like he's going to put us on the
It's
scope.
very noisy, and so just bear with me.
If it's noisy, I'll lower his volume.
Okay, let's see here.
Okay, so I need some input back from y'all because I'm simulcasting him with audio. Oh, there you go. That's what I was looking for. Yep, I hear you both. That's what I wanted to know. If y'all could hear me just fine and him as well in the audio. I do know there might be some times that we'll probably be talking at the same time, which can make things a little confusing. So I'll try now. Since he can't hear me, then I'm going to defer to him.
You guys, it's going to take some time to get this set up.
But like I said, I will defer to him. So what he's doing now is he's actually putting the scope on. I'm going to go ahead and mute him temporarily until he gets that set up. But he's putting a scope on, which is going to allow us to have a zoomed in view. And I need to pull up his channel as well so that I can send him messages that hopefully he'll see. Okay, bringing his audio back up now.
Okay, let's go down to the liquid.
I'm going to send him a message. Hold on, everybody.
Right there, maybe? Yes.
Okay, I asked him to go over to...
That one? That's the farthest left. Ooh, that just... Wait.
Yes.
Wait. Yeah. Wait. No, that's not the one. Farther. What? That one? Wow. Look at that.
Okay, there it is. So that's what we wanted to see, everybody. So yes, it is definitely, and if you see that, ooh, where's my arrow, where's my arrow, where's my arrow, where's my arrow? Okay, so as you can see, the lava is going up this way as well. So it has actually gained some altitude. We couldn't see that in USGS's video because we're not zoomed in, but we've also got it up here as well. So we're going to get another wall cone if this keeps up. Cool.
Shooting out of the rock wall, yeah. Wow. That's crazy.
Whew,
Okay,
this is
we're
difficult.
not here yet. Hurry up, I gotta go tinkle. Yes, I can go back to the right. Oh, thank you, Karen, so very much for that super chat. I do appreciate it. Wow, guys, let's go to the... Let's go to that. Let's go to that.
Okay. And I'm going to There we go.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, I've officially ran out of screen space. I've got so many windows open. Okay, we'll put this one here. We'll put this one over here.
This is amazing, you guys. Let me show you this big blob over here.
We'll put this one over
That right
here.
there,
Okay, I think we've got it figured out now.
that was actually a hot spot. There was a
Yes,
bunch of
Adria,
sulfur
that
deposits
it was a large crack there, which we suspected what was happening. We just couldn't see for sure.
Come up here on a tour. Just see sulfur deposits on the crater floor. And now we got that.
Okay, I'm going to turn the volume down on his audio just a little, because that wind noise is
There's so much going
threatening
on,
to
guys.
peak out the meters.
Yeah. So much.
Captain Bill, yeah, if you're here on the island, tonight is going to be spectacular up there, but be warned, Goliath, hush. But be warned, it's going to be crowded, especially with the new onset. Everybody that's visiting and everybody that lives here wants to go see. Thank you, Jason. I'm glad you find this awesome. Charlene, no problem. This is normally what we do.
Oh, John. Are you still here? Get up here.
I mean, I could have went with him, but then I wouldn't be here with y'all. I would have to restart a second stream or whatever, and I wouldn't be able to access all the data. And so I would just be, you know, sitting there going, ooh, look at that. Isn't that pretty? Oh, that's cool. Look at this.
Cool.
But I wouldn't have access to the spectrograms. I wouldn't have access to the tilt or anything like that.
I'm being told I have to move.
Apparently Scott's being told he has to move.
Hang on. This is no good either.
Huh, I bet one of the rangers, we have to move, you have to make space for everybody else.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but park ranger is making people move back from the edge because if there's another earthquake, where I was standing could collapse.
Oh, okay, so a safety thing. So, I don't know if y'all heard him, but Scott said park ranger told him you had to move back from the edge because there's another quake, could be a safety thing. However, at this point, I don't think we're going to see any more significant earthquakes, because that's the thing about these eruptions, which I've noticed over the last 3 or 4, that we have this onset of a bunch of these quakes and stuff, and then once the eruption gets started and things, you know, really get to moving, a lot of the earthquake activity subsides, and we don't see a lot of seismic activity until either the eruption pauses and pressure starts building again. So we only see earthquakes, you know, as the pressure builds. Once it starts to be released, we actually see a decrease in that seismic activity. Chrysalis, normally he does have a sock that he puts on it. I don't know if he forgot it or what.
Yeah, I don't know where it's going, DJ.
Let me ask him.
But look at the red on the floor where right there. You see it? You see it right there? It's moving. Oh, look at it. Oh yeah, let me try to put my sock back on.
Apparently he does. He's gonna try to put it back on.
There we go. Sorry about that.
That's better. Now I'll turn his audio back up a little bit.
Hey, Bob and Kay.
Yes, Nancy. That is the
Okay.
problem with things
Any
like this.
special requests? Back to the crater wall, absolutely.
Nope, he's gonna go back over to the crater wall.
Oops. Oops. There we go.
Well, that activity is going nice and strong, for sure. And sorry that the video is so jumpy, but the wind is blowing his stuff around because it's very windy up there today. So when zoomed in like this with a scope, it's hard to
He's
keep
daring.
everything.
I like it.
Okay, so apparently this feature
you
now
guys,
has a new name.
Look at it just started splattering right there. Look at that. Look at that go.
And that's the one that we saw pulsing earlier. And oh, there's the pulses.
Hey, Jeff. Aloha, everyone. Andre. Welcome. Pretty exciting. Is that one getting bigger?
I'm sorry, I'm getting
Hey,
lost in the
something's
lava
happening.
myself now,
you guys.
everybody.
Oh, another. Look at that. That just started going berserk right there. Look at that. Oh. Aloha, Eric. See you, Big Island Bum. Thanks for stopping by. Wow.
Okay, so what we're looking at in Scott's image is this right here? Or is it this one? It's this one.
Wow. Just wow.
Yes, they are, Captain Bill. Even myself, when I go up there, I just am still mesmerized
Yep.
at just how vast the landscape is.
John, I missed it. Are you coming up here? I kind of want to take you off the scope because it's so impressive, but we can't get the close-ups like this. Oh, wow. Wow. Look at that go.
Okay, what are we looking at now on
Like
his? It looks like we're looking at got a line, got a line, got a line. So we're looking at this one maybe,
Oops, sorry.
and we're seeing it from a
Click
slightly
away.
different perspective. He's
Okay.
further left of the USGS cam.
This is not unnerving at all. Not at all. It is pure excitement.
Chelsea is asking, anyone know if this is a large eruption compared to the one
I would
5
say
years ago?
June 7th was more
If it's
active
going to
than this
touch
right
any
now.
houses, buildings, do we know if the smoke is
Well,
going to affect the
I don't know,
area?
June 7th
Sorry,
was
I'm just so interested. No
in
problem.
the crater. This has expanded.
Saying this is larger or not compared to the 2018 eruption, it's hard to say because you got to know how long the fissure line was for 2018 compared to this one, and I don't have those measurements handy. So size comparison in this isn't really relevant here. What is happening here is this is a caldera eruption. This is inside the Halemaumau crater up at the summit of Kilauea volcano. It is contained. There is no lava flowing towards any houses or any infrastructure or any populated areas, etc. So this is one of the eruptions that we'd like to see. Because it is one that we can go up and watch safely and not have to worry too much about any of the hazards that are associated with the eruption. Right now, the biggest hazard from this eruption, of course, is the gas plume. As it flows out of the park, the gas gets dispersed in the air and becomes less of a hazard. So the closer you are to it, the more hazardous the
Oh, I
gases
can't
is.
guess how
So
high it's going.
right now, most of
yes, I
this
can.
gas is moving towards the
100
south thanks
feet.
to strong winds that we're
That's
currently
my
having
guess.
up there.
Because
And-
we're standing a mile away from where it's found.
I'm going to mute him for a minute. So basically, people that are south of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, places like Naalehu, Pahala, Punalu'u, Hawaiian Ocean View Estates, they are going to see an increase in what's called VOG, that's volcanic haze, which is created by the aerolization, yeah, I can never pronounce that word right, of the sulfur dioxide, the SO2, where it mixes with the water vapor in the air, which also creates an acidic or a weak sulfuric acid. So plants and stuff like that might have a little bit of a problem on the next rain. If you have any respiratory issues, COPD, asthma, things of that nature, then, or if you're susceptible or have major allergies or whatever, then there may be some breathing issues, some discomfort, eye irritation. nose, throat irritation, and even potentially even skin irritation, especially if you get caught in the rain that has been, acidified by the sulfur dioxide. So that's pretty much it for that.
There's so much happening. Boy, that's really going to town.
Adria, wish you could see this in person one day. Well, you just got to time it right and be here. However, with the current state of the world, travel has just become so expensive compared to what it used to be prior to the 2020 ordeal. I still don't understand why prices are still going up versus coming down after all that. But it's one of those things that we see in our world. Prices always go up. We never see them come back down.
Hi, Brian. Everything is inside.
Chelsea, no problem. You're more than welcome. Ronald, no.
That's an interesting question.
USGS has put out an eruption notification. There's no need to set off island-wide warnings. There's no sirens going off. This eruption, like I just said, in response to Chelsea's question, is in the caldera. It's contained in the Halemaumau crater. It's currently no threat to any populated areas, infrastructure, or anything of that nature. So nothing to really warn people about other than inform them that the eruption is occurring, and anyone that is south of the area needs to take precautions if they have compromised respiratory systems, allergies, asthma, COPD, things of that nature.
You see the crater wall right
and that's
there?
only because of the VOG, or the volcanic haze.
That's the down-drop block.
That is going to, or that's being created
all
right
of
now.
This
So kind of give you an idea, let me go over to
if you can hear me.
To one of the other cameras. Is it this one right here? I believe it is. Nope. It's KP cam. Okay, here on the KP cam, you can see right here is the Kilauea caldera summit eruption. This gas plume is the sulfur dioxide, the hydrogen sulfide, water vapor, carbon dioxide, and all the other gases that are mixed in. And as they spread out and mix in with regular air, they turn into this brown haze, which is called VOG. This VOG can be acidic, so when it rains, the water picks up the sulfur dioxide that's dissolved in the air and becomes a weak sulfuric acid. That VOG can also cause some respiratory issues and things of that nature, and currently it is flowing southwest, I believe, based on the current air currents. I had to stop there and think, make sure I got my directions right, Oh, wrong screen. Here we go.
Crazy. Speaking of crazy.
Yes, True Seeker, that is correct. If you want to see it from the beginning, you can rewind the stream back to the very beginning. The stream, I believe, has a 12-hour buffer on it, so you can rewind up to 12 hours. And this started at 3:15 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. And it looks like Scott has us back up on the wall cone again.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. The reason it's so jittery is because it's windy. There's nothing I can do about it. And you're on a monocular, so a scope.
So what we're seeing here is this area here.
From here? Oh, there's nothing happening up there.
And Scott just said that there's nothing happening up here.
That's the regular crater floor right there.
So
Kilauea caldera, I mean. Yep. Oh, that's new. That's smoke.
That is new.
Oh, there's lava.
And
there's
we have
right
lava.
There. Right. Oh.
So that.
Did you guys see that?
That is located up here.
Oh, thank you for telling me to go up. Man, look at that. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Woo.
So as you can see, this is mostly in a rubble pile.
wow.
This is basically edge collapse, rubble
Now you can
landslides,
see the
stuff like that.
whole-
That's all collected there at the base of the caldera wall at the crater floor. So to see lava do this,
Look at
you know,
that.
in an eruption of this style with this
Oh,
fissure line, because this is the fissure line,
Getting Joel.
you know, it runs all the way up through here, and each of these spots are vents on that line.
Where
So
are they?
that crack is going to extend further up this way and underneath that rubble pile. So to see lava eventually force its way up is not, you know, unexpected or
possible that-
unprecedented.
that's not
However,
possible
to see it go
lava
past
goes
that
on
would be something very significant
caldera
because this
floor, is
all
it?
this rock here is very, very
man.
solid
Oh,
and compacted. So
There's a
to
pause in
see
the
it
wind, I can hear
migrate
it now.
past that is most likely not going to happen. So getting to the top of this rubble
Jason?
pile is probably as far as it's going to go. But again, anything is possible, and we will just have to wait and see. So he's got zoomed in kind of nice there. So I'm going to open this up so we can get a better view.
amazing. Look at that. That's Darren. East Darren. Hi, Annie.
Could they shoot fireballs out of the geyser? Well, these are actually lava fountains.
I'm waving at Joel.
And yes, we can get what we
Man.
call lava bombs,
Guys,
which
look at it.
are partially molted,
Wow.
solid
Look at
ejecti that
I wish I could see
can
that
be thrown up the
better
air,
with my naked eye,
but
that's-
they're not going to leave the caldera because this place is
it's getting
just
bigger. Isn't it getting
large. I
bigger?
mean, it's huge.
Sherpa's almost here. Hurry, Kim, hurry! Aloha, Gary. It's the climber. Yeah.
So just to kind of add a little bit of perspective,
Oh, hi, Robert.
this is the crater floor. And as you can see, this is the crater, and then this is the crater rim, and this is the caldera rim. So what we're seeing in that spot here is right up at the base of the crater rim at the floor, going up the rubble pile. So it would have to go up hundreds of feet in order to break through the top of.
Yeah.
Out of the
Yeah.
cliffy part, right
Yeah.
where the rock falls.
Yes!
Look at listen to him get so excited.
That's KILAUEA right over there.
And we've been watching that for
See-
hours
see where the
before
step
Scott
is
even
where
got
the
there.
Drop down block starts.
Yeah.
Look straight up. You can see some white heads
See,
over there. Some
we
shirts and
wouldn't
clothes.
be able to see the
Too much
crater
smoke.
wall.
So here's what I figured out from up there. This tall fissure line,
Yep.
that's the old,
Yeah,
the
you're
old
right.
step.
Yeah,
In fact, you can see a little bit of the
yeah,
old
yeah,
line back there.
yeah. That's the down drop block. Okay, you guys, I want to show you what Joel just mentioned. Okay, where is it? There's so much. I don't.
I also want
Okay,
to point
right
out
there.
something else about lost equipment.
Okay, right there, you guys, was the down drop block. So that fissure line is along that. Okay, the equipment. Yeah, there's equipment gone.
So that rough, jaggedy part
Yeah.
on this side,
Yeah.
right on this side of that, kind of right where it's clean and shiny,
Yeah.
was a little like
Oh, I see it.
little helicopter landing zone.
Okay, there's still a tripod there.
Is there still one there?
Yeah, let me see if I can. Don't you see it? A little.
Is that it?
Oh, maybe it's just a reflection.
But
or
there used to be a group of equipment there, kind
Yeah.
of like this group over here.
Yeah, that's gone.
A bunch of white boxes.
Yeah, that's gone. Oh wait, right there's a box. Right there at the lava. Right there. A sign or a box or something. You see it?
I do.
Yep.
Right at the edge.
Right at the edge.
Get back over here.
That's gonna.
Get back over here.
Oh.
I gotta get set up.
Oh man.
I brought all kinds of stuff. I didn't know what to bring, so I brought it all. Oh yeah, that's running down the hill, Kim. See it now, Scott? It's running down the hill.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know what to do. I want to see this thing get eaten up.
Oh yeah, that you gotta stay for that. Kim, do you see that on Scott's video?
Do you guys see that? That box? Come on, wind. Rest in peace, box.
Where is it at, Scott, the box?
It's at the.
See the line of fissures?
Yeah.
That is
The yellow box right
amazing.
in front. The line of-
Oh, oh yeah.
If you're just joining me, the reason it's so jittery is because it's this windy and I cannot. There's nothing I can do to make it stop. So I apologize.
Okay, Scott, I got Gatorade, I got water, I got cookies, I got pretzels,
Jeez.
I got
Cool.
Mama Kimmy brought everything.
Sherpa Kim, I got it all.
Okay, you guys. Do you want me to stay on the box? Come on, wind. Maybe I can block it.
Let something blow in the crater here.
Maybe I can block it with my.
Can they see
Jacket.
that red line of lava right there? You see that?
Yeah, it's moving.
That is, it's moving fast.
Yeah, it's moving fast. That's a lot of lava.
It is.
That is clear up on the step.
Yeah.
So far up there. You're not even going to be able to tell anymore pretty soon.
I know. This is amazing. Okay, stay on the box. Okay. When did this erupt? A couple hours ago. Can you zoom back out a bit?
So wait a minute here.
How's that?
Is there stuff on this wall that we can't see?
I don't think so.
There's lava right there.
Oh, there is lava right
Look,
there.
Right there.
Yeah, I see it.
So is it like going out this way?
No, it's from the fissure, I think. Kim just mentioned, oh, I don't want to stick my finger in there. You can't see anything.
Time to christen my new tripod.
Wait a second. Oh, there's a scope. I'm using the
It's
scope.
going to be amazing at night
Ooh, that's a nice tripod.
to see all of this.
It's like mine.
Is it?
Kind of. Yeah, that's a really
It's
nice
a better
one.
one than my old one. That
Cool.
old one was kind of risky.
How
Excellent.
much is coming out now up there
Where?
on the wall? See it running?
Man, I don't know what to do. It's all over the place.
We need another earthquake right now.
Oh, did you?
I heard you say the park ranger backed you up.
Yeah, she went down everyone and backed everyone off.
Well, next time he comes, let's just hide down there.
You want to go back to the wall? Okay, we'll go back to the wall.
This is legit.
That is a legit tripod. Did I pass it?
I feel like a YouTuber with a channel.
Funny. Real funny. Okay.
Look at
Yeah, the wall is.
that
Man.
I mean, you have to be here to see it, right?
I can't believe that box is still there.
I mean, look at that. That one in the middle there. It's like water.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, there's a lot of pressure
That,
right out of that one. Look at that, guys. Go.
yeah.
Oh.
Crazy. That when you look at that sky,
Yeah.
that little one, it's like
Yeah. It's coming out of the top. It's not coming out of the top. Is it? No, it's coming out of the top of that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's coming out of the top. Yeah, what you said. Amazing. You know what? It
What?
could continue and open up the caldera floor.
yeah.
Well, Byron's ledge. No, Byron's ledge.
Yeah.
Oh,
That would be right on top of that.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay, where should I go, you guys? Where do you want me to go? Now, there's nothing happening on the caldera floor yet. It's a couple hundred feet up. That's the caldera floor right there. Oh, wow. Zoom to the top? What do you mean? Zoom here? Zoom right here? Nope. Like that? Where's the river flowing? I don't know. That's
Straight towards us.
yeah, it is. It's coming straight towards us. Amazing. What? What?
It's coming out over here too, Scott.
Where?
Look. Over here. On the see it?
Oh,
Look.
oh,
Look. See it?
yeah.
The whole thing is getting flat.
Okay.
It's flowing so much.
Yeah, the whole crater.
Heads up, come back up.
We're moving.
We're moving.
We gotta go over there.
Over where? Is that right over there? Can you see everything?
Yeah. Okay, we're moving. Okay, you guys, this is going to be extremely irritating for you. Just bear with me.
You know how high that's shooting in the air? I was gonna say it's gotta be more than that. 'Cause remember we saw
Okay.
like,
Oh, wait.
remember the helicopter down there?
I just want to move just a little bit.
Doesn't it? Is it erupting out of that right there? Or is that just the
Joel's calling me. Let's go. Might have a better spot. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is it. This is perfect.
You're right there in the middle.
Okay. We got the best spot. Okay, so oh boy. Hang on. Okay. Whew. Okay. Now we can see everything.
Easy there, wind.
So look over here, you guys. Look over there. Oh man. Unbelievable.
Where'd I put it?
Nice, nice,
So
nice.
many things I'm trying to get accomplished. I was just thinking I should set this tripod up before this happens.
Yeah, we're standing.
Here it is.
Too late.
The binoculars are right there.
Okay.
I got the mono in my hand if you want to look.
No.
Where do you guys want? Oh man, I don't know what to show you.
Did they show anything on the news?
Oh, this is not a good one.
I don't know where I am. Okay. So that, oh my goodness, that's the old down drop block right there. Oh man. Okay, any special requests, anyone?
The spot looks straight across from the smoke. Underneath where we were standing across. There's a lot of straight through the smoke.
Are you serious?
Yeah, watch through the white smoke.
Yeah.
Watch. It's coming out of the wall of the watch. I can see it in my, maybe you can see it with your scope. The wall over there. I saw. Hang on, let me look at it.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, hang on, I found it now.
Okay. Kim thought she spotted lava coming out of the crater wall, which would be incredible. Right below Keanakakoi Overlook.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Through the smoke and in the shadow.
Can't find it now.
Maybe it was just a reflection of something.
Well, I can't find it now, man. So I'm gonna keep looking now.
Oh man. When it gets
Well, we'll
dark.
know when it gets dark, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
true.
The wind should die down when it gets darker.
We got a little extra heat source here generating a little breeze.
Oh, it must have been some stuff. I can't find
Okay. That's kind of intimidating. Oh, that noise is my jacket, I think. The wind on my jacket sleeve.
Those cameras are way higher than those. Okay, right there.
He's calling it. I'm gonna give you a little space.
I'm fine. Yeah, my jacket sounds like a helicopter.
Yeah, that's breaking apart. I know, I told you. That's literally breaking apart.
Nobody would know.
Okay, let's go back down to... Oh, hi, Barry. Hi, Julie. Oh, wow. Where am I? Where am I? That is what I want you to see. Yeah. Well, hello, 675 Films. False alarm?
You know what it was? It's the lava flowing that way. I can see the edge of it.
Oh,
It's
gotcha.
right straight through behind me.
Gotcha. Oh, can we find the box? That's a good question. Let's see.
Hey, Wasabi Tours number 9 is here.
Oh, is that...
I don't know, just joking.
Is that box still there? Is that box still there? That box is still there. I think it's got to be fireproof or something. Right there. Or is that even a box?
It sure looks like it. It's not?
Look at that. Look at the flow.
It's just running out of there, right?
Yeah, man. I think there's a naked guy doing a chant. Is he naked over there?
Where's he at?
No, over there.
He is. He's in a loincloth.
I think there might be a spatula plow over there, though.
He is wearing a
It's
loincloth.
gonna roll down the hill.
Oh, hill.
See the sky? There, see the flow?
That part's like
See the edge of it? I'm assuming that's a hill. It looks like a hill, right?
I would think so. Okay. Wow, that's just amazing. The whole thing is amazing.
Walmart today, we would have went up to it. Seriously, we were on
Blaming it on the
right,
chickens.
and then
Wow. Oops. Boy, have I been muted for a while and running my mouth like you wouldn't believe. And my mods. Shame on y'all. Y'all just caught it. I have been running my mouth for the last 30 minutes. At least I think it's been 30 minutes. I've been answering all the questions. I've been talking to Ronald. I've been talking, who else do I been talking to? I've been talking to Chrysalis. Yeah. I've kind of embarrassed myself a little bit now. Oh, so let me switch this back over to Scott.
The helicopter there, and they got out and looked at it. Changed some batteries according to the guy.
Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, I was answering questions. I was talking. I was explaining what we were seeing, etc. And apparently, my mic has been muted this entire time. So, what was I saying? I need a break now. Y'all are gonna have to wait. But as I was saying, is basically there's currently no threat to any people. This is all happening within inside the Hawaii's Volcano National Park, inside the caldera, inside the Kilauea Mauna crater. So, no crater collapse at this point. The crater collapse that we saw in 2018 was unique to to that particular eruption because a lot of the storage chamber had drained out to the lower eastern zone and flowed out here, in my neighborhood, which of course let the floor of the caldera, or the floor of the Halemaumau crater collapse in on itself to form the pit cone, which ultimately then filled up with a water lake, which then was evaporated off very rapidly with the onset of a new magmatic eruption in the bottom of the crater. So.
I can't right now. In a few minutes.
So basically, as for the seismic activity, what I was saying about that is, I'll recap myself. I won't go into the full explanation that I said muted. But basically, we see a lot of seismic activity happen prior to the onset of an eruption. After the eruption occurs, we see a significant and quick decrease in seismic activity. For example, as y'all saw on the earthquake map that I brought up a few minutes ago before I muted the mic, that the last quake we had was an hour ago, and it was in Pahala. And this eruption started at 3:15 p.m. Hawaii time, which means it's been going now for 2 hours and 45 minutes, something like that. So just under 3 hours. As for the wall that we're looking here on at Scott's camera, which you see here, no, this is a rubble pile that's basically from the 2018 crater collapse or caldera floor collapse that was created there at the base of the crater floor where it meets the crater wall. This is not something that we would expect to collapse. Now this rubble pile may collapse, in on itself and travel down a little bit, etc. But the wall above it, which is this area here, we will not see a collapse from it. We might see some rubble fall or partial boulders fall off, but we won't see any big collapses or anything like that. Now the question is, will the lava migrate out of that and up to the top? It's unlikely at this point. Anything is possible, but I think if something like that was going to happen, we would see a very unique and very quick uptick in seismic activity, because that is very solid, dense rock there that it would have to break through. And right now, what we're looking at, let me bring up the zoomed in view a little bit. What we're looking at here is what looks like a potential crack coming up through here. Really isn't a crack. It's just a scar in the side of the cliff wall. So it's just, I think, a coincidence that we see the lava coming out here, but we haven't seen any increase in output in this area since it reached up here. So to see this, travel up this way is not unexpected, because the way that this eruption and all the previous eruptions in the caldera have been over the last few years is we see basically a fissure line, which is a crack that opens up on the caldera floor, and this current crack is running right through here. This is the original onset of the eruption location here, and the fissure line or the crack ran up through here, and we saw vents open up. These vents back here are the newest ones that have opened up over the last hour and a half, and they are very small in their eruptive activity compared to what we saw down here as well. The current camera view, this camera view right here is actually from the east rim, or excuse me, the west rim. I'm dyslexic, forgive me. I've been doing this all day. This view is from the west, northwest rim area, right? And this is over towards the east.
Did you tighten it back up?
So if we was to say north was 12 o'clock, this would be the 3 o'clock location, give or take. I have a little bit of problem with orientation myself when looking at these cams sometimes, so I try my best. And of course, if I am wrong, then I'm sure I will be corrected. Valerie, careful with all caps. The bot don't like all caps. So just so you know, too, my live stream actually captured the event live. We were actually talking about it prior to the eruption occurring, because we saw the seismic activity. So the live stream has a 12-hour buffer on it, so you can actually scroll all the way back 12, or well, it's not 12 hours, because I just restarted actually when it happened. So if you scroll all the way back to the beginning of the stream, you'll get about 20-30 minutes of where we were watching the seismic activity on the spectrograms come in and speculating that we may be seeing an imminent eruption, which of course we were. And then about 30 minutes, I think it was, or so into it, we saw our first glimpse of lava. Just so you know. So, but don't forget, if you go back and look at that, you got to come all the way back to the other end. You got to click the live button to get back to us live, because if you scroll back, you won't be hearing me talk anymore. You'll still see the chat, I think, live, but you won't hear me. So if you scroll back, go take a quick look, and then come back. Or you can watch it all unfold all over again if you want. It's totally up to you.
I moved it to that.
Oh, nice.
We're going to go visit Scott. Do you know where he is? He's up at the summit. I don't know exactly where. What you might want to do is pop in over on his live, because he's actually live right now. That's what we see in the top right-hand screen right here. This is from his live stream. So pop over in his chat and ask him where he's located, and he'll tell you.
Stop at the last large flow. That one.
Boy, that one's still spurting up a lot of gas.
Man. Oh, look at how it's lighting up.
All right, let me see if I can get him to respond to me.
Man, I want to take you off the monocular. But I don't. I do, but I don't.
I know.
What do you want me to do, you guys?
Hi, Dime's up.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm at KILAUEA Overlook.
He is at the Kilauea Overlook.
There really isn't very many people here.
Having that blue wrench gives you power, I guess. There you go.
Okay.
You're more
so
than
where do you
welcome,
guys
Blue
want me
Door.
to go? Oh, you want me to leave it on here? I ask questions and then I don't look for the answers. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Take it off the monocular? I think I should.
No, don't take it off the monocular.
Yeah, where's my...
Because then we just have the same view as we do from USGS's cam. All right, I need to go get me something to drink. I'll be right back, and I promise this time I will not forget to unmute the mic because I've got me a little note right here on the count or on the bottom of the monitor that says unmute mic. So I'll be right back.
Oh no! Your Sherpa bag broke.
My shirt bag broke.
It's okay. Oh, I didn't know you had licorice. Oops, look, I lost my camera here.
Nice. Okay, I'm going to take you off the monocular for a little bit.
I thought I saw something move.
No, thank you. Wow, what a shot that is. Look at that. Hey, Joe. I wouldn't think so.
Oh, this one, the one's coming off the hill.
Fire.
This little hard blob in the middle just started steaming. Do you see it?
Yeah. Did they get that equipment already? You say it did.
I think it's gone, yeah.
Was that a box? Did it get it?
I think so, and yes. So steam to the far right. I think I'm out all the way.
Well, goodness, I walk away and look what happens. Thank you, Dutch, for gifting 20 Doing Hawaii memberships to everybody. Again, YouTube is the one that selects who gets those memberships,
Oh, hi,
not
Clifford.
I. So
Nice to
thank
see
you,
you.
Dutch, and
Hope
thank you,
everything's
YouTube.
okay for you.
And I just realized that my dogs haven't been fed yet, and it's an hour past their dinner time. So I'm going to feed them, and I'll keep monitoring it. But I got to monitor them while they feed, so we don't have any doggy problems. So I will be back as soon as they are done, and I'm sure Griffin and Goliath will definitely appreciate it.
Yeah, so before this eruption, you guys, the crater out there, that was 370 acres or so. And it,
Oh my gosh, it just changed all of a sudden.
it went up to there and went around here. So that was 370 acres. And now look how much it is. Wow, just wow. I think it zoomed all the way in. Let me try something. There. That's a wide view. Let's get closer. Good point, David. It has taken about 3 years to fill to this point. Oh, you're coming tonight, John? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Well, I'm standing at the Kilauea Overlook, so this by far is the best view. However, if there's no parking, you probably could park at Kilauea Military Camp and walk across the street. There's a trail that goes to the crater. When you get towards the crater, take a left, and then there's a little overlook right there. That's should be pretty good viewing. I'm not filming from Volcano House, but from the Kilauea Overlook. I'll show you where Volcano House is. p.m. right here, and the sun has set behind Mauna Loa. Look at that. Oh wow, this is just getting more and more dramatic. Oh wow, look at the crater wall now. That's amazing. That's amazing. The whole thing is amazing. Where? Oh yeah. Yeah. The big bubbler stopped. That one right there. It was, yeah, it was chugging out real good. Yes, this is happening right now. This is live. What is it, the 10th? September 10th?
Yeah.
Is the yellow box gone? I believe it is. Hi, Parker. Where'd Connie go?
It's glowing up there. I love seeing that river fall.
Okay, everybody, I am back. Doggies have been fed and are now happy. As for me, I haven't had my dinner yet, but I am going to forego it for now. I did have a pretty decent lunch today, so I think I'm good for a while. So, where are we? Okay, first and foremost, Lori, careful with the caps. Blah, blah, blah. Don't like all caps like that. But you are correct. Yes, Kilauea is erupting as of today around 3:15 p.m. Is when the eruption started. And again, I want to say thank you to Dutch for gifting the channel memberships. Big mahalo out to you for that. And I am sure a lot of these wonderful people are going to enjoy that as well. So yeah, so we have been waiting for well, Kilauea to erupt for quite a while now. We had a nice big long pause there. It had been a while since the last eruption, which was in June. It looks like USGS. Nope, they haven't changed their camera view. But this view that we're looking at here is coming from Scott from About Hawaii Tours. He is a tour guide here on the Big Island. And he is up at the summit filming live, and we are simulcasting his stream as well. So that's who you're hearing in the background there. I am Charles for all those. I am the content creator of the Doing Hawaii channel.
I should have brought mittens.
I did.
And the female voice you're hearing is friends of ours. That is Kim and her husband Joel, I'm sure is up there somewhere. They actually are neighbors of ours that live here in the same neighborhood.
How's that for a screenshot? Huh?
Does it look more aggressive right there than it was before?
Yeah,
It's darker.
it does. That area right there. Yeah.
With the pressures.
Wow.
Actually, and that is a spectacular view he's got right there.
This is so cool looking at it.
I just realized YouTube now lets live broadcast in 1080p, and we were watching at 720. I just changed that. Now we've got 1080p on his live stream.
Thanks for watching, Melanie.
I guess you can see how it's like three spots. It's like
So I heard him say that someone is using a monocular right now, so he will be putting that back on his cam, which gives us nice zoomed in views of what's happening. So
I'm really glad I wore pants and shoes.
yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Joshua.
and I did unmute the mic. Yes, I did unmute the mic. Just wanted to double check that.
Edgar.
When did it stop?
When did what stop?
Did it stop before?
Hmm?
When did the lava stop last time?
Well, it started like the 18th of June. No, it started the 7th of June
7th of June.
and
then
lasted for 2 weeks, didn't it?
2 weeks, that was it.
So the
So it's been
21st.
building up
Yeah.
for over a month and a half. No, almost 2 months. 2 weeks, July and August.
Yeah, 2 months.
Over 2 months.
Over 2 months.
Then a tour coming up.
Friday. Back to
Go for
back.
that one on Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, that rock pile.
Yeah, the wind you hear is coming from Scott's live stream, which is the image in the top right corner. It's kind of windy up there, so not a lot we can do about that. And it looks like he's zoomed in with his camera. His camera zoom isn't very good.
So you guys, that's how far it has to go. Where's my finger? To get to the original caldera floor.
But currently, this eruption is contained inside the Halimamo crater.
Wow.
GG.
Take a picture.
No, just the wind.
Take a picture of that.
Actually, I'm curious what the tilt is looking like. Let's pop over to the tilt screen a little bit. Yep, tilt, which measures summit inflation deflation, is currently in a deflationary state. But it looks like the curve is starting to round off a little bit, which is a good sign. We don't want it to deflate too much, because the faster it deflates, the less likely the eruption will continue. Oh, I gotta change something there real quick. Okay. That's fixed.
Fountain right there.
Oh,
It's
wait,
gotta
do I have
be
to change
100
the
feet,
status as well?
at least.
We still warning in red?
So that's that steamy spot I was talking about.
Warning and red, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry everybody, but I really need to update information
Yeah,
as
and that was the big bubbler. Yeah,
it comes
yeah.
across.
Well, I don't know if we can call it focused yet.
Okay, so we are at warning. And aviation is red.
the
Karen,
monocular.
I know,
Let's
thank
see
you.
here.
Is there a name or number yet for this eruption? It's the, it would be what, the September 2023 eruption at this point.
Bear with me, bear with me.
Was that whole hillside smoking before?
Huh?
Was that whole hillside over there?
No, just the top of it was.
Kevin, it would be what, southwest of Volcano House? So Volcano House should have a spectacular view of this eruption.
Are we getting earthquakes?
So what we're seeing there on Scott's cam now
Earthquakes?
I don't know.
I haven't
wonder
felt
if we
any.
are.
It's too early to feel
Yeah,
anything.
I know, but I just
is
wonder if
the
there's still earthquakes.
eruption, or is the vents that traveled up that rubble pile at the base of the
Yeah.
crater floor.
Now that it's got lava flowing.
However, I am seeing something very interesting. Let's see.
Happened before.
Oh, hi, CC Hawk. Yeah,
Let's
look what we have.
see.
It's real bouncy because it's so windy.
Okay, it is, like he said, it is bouncy, so it's hard to see, but I do believe we have something there just above the rubble pile, and we do. Okay, we have a fracture in the wall.
Wind to slow down and just blow a little more normally. I think County Dakota would be a great spot.
Okay, that is something that I didn't want to see. But it may just be a weak area
It's a
there
two-man
that's,
tent,
you know,
so the three of us
basically
could
heat
sit
fracture,
in it.
where basically the heat from the lava has caused the rock to expand and fractured off, flaked off a little bit. Kind of like a rock in a
True.
campfire cracking and popping off a flake. That may be what we have there.
Fun. Be sitting in there, people can't see.
But it's hard to tell without a
Man,
very good image.
Now look at that. That one's hard with bubbles.
But look at to the left.
And
Oh, wow. Look at that. What? Oh, look at my camera.
I know.
That is crazy. That is way up on the
I
step. I
know.
mean, we don't even understand where that's at anymore, right? I mean,
Because you can't
the
see.
drop down block is not
Gone.
there's not a step into the.
Wow.
I used to tell people all the time. This
okay,
is
so they're
for
asking
example,
where the step is,
this step
and
one.
we know where the step is. It's right here because we had that perpendicular line open up
Oh, you call
that
that
created
step three?
the lava curtain.
Yeah.
Your step one.
So that step is right
There
here.
one, that two, and then that.
That's
So
the
the
edge of the
deep
step
crater
between
was
where there was no lava and
I
where the
was-
old lava
whenever you
lake
said that, I-
surface was. So
Back
it's
was
right
completely
here.
the opposite.
That's what I would
Oh, you did
think.
that one,
I would
two,
think that would
three?
be one,
Yeah.
two, three.
Oh, okay. That river's gonna make it.
It is. I know. I'm so excited to see it.
What?
Gonna watch it join the other one.
Oh, yeah. That would be cool.
Nancy, yeah, everybody's okay. This eruption is contained inside the Kilauea caldera. It's currently not
Spot. Look at that.
I know it.
it's currently not threatening any populated areas,
Like,
infrastructure, farms, or anything of that nature.
Man. But what's interesting, you guys, is look at the
That
crater
crater's
wall.
definitely gotten bigger. Yeah.
There's like a
I
lull.
asked about that when you were
Between the
muted,
bubbling fissure and
Volleyball.
the crater
What
wall.
about the
Yeah, everywhere else it's connected pretty
Yeah.
much. Yeah.
crater wall
Yeah.
there?
Isn't that weird? There's no connection. Right there.
Unique 001, nope. Currently no danger to any people. There's no evacuation orders or anything like that. This is actually happening in a very small area in the grander scheme of the Big Island. The Big Island is called the Big Island for a reason, because it's a big island. And this is happening in a very small area, even though the area there is vast and huge in respect to itself. It's really just a very small location on the island at a whole.
Wow.
Okay, volleyball. Great, I'm glad I answered the question.
That's going hard.
Captain Bill, why haven't you left and went
Look at
up
the
there
bottom of the
yet?
crater wall.
You're only an hour away. You should go. Because this is the best views you're going to get right now. As the eruption wanes on,
You guys aren't getting
you know, we're going to see less fountains, less rift eruptions. It's going to, you know,
We're standing about a
settle
mile
down to one location, you know, which we've seen it do in the last, what, 3 or 4 eruptions at the summit? I think there's been 3 or 4 now since 2018.
Is it coming out?
I feel like there's 3 bubbly spots at the top, and then the real hard bubbles at the
Ah, so Volleyball, that is your significant other, I take it then?
That means it's not just a regular tour, it's also
gotta be
pretty low.
USGS.
Because he was waiting for you to fix dinner. Now, okay, y'all two need to get your story straight. Either she's got to go teach tomorrow, or you want to eat dinner. Which one is it? Or it's probably both, right?
They landed right where you couldn't quite see them.
Yep.
And they landed right down that edge of that cliff, and I'm like, what are they doing? You said they were...
Actually, David, the rift zones do extend beyond the Kilauea caldera.
They told somebody
This fissure line is unlikely to do that. But we do have yes, both. But we do have a east rift zone which comes off of the southeast wall of the caldera and runs
That is impressive.
a little southeast and curves east and
Is
goes
it
out to the
blurry
tip
for
of the eastern
anyone else?
island, which is where I live.
Just,
And then of course we have the southwest, which comes off the southwest
Just
rim
forget
and
the-
runs all the way down to the Bahal area. So those are the rift zones. Now what we're seeing here is a rift, which is a fissure line, not a rift. So this is a fissure line, and a fissure line is basically a giant long crack that opens up, and then we get vents, which along that crack, which spew lava. And that's what happened actually in the East Rift Zone in 2018. We had a fissure line open up in the rift zone, and we had all the different, well, the 24 different fissures that opened up.
Because you think of a 100-foot long extension cord, that's not very long.
Elizabeth, no. Currently there is no threat to any of the residents. No homes, infrastructure, or anything like that is currently under threat. This is all contained within inside the crater up at the summit of Kilauea. Currently the only hazard that is of concern is the volcanic haze or VOG, which is a mixture of the different gases coming out of the gas plumes, mostly sulfur dioxide,
The box is still there.
which can
I
cause
cannot believe it.
irritation to lungs, eyes, nose, throat, and skin.
It is. It's right
And that's
it's
mostly
just up the hill
affecting,
from
or
everything.
mostly
It's
either
safe.
currently affecting or will be
That's
affecting
so
soon
crazy.
people south of the Kilauea summit,
It's gonna get a splatter
or
in the
southeast
sooner or
or
later.
southwest,
There's a
excuse me,
little more paper around
which
the
is
edges.
basically Punaluu, Pahala, Hawaiian Ocean View Estates, and the surrounding areas.
We might want to keep it there for a little while.
Yes, Nene birds count, but I'm sure they are upwind and in a safe location. They probably knew this was going to happen before we did, so I'm sure they evacuated well in advance. So no worries about the Nenes.
What? There's a hill. A hill.
I know. That's
Patricia, was this expected?
Where'd that come from?
Well,
Where'd
an
that come
eruption from Kilauea is always
Okay, look there.
expected. We
To the-
just don't know
just to the
when.
right of it,
Kilauea
is that
is the most active
splattering up
volcano
the
on
main
Earth. It erupts pretty
was not
pretty
there.
continuously. We did have a nice long
wasn't there.
pause.
So
The
maybe
last
that
eruption was
fountain
in
is- maybe
June,
there's a fountain just to the right of it that's making that
or ended in June, or
No.
June, July.
It wasn't there.
No, it
Something
wasn't
like
there.
that. So we've been hoping for one
world.
soon. However,
no,
today
we
we've
did
got
not
our
feel
first
any heat.
indications that one may be imminent, which was a seismic onset
David said that was
of.
there before. I don't remember seeing
Kim
that.
said she saw it.
Hold on, I gotta,
Okay.
I gotta lower Scott's volume. There was an onset of seismic activity about 30 minutes or so prior to the actual emergence of lava. So there was speculation, at least from me and here on my channel, that an eruption could be imminent. So in that respect, yes, it was I was expecting it just prior to, but we're talking half an hour to an hour prior. But we've been seeing swarms of seismic activity located in the southwest area of the caldera and in the flank, for a month or two now, which is an indication that that material was moving into the storage chambers and into the voids and stuff of that nature. So that was giving us indication that something was gearing up, but we didn't have any idea exactly when to expect it or where to expect it until today. And today we got maybe a 30 to 45 minute warning in seismic data that suggested that something was possibly coming. We couldn't say for absolute certainty, but when we see that type of seismic activity, we tend to expect something to come from it. It doesn't always happen, but sometimes it does. And this is one of those times where it did. So I hope that that answers your question. So aloha to all the people coming in from Dutch's channel. Yes, our news don't really cover the volcano unless it's something big, like for example, this eruption will of course be all over the news tonight and probably tomorrow, but then that's be the last you hear about it. I mean, even the 2018 eruption, even our local news didn't cover that very well, or very consistently, I should say. And as for national news, you got a blip maybe for a day or two, and that was basically it. So yeah, so that's why I do a live 24/7 monitoring of the volcano, so that when something does happen, it's here, it's ready, it's available to everybody. And so we saw this happen first here. We were watching, we saw the seismic activity come in, and while I was talking about that activity, I caught just a glimpse as the camera panned away, the live cam from USGS panned away. We saw a glimpse of the lava. And a couple of the subscribers, people in the channel watching, saw it actually before me because I was busy reading chat and running my mouth like I do. Kilauea is on the Big Island, yes. And so yeah, so we saw the eruption first here, as always. Mostly when anything happens with Kilauea, you see or hear about it first here because, well, we are watching 24/7. And we were watching the seismic activity build up and talking about it, and I, of course, was giving my opinion. I am not a geologist or a volcanologist. However, since the 2018 eruption, I have actually learned everything that I can. I've learned a lot from the internet, some online courses. I've really kind of dived into the geology or geological and volcanology, sciences, so that I can understand what's happening, when it's happening, what the data looks like, what the data means, how it can be interpreted. And the difference between me and USGS, has to be a little light-handed, even though the geologists probably expected this to happen. They can't publicly say that because if they're wrong and scare people and they're wrong, then liability, stuff like that. So I understand they have to be a little bit more less concise about what they say, but I personally like to be a little bit more forecasting in nature and say my opinion, because I do have an opinion and I can share that opinion freely. I try to keep my information accurate as possible. I like to not I don't I'm not here to scare people, whatever. I'm here to educate, and these things to me aren't very scary. Now, when it happens, in my backyard, that's a different story, right? That can be a little bit scary, but even then, it was a huge educational event for me in 2018. It's what launched, my education in volcanoes and learning everything I could, because I've learned that the best defense against fear is knowledge. And that's what I recommend to everybody else. If something scares you, learn about it. Because the more you learn about it, the less it will scare you, the less you'll be afraid. You know, and a lot of people over on Dutch's channel, they're there because of the earthquakes and stuff. And you know, and like he says, don't be afraid, be prepared. You know, I'm kind of the same way. You know, the more you know, the more you learn, the more you understand, and the more you can comprehend about, you know, these phenomena of our planet, the less frightening they are. Now, it doesn't mean that you can be cavalier about it and just, you know, throw caution to the wind. No, you have to be prepared. You have to be educated. You have to understand what these things mean and the dangers that they involve. And, you know, so if this was happening outside of the caldera, my attitude about it would be, you know, completely different, you know, like it was in 2018. You know, 2018, we were actively watching the lava and where it was going and where it was flowing and putting out warnings for our neighborhood, you know, what areas were currently under threat, you know, and that should probably evacuate and get out of the way. And we were consistently doing that 30 to 45 minutes before our local civil defense was putting out evacuation warnings. And, you know, so whether people, you know, heeded my warnings or took my advice, that was totally up to them because it was my opinion. However, I do believe that a lot of people was listening and watching, and if I said, hey, look, lava is moving this way, they took it seriously. But that goes into a whole other issue of drama when it comes to the way things were handled back then. A lot of questions and issues, which I won't go into because they're not important anymore. That was then, this is now. And what we're looking at here is contained in the caldera up at the summit. It's currently not threatening anybody. There's no homes in danger. There's no towns in danger. There's no infrastructure in danger. This is one of the volcanic events that happens on Kilauea that we can all enjoy and you know, and go ah and ooh and witness. You know, this is historic. This is something. This eruption is unique, and that's the thing about Kilauea. Each eruption with Kilauea is unique. And you know, they all start a little bit differently. They all evolve and become, you know, and evolve different features and you know, last longer or shorter. And it sounds like Goliath found something to bark out outside. And you know, and that's what makes the caldera eruptions so amazing, is that these are the eruptions that everyone can share in. So if you were planning a trip to Hawaii, now's the time to come. The question, because we can't say exactly how long this eruption is going to continue. It could be hours, it could be days, it could be weeks, it could be months, it could be years. You know, we had the lava lake, you know, up at the caldera before the 2018 for 10 plus years, I think it was, or something like that. So
But I can take you off.
yeah.
If you want.
So
You wanna go back
there,
off?
that's that. What direction is that crack going up the wall? I'm still trying to orientate myself. That's in the eastern direction, because the cameras are setting over on the northwest rim of the caldera.
Wow. Oh, yeah, it's
So this is the west area. This is the east area.
Look at that. Whoa.
Patricia, then you need to come visit, man. And if you're going to visit the Big Island of Hawaii, you know, a lot of people come here for a weekend or whatever. Don't do that. You need at minimum a week. But if you truly want to experience the Big Island and you know, explore all that it has to offer, I actually suggest 2 weeks. I know 2 weeks can be a long time for some people, and a lot of people maybe not be able to do that. But if you can, 2 weeks is the amount of time that you should spend here. Because the first time I came, when I was actually scoping out a place to live, a house to buy, I came here for a week. And when I got back to Florida, you know, I constantly said for months, man, I wish I had stayed another week. I wish I could have stayed another week. You know, because there was just so much that you know, I wanted to see and do, and trying to house hunt on top of it all, it just didn't leave a lot of time. And we've had a lot of visitors, you know, from the channel come visit, and you know, they stay for a week, and you know, they always come back and say, man, I wish I would have stayed for 2. You know, I didn't get to visit and see everything. Because the Big Island is a big island. So, and we have 10 of the 14 different climate zones based on what climatology map you look at. But the consensus is 10. So we have 10 different climate zones ranging from desert to you know, Arctic, basically. So you go to the top of Mauna Kea, Mauna Loa, you get snow and ice. You go, down to the oceans over on the west coast and south, of Kilauea, you've got the deserts. And then you got everything in between. Like I live in a rainforest, here in Pahoa. So it's the Ohia rainforest to be precise. And boy, do we get rain. 130 inches a year, something like that.
She does have a point.
Yes, there are 5 volcanoes on the Big Island, but currently only 2 have erupted anytime recently, and that would be Kilauea and Mauna Loa.
Okay, let's see if the box is still there. See if I can spot it.
Scott, what do you think? A mile and a half?
Yeah, and actually Mauna Loa just erupted not too long ago as well.
2 miles.
It had been
Yep, straight across.
30 plus years, 34 years, 30, I don't know, I'm probably wrong there, but I know it was 30 plus years since Mauna Loa erupted last.
Box is still there. What?
So that was very exciting. However, Mauna Loa kind of gave us a little bit of a scare because with Mauna Loa erupts, more people are threatened by it because the lava flows very quickly down slopes. And it can threaten, Hawaiian Ocean View, Kona, Miloli'i, Naalehu, all those different areas. But in this particular case, Mauna Loa actually threatened to cut off Saddle Road, which is the main artery between the east and west side of the island. A lot of our goods, trucks and, shipping goods and stuff like that, from one side to the other actually go through that area. And so if that road got inundated by lava and cut off, it would have caused a lot of logistical nightmares for us. And Kokis, the Kokis can get kind of loud. However, we discovered if we keep a lot of the vegetation back away from the house, they're not so bad. And I have double pane windows, so if I close the windows, you barely hear them out there. So, but I like the Kohi. So
it ended at June 19th.
Yes, Hawaii has its own time zone, Hawaii Standard Time.
The reason why it's so shaky is because it's so windy.
Yeah, I haven't actually been over to Haleakala. Yeah, I haven't been there yet myself.
So sorry about that. Okay, I'll take you off the binocular.
Leah 7292. No, this is not going to reach Hilo. This is contained in the caldera. As you can see, it's got a nice ring around it. It would have to erupt much bigger than this and much more lava than this to threaten anybody at this point. Now the eruption could migrate outside of the caldera, and then that would be a different a different story, and we will have to wait for something like that before we'll even really talk about it, because at this point it's just pure speculation. Patricia, there's always a chance of a bigger eruption. However, once an eruption starts like this, the pressure that was building, it starts to bleed off. So, what normally we see is the big eruption over a few hours to even a day or so, we'll see it grow and migrate around and change a little bit. But after that, it'll start, kind of slacking off a little bit. Things will settle down. The main eruptive vents will consolidate into one area. But if the eruption stops or pauses, then pressure starts building again. So that can actually change, the dynamics of what's happening. And here I'm going to zoom in on Scott's, because that is just a spectacular view. Just amazing. What's really cool is this eruption happening over here on the wall. The wall is finally spewed out enough lava that it's almost joined in with the main body here, because this is the old lava lake surface in this area. which is where which is where all this lava is actually draining off to, because this was the lower area of the depression. This was a drop down block. It was actually at a slightly higher elevation compared to this area here. And this is finally migrating here, so we see this finger of lava getting down, and as long as this continues to erupt like this, we will see this eventually connect in with the main body here, which is just so cool to watch. What if water is injected? Well, like if it starts to rain, pretty much nothing. Now, if all of a sudden there was like a spring open up and a burst, a huge amount of water come pouring in, there'd be a huge, steam explosion probably, which is kind of interesting because
Yes.
because depending on which one's being added, if lava is being added to water, we see a different reaction. But if it's water being added to lava, we see more of an explosive reaction, because, the water is being, inundated by the lava, and, so therefore it's, flashing to steam, and that we know how much power that has. So it's going to blow lava over the place. But now if lava is poured into water, we see the water cool the lava. So it's the same concept as dealing with iron and molten metals and stuff. Is we can take a red hot iron and stick it in the water and cool it down, and it just bubbles and steams a little bit. But if you reverse that process and you pour a glass of water into a bucket of molten metal, it explodes. So I guess you can use that as the analogy as to what would happen if water was injected.
Why didn't we get one? I don't know. They were probably sold out.
You guys want to do a live stream helicopter? I'll check into it tomorrow.
I know, why didn't we?
Well, Unique, sorry about that. Looks like LavaBot got rid of your message because of the caps, and it wasn't your fault. It was just the username.
All the information, and his graphs showed that there was some action, and he was live streaming, and he was on the microphone when all of a sudden it happened. Wow.
So I'm going to turn.
He was talking.
I'm going to turn up the count to try to combat that a little bit. How many letters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, I turned it up to a little bit, so that should fix that problem. Just so you know, LavaBot is just that. It's a chat bot. It's a piece of computer software.
KILAUEA. This started about 3.5 hours ago. Last time this happened, last time this erupted was June 19th is when the last eruption stopped, and that lasted. 2 weeks.
Truth Seeker. Yeah, it would be probably a large earthquake before something happened. But the water table actually, believe it or not, sits below the summit area here, and so this lava lake and all the material that's erupted since the water lake that we had in the pit crater, because that's all filled in now, and we're talking hundreds of meters, so the water table sits way below. So with all the heat and everything in the caldera, it kind of keeps that water pushed back. So even if there was a large quake that opened up some type of conduit between the water table and the magma column, we probably really wouldn't see any significant interaction because the extreme heat of the magma column would keep the water pushed back. So it's something interesting to talk about, what if, but I don't think there's any real credible, concern about anything like that
We are standing at Kilauea.
while there's an active eruption.
We're on the volcano of Kilauea in Hawaii Volcanoes National Park.
We really haven't had an explosive event for quite a while. The closest thing to it was the 2018 eruption when we had the caldera collapse. It collapsed numerous times in steps. Then after that, we had the 2020 eruption, which boiled off the water lake that had formed in the bottom of that.
This just started about 3.5 hours ago.
But that really wasn't an explosive eruption either. Kilauea doesn't normally, have explosive eruptions. I mean, it can. We do have geological evidence that says there has been some forms of explosive eruptions where we've had ejecti, come outside the caldera and land outside, but it hasn't went too far, and it didn't really cause too much issues for the surrounding areas. So Kilauea can have explosive eruptions, but it's on the lower side of probability. Normally the eruptions that we see at Kilauea are what we're witnessing here, and also what we would see in a rift zone eruption like we saw in 2018. I was actually speculating prior to this that we might actually see a southwest rift zone because of all the seismic activity we had in that area just outside the caldera. Which I was kind of excited for because, I've seen a east rift zone eruption, I've seen caldera eruptions, I've seen the lava lakes in the crater, but I haven't seen a southwest rift zone, which that could threaten Pahala and some of those areas there. But if it was up on the summit top, likely not would not affect or be a concern for the Pahala area and the Punaluu areas and stuff. So as long as it erupted in that area and it was safe and it threatened anybody, I wanted to see it. But I'll take this too, of course. Any eruption, really. It doesn't matter where it is. I just don't want people to be directly affected by it either. Winning streak. Got to watch out for those all caps, man.
Yeah, and it might even be under the. Yeah.
Where you're standing over
there. Yeah. How high are those?
Unique. If it's possible, I mean, you can't really say, whether or not this is going to get bigger than this or not. It is definitely possible. Kilauea is, a unique volcano in the respect that it's predictable in some fashion, but unpredictable in others. But usually once we see an eruption onset like this, we usually see either it stable out and maintain the status quo, so to speak, or decline in activity. And as of right now, we're not seeing any significant seismic activity other than the harmonic tremor. We haven't had a quake alert in quite a while. Actually, let's go see when the last quake was and where it was located.
Where all that's coming from?
So last quake detected was at 4:56 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. It is now 6:56, so 2 hours ago. Actually, 2 hours ago to the minute actually, and it was a 2.1 in Pahala. The last one close to the summit was at 4:18 p.m. and it was a 2.6, and it's that blue dot you're seeing there now. So that usually tells us that the lava has pushed through all the rock that it's going to push through. Unless we start seeing some more significant activity, the chances of this getting bigger are not likely. The probability is lower. Doesn't mean it can't happen or that it won't happen. Just means that the probability is a lot lower. That's right. That's right. A lot of the previous eruptions had been on the west side of the crater. This is new. The last eruption started in the middle and migrated to the western side. So this is a new location. How much smoke does this generate? Quite a bit. I don't think we have a current reading. We probably won't get a current gas reading, which is in parts per million. The last one we had was back on the 9th of September, it looks like, and it was at 70 tons per day. So during an eruption, we're going to see this go up to hundreds to tons per day. So we'll probably get a new reading from USGS probably sometime tomorrow or the next day. It will dissipate.
There is a glow over there.
You know, it will dissipate.
Oh, no. Oh, come here.
Ooh, hold on a minute.
Over there.
Scott just pointed out something.
There is. Something's happening.
We have a glow
You guys see it? Come here.
over here. So,
Well, we can't get there. No, we can't get there. We could see it from Waldron's. Oh, wow.
okay, that's interesting. So let me get my bearings real quick.
No, look at it.
That would be,
There's something.
so he's on the west, that would be south. So let's go take a look at the south cam real quick.
We would be able to see.
Oh, okay. Okay, that glow is probably just because the lava has reached over that area. There's no actual fissures or eruptions, or we would see nice bright glows there at the bottom of the cam. No, there are no aerial views, unless someone comes in over a helicopter. So here in the loop, the eruption will be to the right. And the loop doesn't show it yet. So B1 cam. Yeah, okay. So nothing to worry about there. What does that measurement of tons per day mean? Tons per day is basically just that. It's the, 1 ton of gas in weight. So if it's 90 tons per day, then that's 90 tons of weight of gas. So if you just take all the gas and you was to compress it down into a ball, it would weigh 90 tons. So that's the way that they measure that. So yeah, so basically, yes, you will be able to see this. It will create a lot of VOG, which is basically volcanic haze. It's due to the SO2 mixing with water and UV light and being combined into SO3, which creates the VOG, which is a volcanic pollution. And that VOG can, of course, irritate, lungs, nose, throat, eyes, and skin. And people that have, respiratory issues can be at a higher risk of irritation.
Yeah.
It's taken up, pretty much the whole caldera floor at this point. So this will give you an idea. So this is the crater floor, right here. But the caldera rim comes all the way up over here. So if we go to this map, so here's the big island, and you see these yellow dots right here. This is the earthquake activity. See that brown circle right there? That's the lava lake floor. And then you've got the caldera floor, which is the big ring, or the crater ring. Excuse me, not caldera floor, but the crater ring, which is that ring right there. And then we zoom out, you see the bigger ring. That's the caldera. So that's how big of an area compared to the rest of the island. So I hope that helps put that into perspective for you there. Winning streak predictions, no. There was, speculation because we did have a bunch of quake storms that were occurring over the last couple months. So we knew something was happening. We just didn't know when and exactly what. You're more than welcome, Unique.
How's that?
I decided to tell Scott that that glow he's seeing isn't from a fissure.
A windbreaker and a hoodie.
No, that's right. Stuff like that is frowned upon. You've got to remember to the Hawaii, the Hawaiian people, this is a sacred area, so you don't mess with it. Now, there are some things that they do allow USGS to do, some equipment to install and stuff like that, but drilling or digging holes and things like that are usually frowned upon. Throwing things into the active lava is usually frowned upon unless you're a Hawaiian practitioner, a cultural practitioner. Leaving offerings and things like that is allowed. So we've got to show some respect and reverence for those people's beliefs, and USGS does do that very well. So anything that they do up there, they do get the input of the cultural practitioners and the Hawaii Council, I guess if you want to call them that, the kupuna.
There.
And if I'm wrong, if it's kupuna, not kapuna, but kupuna, which are the Hawaiian elders.
Yeah, I think they can. It's getting so windy. Ooh, that started getting brighter.
I guess Scott didn't see my comment.
So the girl to our right
Yep.
seems to know more than she lets on. She said that this wind is an inflow of that because of the heat in front of the volcano. So the volcano is pulling all the air to this chimney that it's making right
Oh,
now.
cool.
She's live streaming this too, and I don't know. That's good. Well, she's in the middle talking about it.
So,
Hey, what's your channel?
cool. So I guess it's going to be, that glow is from lava flowing in that area. No fissure vent. Okay, thank you.
You saw my comment that time.
I mean, it's just like,
So the reason it's,
Anything. Stop for a minute. For a second.
the reason it's so windy is because of the heat. We have a smart person sitting to the right of us. The heat is causing it to pull the wind towards us into the chimney, basically. Something like that. Lava is wrapping around the lake edge. Okay.
It does, Denise, doesn't it?
Charles says that lava is wrapping around.
Over there. So it's not a fissure?
Correct, it's not a fissure. I think I'm losing my voice. Oh, there's two drones. No, there's
No,
a,
just one.
just one. There's two cars now over there. Convention.
Aloha, Elements.
Yes, thank you, Nell. Hello, Australia. Nope, it's not from smoke that I'm losing my voice. It's just past my bedtime. Yes, the fissure lines are extending east, and it's amazing.
Yeah, there's not supposed to be any drones in the park. However, the rules is you can't launch from the park.
really
You can launch
history.
from outside the park. But I think that's a gray area.
Hello, Laura from Georgia.
Is this abnormal? No, actually, this is quite normal for Kilauea.
We are on the... What side of the rim are we on? North, west?
Bubble squirt, is that a technical name? I am not responsible for words that come out
Well,
of
east
Scott's
is that.
mouth.
East is that. The sun comes up that way. So yeah, northwest. Hello, Pamela from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yeah, this is a pretty normal event when we see a caldera eruption. Of course, the details and the dynamics of it, vary from eruption to eruption. But so far, the last 3 or 4 have looked pretty much like this.
Hello, Black Mamba. I'm at Kilauea Overlook.
Northwest.
Northwest. No, Volcano House is that way. Hello from Las Vegas. James, middle name.
And now that it's nighttime, we can get a pretty good view of what's happening here.
It is on again.
And for the last hour or so, we haven't seen any change or migration in this. So I would say that it is likely that this is the extent of what we'll see in the fissure line growing.
Everyone.
So at this point, I would say that we are at a stable point in the eruption, and things will either continue like this or lessen over time now.
Yeah, from the restaurant you would get a. You'd probably see, where's my finger? That, but probably not that. It is 7:09 p.m. here.
Is the purple color retracing from the orange?
Yep, this just started 4 hours ago.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't see any purples.
Sorry, Tom. Stepped on his foot. The wind blew me back.
Oh, thank you very much, Edith. I do appreciate that super chat, and everyone else. Thank you so much.
Audrey,
for your help.
that's just the way I am. I try to keep logic and emotion separated when it comes to these things. Now, am I excited? Absolutely. Do I want to just, gush and be all dramatic? Absolutely. But is that the way I'm going to present it? No. This is an educational thing, and yes, it's awe-inspiring. It's mesmerizing. It's spectacular. It's paleifying. It's all those wonderful things. But we got to keep it in perspective. We got to keep it real. And that's one thing I hate about the news. I hate the hype. Just give me the facts, and let me draw my own conclusion. I don't need you to emotionally, steer me or move me, into what you want me to think, because that's not the way it's supposed to work. I'm a person that believes in critical thought. And that's the one thing that we don't teach people anymore, is how to have critical thought. I don't know, what did the big chimney say to the small chimney? I know I'm walking into it, but I'm going to ask.
Hello, Tommy.
Oh, dad joke. That's what that is. That's a dad joke, isn't it?
Did they turn out? Yeah. Cool.
Space Force, yes. All the generations that came after mine, I'm Generation X, by the way, and all the generations that came after mine have been taught not to think for themselves, to basically just accept the narrative as it's given to them, and it's such a shame too, because I imagine we have lost so much in the evolution of our society and intelligence that I don't know what's going to happen in the future.
So we just finished our act, we jumped in the car and drove to St.
Cool. Good for you.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think
But I could go on about that, but I won't. We're here about volcanoes.
Yeah.
And news, you're absolutely right. News equals entertainment. Because, see, here's the thing. news stations, people think, oh, they're journalists, and yes, the journalists really probably want to do stories, and they want to share the truth and get the word out and shed light on these things that are happening. But the news agencies are dependent upon their advertisers. So if they don't get the ratings, if they don't get the views, then the advertisers pull out. If the advertisers pull out, they don't make the money. If they don't make the money, they can't pay the journalists. So it's a vicious circle. So in order to keep the advertisers paying for advertising space on their program, they have to keep the viewers engaged and entertained, and people want drama. They want sensationalism. They want something to make them go ooh and ah and wow, and and, well, as we said, keep them entertained. So unfortunately, the executives of these networks kind of go along with that sentiment in order to keep the advertisers happy. It's just like here on YouTube. There's a lot of things that we can't say and do because we'll get demonetized if we do, because the advertisers don't want their ads associated with it, even though it doesn't change, anything about their brand. And studies have been done that if I say something that's, conspiratorial or dramatic or sensationalized or paint something in a bad light, and Pepsi plays an ad that's going to negatively affect their ad. They've done studies that show that people don't equate the content with the ads. In actuality, the content, if it is mind-blowing or engaging or whatever, even though it may be controversial or in those taboo subjects, the people are more likely to remember the ads. So it actually has the opposite effect than what advertisers expect it to have. And we actually have studies that prove this. But did that change? No, because advertisers are all concerned about their image. When in actuality, the truth is, most products and services out there suck nowadays. You're getting very little for the money you pay. I mean, shrinkflation is actually a real thing, and I've seen that in products. I got a jar of pickles. This is no joke. I got a jar of pickles that was just bought. Dill pickles, big tall jar. The bottom 3 inches of the jar is all liquid. I remember when I got a jar of pickles, when I was younger or in my 20s and stuff, that jar was slam-packed full. I had to literally open the jar and pry a pickle out in order to get to it easily. Now the jars are half empty. So, but yet they cost 3 times as much. So at least with Kilauea Volcano, we know when we get an eruption, we're going to get our money's worth, and that's exactly what we're getting tonight. Is a spectacular view, an amazing, display of nature's power, and an example of creative force and change, and just because our island is different now. This has changed our island, at least in this general area. 2018. We're really in a pickle now. Yes, we are. 2018 actually grew our island. It made it larger. We gained 800 and some odd acres, I think, something like that. I don't remember the number, but it's over 800 plus acres, I think it was. So the island actually got bigger. So, yeah, just spectacular. Yeah, see, this is the eruption style that I like. It started during the day and evolved as the night comes in. Oh, the Tonga eruption. That would have been absolutely spectacular to see in a perspective like this, but it would have been deadly too. So it's like the scientist we lost with Mount St. Helens. We got some amazing images and stuff from him, but unfortunately he didn't survive, and he knew he wasn't going to make it out in time. That's why he decided to just sit there and witness it. Actually, my favorite dill is a spicy dill. And of course, I like the sweet gherkins too, but I prefer my sweet gherkins in a salad, and I like the spicy dill on a sandwich or burger. Okay, everybody, I'm going to take a small break. I'm going to go visit the little boy's room. Don't go away. If you do, something might happen and we'll miss it. Just like when I rebooted the stream today and I came back and we were 30 minutes away from an eruption. So, you've been warned. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that little one is.
It's getting there.
It is.
Alright, I'm gonna take a couple pictures too. Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn off the flash. A bit more to the left. Yeah. That's amazing. Yeah. Let's do one more souvenirs. And then one more bit more cigars from the lava fields. And then I think I got everything I need. Thank you so much. Like there? Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Alright.
Well, I'm glad you guys were able to experience this.
Absolutely.
What great timing.
Sometimes you gotta count
Second
luck.
time in 5 years it erupts, I guess. It was in June for a couple of days, and then
June for
2018.
actually it ended June 19th, so that lasted for about 2 weeks. And then March there was an eruption that lasted for about 2 weeks. And then this has been going since 2020, December of 2020, on and off.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys want me to do anything?
Almost finished their house. Be careful, don't go sideways.
Scott was up there. The other. Oh yeah.
Finishing the painting on the interior.
Or do you want me to go back on the monocular? What?
That was really stopped over there.
Oh,
Bubbling one.
it sure did.
That was boiling.
Okay, I'm gonna try to put you back on the monocular. It's gonna be noisy. Uh-oh. You with me? Are we hearing it? Or is that the wind?
Oh, do I need to do a Doing Hawaii love match game here? Are we making love connections? We've got someone saying, marry me, and then the person responding, I'm single. Could we have our first love match? What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, Robert, thank you. I'm happily divorced and single. There you go, truth. Denise is available. I do have my mic unmuted. Okay, I do have my mic unmuted. Good. A love connection. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you, Space Force. Do we have our first love connection? That would be fun. Two people get together here on the live stream and spend the rest of their lives happily ever after. That would be such a cool story to have on the channel, wouldn't it? See, what y'all should do is y'all two should go over to my Facebook page. You know, actually, you can't do it on the Facebook page. Go to my photographic Hawaii page where you can comment on a photo, and then y'all can, you know, make the connection to each of your Facebooks, and then you can start sending private messages to one another. Joe versus Volcano, that's funny. Oh, looks like Scott's zoomed in on that location again. Let's take a look. Okay, it looks like that spot that we were concerned, and he's moved. But it looks like that spot where the crack had opened up or revolved hasn't progressed. So that's good. So, okay, everybody, I have a joke for y'all. So, since we let someone else do some dad jokes, this really isn't a dad joke. This is actually kind of a cute one. So let's see. Y'all ready? Here we go. What is the most terrifying thing to read in Braille? All right, I'll repeat that. What is the most terrifying thing to read in Braille? You ready? Do not touch. Sorry. I just like that one. It's funny. Oh, no, they're not, Dana. You're just jealous because yours suck. Well, that's okay. We created a new joke during the 2018 eruption. You ready to hear this one? It's a chicken joke. Why did the chicken cross the active lava flow? To get to the barbecue on the other side. Because if the feathers were on their head, they'd be head feathers, right? Fine. I'm just not going to talk to y'all anymore. What do y'all think about that?
County Communications Department. For disaster recovery.
Okay, I lied. I am going to talk to y'all. I can't help myself. Okay, I'm just looking over some of the data here, see if we got anything significant. Doesn't look like anything major has changed. However, our harmonic tremor is settling down a little bit.
I have no idea. I'm stunned that it's going up the walls. So I don't, really nobody knows what it's going to do. What's it? No, okay, I'm good. Hold it up so it doesn't blow in your face. Good idea.
No unique, you're probably hearing the coquilles.
The lava has gone up the wall right there.
Because it is now nighttime here in Hawaii, and all the birds are asleep.
Hello, Jim.
And since I don't have air conditioning here on this side of the island, we don't use air conditioning for the most part. All the doors and windows are open, so coquilles outside can get kind of loud. And by the way,
we'd be able to see. Yeah.
No, Denise, they're pretty much the same. That hasn't changed or moved any.
Yeah.
But what was I going to say? Interesting trivia fact about the coquilles. Coquilles are not native to Hawaii. They're actually an invasive species. They are originally from the island of Puerto Rico, and they came in plants and other nursery type materials brought in by some of the commercial companies.
So they're in good health.
Mr. Tommy, yes, that's exactly right. A coquille chirp sounds just like that. Coquille, coquille.
You know what, you guys?
JJ, how bad is this? Well, if you're inside the crater, it's very bad. But if you're outside the crater, it's not bad at all.
KMC. There won't be wind there. Probably not.
Are you gonna walk?
Now, this current eruption is contained inside the Kilauea caldera, inside the Halemaumau crater. It is currently not affecting any populated areas, no residential areas, no infrastructure, anything like that. So it's currently no threat to life and safety of anyone. The only concern or major hazard at this point is the gas emissions, which are creating a VOG, and that is currently moving southward to the south point of the island. So if anyone in that area has respiratory issues like COPD, asthma, etc., then it's possible that the VOG can cause some irritation. Also, irritation to eyes, nose, throat, and skin is also possible. Especially if you're caught out in rain, because rain passing through the VOG will pick up the sulfur dioxide and become a weak sulfuric acid, which of course can cause some irritation.
I think I'm gonna pack it up. And
Oh, I just heard Scott say he thinks he's going to pack it up.
try a different location.
And move to a different location. Cool.
Stay here. Okay, you guys, so I'm going to close this because I cannot keep it going, and then I'll restart when I get over there. How's that sound?
Okay, it sounds like Scott is going to
Thank you guys all
down
for
his
watching.
stream,
Thank you guys.
change locations to another viewing point, and
I'm going to
restart the
take you off
stream.
Monocular and give you one last view of the crater.
So when he does that, I will kill this little window here, and we will go back to our normal rotation view until he restarts, and then we will bring him back in.
Oh, it's so windy. It's ridiculous.
Actually, Robert, it is way past his bedtime. I'm surprised he hasn't decided to pack it in and come home yet.
Okay, guys. Well, thank you, Bonkers Dave. I do appreciate that. Thank you very much. No one wants me to Zoom. Okay, everybody. I'm going to come back in about 15 or 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. So if anyone
How long does it linger there? As long as the volcano is erupting, it lingers indefinitely. I mean, it'll disperse as it gets further away and winds mix it up and stuff like that. But as the volcano erupts, it's going to continue replenishing itself. Now, when the volcano stops erupting, within a matter of a day or two, a lot of the fog will actually clear out. But sometimes even after the eruption stops, there's still a lot of off-gassing. So it all depends on the amount of SO2 being released in the air, and that's where the gas chart comes in with the tons per day. So prior to this eruption, there was pretty much no fog in the air. However, tomorrow, gonna be a totally different story for a lot of people on the south side and west coast of the island. Hello from France, or hello to France from Hawaii. Oh, did they put out a new update? Let's go take a look. Oh, come on now. Ooh, okay. Apparently they did. Boy, why am I not getting my notifications? This is 16 minutes old. I should have gotten this already. Alright, so looks like Scott is gone for now. So we will wait for him to come back. And let's go over the update. Looks like USGS put out an update for September 10th, 2023 at 7:20 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, saying Kilauea volcano is erupting. Yes, it is, and it is a spectacular eruption nonetheless. The eruptive activity is they didn't say that, I said that by the way, but eruptive activity is, well, they said the volcano is erupting, but I added the rest. But anyways, eruptive activity is currently confined to the Halemaumau crater and the down-drop block to the east of the crater, within the Kilauea summit caldera. No unusual activity has been noted along the Kilauea's east drift zone or the southwest drift zone. Kilauea volcano began erupting at approximately 3:15 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time this afternoon, September 10th, on September 10th. As of 7 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, multiple minor fountains remain active in the eastern portion of the Halemaumau crater floor and on the drop-down block within the Kilauea summit caldera. The line of fissures stretched approximately 0.8 miles or 1.4 kilometers from the eastern part of the Halemaumau crater floor, extending into the east wall of the drop-down block. Lava fountain heights have decreased since the eruption onset, but remain remain up to about 20 to 25 meters or 65 to 82 feet high. Lava erupted from fissures on the drop-down block. Lava erupted from fissures on the drop-down block is flowing in a westward direction towards the Halemaumau crater, the eastern portion of which is covered with actively flowing lava. The laser rangefinder, which is what's measuring, by the way, which is what's measuring the depth for us, the laser rangefinder is aimed at a western portion of the crater, not near the new eruptive activity, and recorded less than 1 meter or 3 feet of new lava added to that portion of the crater floor. So basically meaning the old lava lake floor, from all this lava that has flown into it and is basically resurfacing that area, it has created about 1 meter or 3 feet in new height. But that doesn't necessarily account for all the lava that has erupted, by the way. So an estimate of infusion rate will be provided after an overflight of the new eruption site tomorrow morning. So we won't get any of that stuff until tomorrow, which is what I suspected earlier. Summit tilt switched from inflation to deflation shortly after the eruption onset today. Summit earthquake activity greatly diminished following the eruption onset and was replaced by continuous eruptive tremor, a signal associated with fluid movement. Volcanic gas emissions in the eruption area are elevated. Between 4 and 5 p.m. today, HVO staff measured preliminary sulfur dioxide SO2 emission rates of up to 100,000 tons per day or more. So that is a significant jump compared to what we were seeing prior to the eruption. 100,000 tons. Amazing. Kilauea volcano alert level and aviation color code will remain warning/red as hazards associated with the eruption onset are evaluated overnight. HVO will continue to monitor this activity closely and report any significant changes in future notices. HVO is in constant communication with Hawaii Volcanoes National Park. All right, there you go. So yeah, 100,000 tons. So we will see, maybe they've updated the map. Let's go check the graph actually. Where is it? Here it is. Let's see, have they updated? No, they have not. So prior to the onset, the emission rates from Kilauea was at 70 tons per day. So there's been an increase of it's been an increase of 99,930 tons. So 99,930 tons per day increase since the onset of the eruption. Of course, that number will drop off, as the eruption continues, because as the eruption continues, we see less gas emissions, but it'll drop some, but it won't go completely away. And yes, so we have switched from inflation to deflation, as you can see here by the tilt meter. There was a sharp onset, and this is what I saw earlier today when we had that seismic flurry, of tremors and earthquakes. I saw this shoot up, and I just knew, but I didn't want to say it because, it could possibly scare people, and then, of course, if I was wrong, blah, blah, blah. But that's why I was saying that I suspect we're going to see an eruption. And this was the data point when added to everything else that told me that. But then we've seen a decrease, or a deflationary trend, pick up. Now, what we haven't looked at is the 7-day. Let's see what that looks like over the 7 days. So yeah, even more dramatic there. And then the 30-day. So yeah, so as you can see, there was a nice big jump there. So good stuff. And here's the depth level. This is the range, or the laser rangefinder. But as you can see, it's really not showing us anything significant. And of course, harmonic tremor. So this is the harmonic tremor. This big red band, this is literally the sound of the lava exiting the system. It's the roar. This is caused by the movement or the fluid, moving through the eruptive channels and stuff coming up, creating our fountains. And so this is all in the low frequency range. So this is 0 to 25 hertz. So this is very low frequency. So it's that low roar. And it seems like we're getting a little bit of a tremor spike there. Maybe a little bit of a nice seismic tremor as well. So this is what we're going to watch over the next few days. And we're going to see this actually consolidate, get a little bit thinner and a little bit more denser as the eruption basically evolves and becomes more settled into what it is going to do. This is also the signal that we're going to be watching that will tell us when the eruption is going to pause or potentially end. If we see this tremor stop and all of a sudden this graph go back to yellows and blues, then we'll know that, hey, the lava has stopped flowing. And we actually witnessed that numerous times. We see the amount of lava effusing onto the surface actually decrease, and as we see it decrease, we see the harmonic tremor decrease proportionally with it, which is kind of cool to watch these two things happen live. So if an eruption does pause, or come to a stop and we lose harmonic tremor, we will watch the harmonic tremor to know if there's going to be a reactivation, because normally in a case like that, and we've seen it numerous times, so it's a very good a measurement to keep an eye on. If we see the harmonic tremor all of a sudden start up again, but we don't see any lava surface or lava on the surface flowing, then we know it's rising through the conduit again, and that anywhere between 10 minutes to an hour later, we will probably see lava burst open onto the surface. So just keep that in mind as we watch this eruption unfold. Lloyd, aloha. Yes, the crater is eruption, or the crater is eruption. Yes, the crater is erupting. Andrew, yeah, you were over on Scott's channel. I know where you were. Yes, this eruption started at 3:15 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time, give or take a minute. They are kind of, the fissure line orientation is kind of in the same orientation as the ones that we saw for the swarms, Andre. However, they are further northeast, so they weren't under the swarm location, surprisingly. So what we were seeing there was magma being delivered through that southwest conduit from the hotspot under Pahala up to the shallow storage chamber under the summit, and then this is where the chamber broke open, which is kind of what we see, which is what we've seen in the past. However, the last eruption, we saw it coming from the northwest side. We saw the swarms up there, which kind of makes me think and wonder if the magma wasn't feeding through the Mauna Loa channel, because we know thanks to the 3D seismic study that was done years ago, or that they used AI to consolidate into a three-dimensional map, we discovered, which we always suspected, that there was two channels coming from the Pahala area, one going to Mauna Loa, one going to Kilauea. But halfway up, between the two volcanoes, there was another channel that connected those two conduits. So it makes me wonder if sometimes the lava, is heading towards Mauna Loa, but it can't quite get to its chamber, so it makes that detour and goes through that other conduit back over to Kilauea, which is what the last eruption would have done. Whereas this one, came up, because remember, we had the Mauna Loa eruption, so all that pressure has been fed off and bled off there. So maybe that channel is closed down a little bit, and so it took the well, I guess you could call it the southeastern route, if you want to call it that, or the northeastern route, and came up through the main channel from Pahala to Kilauea directly. And that's why we saw all those quake activity, you know, there in the southwest portion of the summit, while this eruption is in the summit crater itself. So that's just kind of my take on it. Could be wrong, but I suspect I'm more right than wrong. So we'll just leave it at that. Looks like we got a little bit of some new subscribers coming in. So if y'all are watching, aloha, welcome to the channel. Yes, Pahala has been actually very active since the 2018 eruption, actually. I mean, there's been a lot of seismic activity down there prior to 2018, but it was very minimum. We saw a ramp up after the 2018 eruption, which was kind of interesting as to why it did that. So that means but the 2018 eruption opened up the rift zone, and I know for a fact, even though, you know, some of the scientific community, you know, I don't think has really made any major comments or statements on the fact, but I know through satellite imagery that I compared during the 2018 eruption after it ended that the let me get my direction. So that'd be east, that would be south. So the southeast side of the southeast side of the fissure eruption line actually slid to the southeast. So about 5 feet. It's about a 5 feet difference, almost half a width of a road change. And we do know that we saw cracks in our neighborhood that were 5 to 10 feet wide. So a whole chunk of the island, that side, the south side of the East Rift Zone line actually moved to the south-southeast by about 5 feet. And I think that may have changed a lot of the plumbing underneath the volcano and opened up Pahala and let more lava flow in. And if that be the case, then that means that we can see more eruptions continuously for the volcanoes for a while, because we've got more material able to get up through that hotspot now. But it also seems to have activated Loihi a little bit as well, because we've seen a lot of activity there. And Loihi is actually a seamount volcano. It's the newest volcano in the Hawaiian island chain, but it's going to take about 10,000 years or whatever for it to eventually break the surface, according to current scientific estimates and stuff. So, just interesting little side note there. Andre, I've actually been working on a 3D map myself. I have a unique ability, and I've been trying to work on it, and I've played with it a couple times where I can pull in all the earthquake data and I can create a 3D plot map. And I've been working on it, trying to get it. And the things I see is basically based on the earthquake data, and which can't be taken as actual path conduit locations. But it looks like that the main hotspot's coming up under Pahala. That's where the main conduit comes up. And from there, there's actually a branch, and one goes up to Mauna Loa, one goes over to Kilauea. But in those branches, there's little spots, that like little reservoirs, it looks like, where lava will pool up, and then eventually, so it's almost like priming, priming reservoirs, for the actual storage chambers under the summits, which is kind of interesting. So maybe I will actually spend a few days. I want to let this earthquake activity that just hit the system, get into the queue that I have access to, and I'll import all that into the 3D model and see what comes up. And maybe I will post a little video about that. It's an interesting little thing. So, good night. Have a good one. Thanks for joining us. True Seeker, speaking to the sun's effect on our planet seems to be taboo. Yeah, some people don't like talking about that. I don't know why. I guess maybe it scares them. But no, I totally believe that the Earth, or that the sun has an absolute influence on the Earth. We know for a fact it influences our weather. Oh, hold on, I got a call coming in. Okay, thank you for being patient. I had to take that phone call. That was Scott informed me on what his plans were and where he's going. So he's going to go to some location. I would announce where that location is, but I'm going to wait because he's not quite sure if he's going to be able to get there or not. So he will let me know when he gets to where he's going. So where were we? Oh yeah, we were running our mouth about all kinds of things, weren't we? I was talking about solar weather. Yes, solar weather and how it affects Earth. So yeah. I just recently watched a video on how the moon affects our tides and how the sun's gravity actually affects our air and creates an atmospheric tide, which is what drives our winds and things like that, and how the two forces from the moon, or how the moon drag on the planet is trying to slow the planet down. But interestingly enough, the gravitational pull on our atmosphere is lagging ahead, whereas the moon lags behind, so it's kind of counteracting that force and trying to speed us up. However, based on the current studies and data, the moon is winning. So the Earth's rotation is slowing thanks to the moon's gravitational pull. And what's funny is that the energy that the moon is exerting on the planet, through our oceans and our tides and stuff, which is slowing the planet, has to be conserved because of the laws of energy conservation. So the moon, in order to conserve that energy and to balance out those equations, we've learned that the moon is actually getting further away. So, which is a very minute amount every year, very small. We're talking millimeters or whatever it is. I forget what the measurement was, but yeah. So there will come a point in Earth's history, or in Earth's future, excuse me, which is millions and millions and tens of millions and probably even billions years away, that what we see as a 24-hour day now will only be 12 hours, or will be longer. It'll be 48 hours or even longer. And that the moon will be just a very small disk in the sky because it's gotten so much further away. Which I thought was very cool to think about. Unfortunately, none of us right now will be around to see it. Maybe our descendants, if the human species survives itself, may be around to witness it, which would be an amazing thing. But to them, it'll be just like it is to us. It'll just be what they expect. It's been like that all their life because the change is so small, over the lifetime of a human, that it's not even perceptible to us. It would take, hundreds and hundreds of generations, to actually see the change, take place, which I think is just fascinating. How, when you look at it, it just goes to show how short of a time we actually get to spend in this reality, compared to the time of reality, in itself. Oh, what is that? I forgot to turn that off. So that's actually what we're there in the top or bottom right corner of the screen is Scott's live for when he went up to the top of Mauna Kea the other day. So sorry about that. So yeah, so I think when it comes to the sun's influence on our planet and things like that, there's more to the story. There are levels of complexity and interaction within the bodies of our solar system that we yet don't understand, and because science doesn't know everything yet. However, is it some big mystical thing? I don't necessarily say I agree with that. I really do. I'm a science person. I believe that if it is real, there is quantifiable evidence that we can tease out and find that proves, that these things are real. And but can I say no, you're wrong, because you don't have any of that evidence? No, because that would be shutting things down. I'm the type of person that likes to think outside the box. And when you think outside the box, you have to entertain ideas and notions and probabilities that current science may disagree with. I mean, we see in our history, that play itself out over and over and over. How some people are basically cast out of the realms of science, as being too much on the fringe, and that they're crazy and they don't know what they're talking about and don't listen to these people, this is the way it is. And it turns out, 100 years later, they were right, So you can't discount, some of these things that people may consider, to be fringe science, or, however, there is a line there, and I have to say, look, we have to entertain it, we have to investigate it. I'm not going to accept it as a reality or a truth, based on circumstantial, or speculative evidence. If you want to prove to me that what you're saying is true, then you need to create an experiment that can be reproduced by anyone else that obtains the same result. And that's what we do every day. We know the laws of physics that we have right now are pretty accurate. There may be some area there to fudge them a little bit, because we're still learning some new things, especially when coming to the quantum sciences and stuff. But we can pretty much reproduce the same results every time from certain experiments, like the double slit experiment. That shows that photons are both particles and waves. There was a big debate, about, that before we had that experiment, that people, said, oh no, a photon's a photon, it's a particle. And then other people like, no, it's electromagnetic energy, it's a wave. And then someone come up with an experiment that proved that no, it's actually both. It's a particle that exists as a wave and a wave that produces a particle. And we can conduct that experiment over and over and over and over and get the same results. What's actually interesting, though, is we throw in the quantum aspect of it, and we know that those results can actually change based on observation. So when the results are observed, we get a different result than based if the results are obtained without observation, which makes us have to ask the question, is observation, part of the science of our universe, It comes back to that old question, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, does it make a sound? Because observation is important when it comes to the scientific, application. And we've learned with quantum physics that if you try to measure the location of a particle, you can never know its velocity, but if you measure its velocity, you can never truly know its origin, because of the observation. It changes things, observation snaps certain particles, into existence. And without observations, they both exist and don't exist at the same time, which is mind-blowing and fascinating when you think about it, because that means that until you experience something in reality, it didn't happen. But it did. Actually everything's happened. And that's one of the things I love about quantum physics is there's a notion in quantum physics that if given enough time, which can be, a minute to billions of years, but if given enough time, eventually a pink giant bunny rabbit will spontaneously manifest itself in your living room. Because if given enough time, all probabilities become probable. They become actualities, which is just kind of fascinating to think about. But that goes a little too deep, so we won't go there. But nonetheless. Yeah, Chrysalis. Yeah, that's another thing too. If you give a group of monkeys, enough time sitting at a computer, eventually they will randomly, reproduce the entire works, and that's just quantum probability. And I actually am a very big student of quantum probability and actualities and stuff, because the quantum reality, the quantum universe is I just love it, because it can answer so many questions. And the day that we get a true quantum computer, I think, is just going to revolutionize our scientific endeavors, and the things that we will learn, through that technology, is just going to absolutely it's going to blow our minds. And there's going to be arguments. Oh, it's real. It's not real. There's a flaw in the computer. And it's going to basically awaken the same argument and discussion that we're having now about AI technology, artificial intelligence. Is it going to take over the world? Well, I think AI as we see it now, we ain't got nothing to worry about. But when we infuse, and we're going to do it one day, when we connect artificial intelligence with a quantum computer, we're going to get a artificially quantum intelligence. And that is when we need to start worrying. But nonetheless, that's outside the realm of volcanoes. However, I do believe that volcanoes do have a certain quantum aspect to them. Like, for example, would this volcano erupted if we weren't observing it? And the answer is probably yes, because it was observing itself. And that's the thing too, self-observation. The universe the universe exists because it is observing itself. So James, so I have no knowledge as to how to scale a volcano. So where are we at this volcano? Well, Kilauea is technically a smaller volcano. It's a shield volcano. This eruption is contained inside the caldera, which is just a very small spot on the entire surface of the Kilauea volcano itself. So I'm not quite sure what information you're looking for in that respect. Andre, yeah, positronic brain. If AI meets quantum computer, it kind of makes you wonder. Actually, boy, I'm going back in that. But I did read a study that there was a neuroscientist that did some studies on the human brain, and he found that the human neuron actually had a thread that tapered off. The thread didn't actually connect to anything directly, but it has a small little thread that tapers off to almost an atom or two in width, which is small enough to interact with the quantum scale of our reality, which means it's very probable or possible, if this thread on the neuron actually exists, that our brains could be tapped into the quantum mechanical nature of our reality and the universe itself, which would be absolutely mind-boggling if it turns out to be true. But I haven't heard anything about that study for a while. Who knows? It could have got buried. A lot of stuff goes on. But I just thought I'd throw out that point. But okay. Oh, did we just get an earthquake? We did. Look at that there. A 1.79, 29.81 kilometers below sea level. With it being that depth, that's most likely Pahala. Looking at the spectrograms, I'm pretty positive it is Pahala. Looks like WOOD and PPLD saw it or heard it first, which makes that Pahala. That could also be out in the ocean a little bit too. So let's go see if it's registered on the map yet. Nope, it's definitely Pahala right there. Center stage. Let me zoom in. Oh, we're gonna go ocean view because I want to show y'all. So yeah, this is the quake that just came in, 1.8, and this is Loihi, the newest volcano of the Hawaiian chain. So let me get my little trusty arrow that we'll show you here. So yeah, so this is the Loihi seamount right here. Oh, got a call coming in. Hold on. Okay, that was Scott. And he was going to the Kilauea military campsite, but they couldn't see anything over there. Just a little tops of some of the spatter. So now they're changing locations and going to go to the Kilauea overlook area. So it'll give us a different perspective, and that's on the east rim compared to where they were. Chrysalis, yeah, that's not uncommon to have that many volcanoes currently erupting around the planet. I mean, the Earth is a very dynamic place. You know, volcanic eruptions are constantly happening. You know, it's just a lot of them we don't hear about because their locations and they're not in populated areas, and the eruptions aren't all that big. So yeah, so it's not unheard of to, you know, have that many volcanoes erupting at once. Which is kind of amazing when you think about it. That all that is happening and we don't even really know it. And I just realized I can take those headphones off now. I've been sitting here with them on, wondering why can y'all hear the coquilles? They don't sound very loud. Now that I've taken the headphones off, I understand why y'all can hear the coquilles. Yes, Space Force, the Earth is alive. I've always considered Earth to be a superorganism. And we know that that there is a web, you know, that is subsurface called the mycelium network, and which is vast. It stretches across pretty much every continent, you know, around the island, and that trees, you know, we've discovered, you know, through observation and experimentation that trees are actually able to chemically communicate with each other through their roots. And the mycelia network acts as a bridge for that communication, which is just mind-boggling when you think about it. So it's almost like a neural network, if you want to think of it in that respect. So it takes us back to the movie Avatar, you know, and that whole concept of how everything on the Avatar's planet, you know, was connected, you know, neurologically, and which of course I'm sure is what, you know, is the movie was based off of, you know, what we've discovered here, you know, about ours. If you think about it, it's just, of course, exaggerated and dramatized more, you know, and blown up even larger, which I love the movie Avatar. I thought the whole concept of you know, the web of life on you know, was just absolutely, you know, spectacular, you know, to see such an expanded view, you know, of the concept. So, and one thing, you know, that I've always found to be an absolutely kind of sobering thought, even though it really just opens up your mind even further to go, wow, I know nothing, you know, is the concept that if you really think about it, that we know that the universe and everything in it is made up of these tiny little, you know, things we call atoms. And that even the atoms are made up of even smaller things that we call, you know, neutrons and protons and electrons. And even the neutrons and electrons and protons are made up of smaller things that we call, you know, quarks and gluons and, you know, and other subatomic, you know, particles and stuff. But the point is that if we just stop at the atomic level, and we know that everything is made of atoms, think about this. The universe has given rise to a bunch of atoms that make up everything in the universe, all the matter. And in that creation is humans, an assembly of atoms that have now learned to assemble atoms of their own to make devices that will let us peer down to the atoms themselves. So we are nothing but a collection of atoms that have created a collection of atoms to look at a collection of atoms. Kind of mind-blowing when you think about it in that perspective. That could the whole purpose of reality and the universe itself be to give rise to an intelligence so that it can investigate itself? I mean, so maybe we are the children of the universe for the sole purpose of the universe to figure itself out. Because how else could it do it, you know? The universe doesn't create telescopes, but in a way it does with gravitational lensing. But it needs something to observe that in order to quantify it, which just gets even more mind-boggling. So we could go down this rabbit hole for hours. And you know what? Maybe I should start doing a live stream doing just that. Going down the conscious rabbit hole and investigating some of these IDs or ideologies and ideas and stuff. But why then wars and climate change? Fear. Simple as that. Fear, greed, people trying to feel bigger than what they are. Because when you really look at these stuff and you think about it, it does kind of make you feel a little small. I mean, we get 70, 80, 90 years in a universe that is hundreds of billions of years old, you know, or whatever it is, 40 billions, whatever. I don't know. But anyways, it's such, we are just a small drop. We are an atom of time in comparison to all the atoms in the universe, which makes us really small. And when people feel insignificant and small like that, they get scared. They feel, they get depressed, so they have to make themselves bigger. So that's where we see a lot of our problems in society come from, perhaps. You know, war is about money. It's about power. You know, it's not about improving mankind. It's about protecting the status quo of a group of people. And that group of people doesn't necessarily always represent the larger group of people that they claim to, you know. But that goes into a whole nother realm, which is out of the scope of this live stream, which is to monitor the Kilauea volcano eruption and Mauna Loa as well. So, ignorance, yeah, I agree there. War is about ignorance too. So the problems that we have on this planet isn't because of the universe. It's because of the conscious choices that we have allowed a small group of people to make. It's as simple as that. And these group of people claim to be wanting the best for us, but do they really? No, they don't. Not in my opinion. But that's going down a whole nother avenue. So we're going to back up. We're going to go back to the box, the volcano box, because that's where we need to be. Me too, General Info. I was here when it happened too. So actually, that's a good question. How many people were watching the stream when the eruption started? Not a lot, I know. There was probably, what, maybe 30 or 40? War is a scam. Absolutely, Denise. I totally agree. Karen was here. I was here. Authentic, you're like 10 to 15 miles from where? Kilauea? Oh, I know, Karen. I knew the auto panning of that cam was going to cause that. I knew we were going to miss it onset because it was just as it started to erupt, it panned to the right. But luckily, whoever it was watching it, and they took quick action, so we didn't miss a lot. Andre, yeah, the thermal isn't really showing very much at all. They need to zoom that camera out to cover the whole caldera floor, or the crater floor at least. Yeah, well, you know, Captain Bill, because of where you are, yeah, Mauna Loa is the one that threatens you. Now, see, Kilauea, it threatens me. I'm not worried about Mauna Loa. Mauna Loa can erupt all at once, and the worst it's going to do is cut off Saddle Road or what is it, 11? I think that runs past Volcano. I don't remember. Cut off one of those roads from me, and I won't have access to that side of the island. But as for affecting me directly, nope. Because Kilauea protects me. Hold on, got a phone call. Okay, that was Scott. He said the vantage point from Waldron's Ledge, you know, Kilauea Overlook was a no-go. Really couldn't see anything from there, so he's going to try another location that they had closed earlier, but he's going to go see if it's reopened. If it has been reopened, he's going to go live again. If it's closed, then he's probably just going to call it night and head on back home. So he said he'll call me and let me know what the results of that investigation is. So we're still waiting for him to go live again. Okay, so I guess I can turn the screen rotation back on for now. And we're going to turn
2.58 kilometers below sea level, was recorded on September 10, 2023, 2020 and 19 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 3 kilometers south-southwest of Pahala, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available.
Okay. So we turn the quake notification back on, audible that is, now that a lot of the quakes have subsided and we're only getting the few. So we're starting to see the Pahala quakes, which is interesting because even after the eruption started, we didn't see very many Pahala quakes. So with Pahala quakes, that means pressure is built back up into the tubes and we've got new magma being delivered up from the hot spot, which is to be expected, that supply would not stop. Elements, the largest fountain was at the onset of the eruption, about 100 feet or so. According to the last report, they were 65 to 82 feet, or 20 to 25 meters. Chrysalis, when you lived on the Big Island, there was no frogs? Well, there's frogs, there weren't the coquis. Because there are other frogs here other than the coquis. So how long ago was that? Sean, yes, nothing to worry about on a global scale, and actually nothing to worry about on an island scale either. This is all contained up in the crater of the summit, so it's currently not threatening anyone. So no worry, no threat to anybody on the island. All good here. You know, we've seen this numerous times before. Nothing to be afraid of, nothing to be concerned about, nothing to evacuate away from, like I've said repetitively before, and I will continue to repeat because new people popping in, you know, and out all the time. That the only concern and the only hazard is people south of the volcano right now, and that's due to the gas emissions, the volcanic haze, the VOG. So if you have, you know, any type of respiratory issues, you know, COPD, asthma, you know, etc., irritation, you know, and breathing issues could become an issue for you. So you should take preparation and care, you know, for that. But people that live here, they're experienced with it, they know what to do. But also, if you're in the southern area and it starts to rain, you might not want to be out in the rain. Kind of protect yourself, because as the rain falls through the VOG, it's going to pick up the SO2, SO3, and when you mix sulfur dioxide with water, you get sulfuric acid. Granted, it's a weak acid, but this is where the term acid rain comes from. You know, so people think, oh, acid rain, it's very corrosive, and it is corrosive, but it's not like going to burn a hole through your skin. However, though, it can cause a rash, you know, if it's too strong. So if you're south of the volcano or over on the west coast and rains come in, you want to maybe try to protect yourself from direct exposure, because the rain will be, you know, more on the acidic side. It's like during the 2018 eruption, because of all the sulfur being released in the area locally, and we have water catchment, so we get our water, our house water, from rain collected from our rain, or from our roofs down through our gutters into catchment tanks, and that we then, you know, treat and pH balance and purify and filter and, you know, sterilize and do all that stuff. But we had to disconnect our systems from the collection, you know, gutters, in order to protect our water supply, because the rain that was falling has such a low pH. I actually measured 3.2 pH of rainwater at one point during the 2018 eruption, and 7.2 is, you know, pH neutral. So the rain was extremely acidic, and it was so acidic it was killing grass and trees. You know, a lot of trees lost their leaves. It even killed all the worms in the ground. They all come to the surface trying to escape because the water was so acidic, it was just burning them up. So yeah, so if you're south and on the west coast, rain comes in, you do want to definitely, you know, try to avoid direct exposure. You know, if you get a little bit on you, you're going to be fine. Not that big of a deal. But you don't want to be like out in it, you know, continuously or constantly. Did the cookie frogs move into Kilauea National Forest? Yeah. Coquis are pretty much island wide. Anywhere where, you know, it's you know, on the warmer side and you know, moist, you know, get some rain and stuff. You're not going to find them in the desert areas of the island, but or in the Arctic or snowline areas of the island. But anywhere where you get, you know, anywhere between, you know, 55 degrees or higher, and you know, any amount of rain, you're going to find the coquis. Yeah, well, coquis are adaptive. They can adapt to different environments, you know, relatively easily, you know, but they do, you know, have, you know, certain tolerances that they you know, don't like. They don't like it too cold. Hold on. Here comes Scott again. Let me take this call. Okay, I have the word from Scott. The next location was still closed, so he is going to call it a night and head on home. He has not had dinner yet, and I'm sure he is tired because it is way past his bedtime. So we will have what we have here. I'm sure he will probably go back up there tomorrow sometime. I might go with him tomorrow as well, so I might do a live stream from up there myself. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure I'll talk to him about all that when he gets home and tomorrow. But if I know Scott, he is probably going to go up there as soon as he wakes up in the morning. Okay, to the individual that spoke Russian, I don't know if you can understand English, but to answer your question, it started at 3:15 p.m. Hawaii Standard Time. Alaskan Soul, you never know what to expect here. We talk about the volcanoes, but we've been talking about the volcanoes since 3:30 or 3:15, actually since about 2:45 this afternoon. There's not much more to be said about it. It's what you see is what we got. It's pretty much evolved into what it's going to evolve into. So now we're just kind of sitting back and talking story. And we've talked everything from politics to quantum mechanics to astrophysics, to volcanoes and geology. You're more than welcome. I wish I knew how to pronounce your name, but unfortunately I don't speak Russian. Alaskan Soul, Hawaii is not letting its people know about this eruption on the local news channel. I don't know. I kind of would find that a little hard to believe. I mean, this is like, you know, good rating stuff for them. I mean, they probably ain't going to talk about it a lot because, you know, it's kind of run-of-the-mill activity here on the Big Island. I'm sure they have mentioned it. They're just not going to cover it, you know, continuously. Thoughts on neutron stars? Well, they're neutron stars. I mean, I'm not sure what you want to talk about there, Tommy. Of course you're getting it straight from a resident. That's the best place to get your news about the volcano. because we're not going to sensationalize it. We're going to give you the facts. We're going to teach you what the information means. It's an interactive news program. So yeah, so I wouldn't want to get this type of information from the news station anyways. That's just, it's going to be so consolidated and sensationalized and condensed and watered down. It just, you know, not going to be worth it. I would actually seek out a channel like mine. So thank you for popping in and joining us. If you haven't clicked that subscribe button yet, you know, you might want to, because what happened today is I actually reboot the stream every once in a while. I try to do it once a week, you know, do system updates, stuff like that. And I rebooted it and I did the updates. LavaBot got an update. The OS got an update. We rebooted it. We brought all those data screens back up, and what did we find? Oh my God, we found this seismic activity that had been going on for about 15-20 minutes that looked like a potential, you know, indicator of an eruption coming, and I could not get the stream live fast enough. And then about 20 minutes after, 25-30 minutes after, boom, eruption. Imagine that. Oh yeah, Dutch is an online, you know, friend, I guess you could say. I've been watching him for a while, and you know, he's been talking about visiting my channel. He's actually a channel member, by the way. So if you want to help support the channel, you know, click that join button and actually become a channel member versus just a subscriber. That would really help a lot. It helps keep the internet going, and without the internet, I can't do a 24/7 live coverage, you know, of the Kilauea and Mauna volcanoes. So he's been a really great supporter of the channel. So yeah, so we give him shout outs and accolades all the time. He's a good guy. Nuclear pasta, what kind of sauce you use? King, yeah, I've thought about doing a Discord channel. I won't do Twitch, because that's just duplicating what I got here, you know. But Discord, I have thought about it, to open up an area where people can discuss outside the channel. But it's a matter of, you know, of time management for me and people's interest. I've actually put up polls asking people if they were interested in Discord, and the majority of people basically said no. So it's like, okay, you know, but we've got a whole new influx of new subscribers and watchers now. So, you know, I may put up a poll, you know, again, asking that question, because people's, you know, sentiments do change, you know, over time. Actually, wouldn't the sauce be glue on ragu? A cork glue on ragu? Wondering if you can see it from Maui. If the weather conditions are right, you might be able to see the ring of clouds that blanket the summits, reflecting some of the light, glowing a little bit. But I really don't know. If you can see it, Richard, get a photo of it, and you can go over to my Facebook page or my photographic Hawaii page. You can find a link on, I think this command works. And that's the Facebook page. Yeah. Okay, so if you go over to the New in Hawaii Facebook page, there you'll find a link to Photographic Hawaii, which is an interactive group, because you can't really post anything to the Doing Hawaii page. Only I can post there. But Photographic Hawaii is a group that's open to everybody to post any images that you have of Hawaii. So you don't have to just post that one. If you want to, share some of the things from Maui and other stuff there, feel free to post it there. As the only rules is it's got to be a photograph, and it's got to be taken in Hawaii of something in Hawaii. It could be anything. It could be a Hawaii car, that's unique, or a landmark, or tree, or a plant, or landscape, or scenic view, or whatever, and etc. So you'll have to request to join, though, I do believe. So actually, I haven't checked over there, see if we've gotten any new people in. Nope, no request waiting. Ah, cool, thank you. Alaskan Soul. Mahalo for that. Do we have something interesting on the thermal? Let's go take a look. Ooh, boy, it's really wrapped around. And some of that there is Pig Island. Kamapua, yeah. This area right here. That's the lava island created by the 2020 eruption. Remnants of it anyways. A gift from Kamapua, Pele's on-again, off-again boyfriend. At least that's the way I interpreted it. Andre, okay, good night. Thanks for joining us. Oh. What's that? Fountains seem to be losing steam. Yeah, which they do. Sometimes we just get a small little fountain. The rest of them will die off, and we just get the one. So basically, looks like what's happening now is basically all the fissure vents are beginning to lose their steam, and it should consolidate down into maybe one or two areas that actually effuse lava. And sometimes there'll be more of a fountain. Sometimes there'll be less of a fountain. But what is the tilt looking like? Let's go look at the tilt. Tilt is still dropping, so we're still seeing deflation, which means that we're on the negative side of the pressure gradient. So pressure is dropping, which means we're going to see less pressure behind the fountain, so less height, less visuals. Now if tilt starts to increase, or inflation starts increasing, then we should see pressure go back up, which will help increase fountain heights. And let's see if the caldera width. Yeah, still no reading on the caldera width. So what's that question? Since I can't look this up at the moment, what is the opposite side of the Earth from Kilauea? Oh, hi Kim. Did the river on the hillside reach the other one yet? We are on our way home. I don't think so, but it's hard to see on USGS's live cam because they're zoomed in, and so we don't see the extent Let me go take a look at. Okay, I'm looking at the KW cam as of 8:39 p.m., which is about 17 minutes ago. The two lobes of lava have not met around the other side of the lava lake, or the raised island area in the middle. And it looks like that the vent that opened up on the crater wall back there on the east side that shot out the finger of lava hasn't reached the main body of lava yet either. But that was, like I said, 17 minutes ago or so. So I'll have to wait for the next update on the Kilauea West Rim camera. However, that finger that came out of the cliff wall vent is very close now to meeting the body of the rest of the lava. But Kim, I think, is asking, if these two areas have met yet, and the answer is no. And they're still a ways off. They may not actually meet, because we're losing a little bit of steam there. So, yeah, what is on the opposite side of Kilauea? I forget what's on the opposite side of Kilauea. Let me open up Google Earth and take a look. What do you mean, Alaskan Soul? Is there another volcano? There's 5 volcanoes on the Big Island. So there's multiple fault lines. Well, if you want to call them, they're called them rift zones. Okay, let's see. It looks like somewhere in Central to South Africa. Well, maybe not. Hold on. It's definitely going to be the African continent. It looks like somewhere in Central Africa, maybe? Yeah, so just south of Central Africa, which is Namibia and Botswana. Okay, let me see if we got any update from USGS, anything new. Nope, doesn't look like it. Yeah, I figured we just got the interns monitoring the station now for USGS, but I thought maybe we would have got one more before they went. But nothing significant has changed, so we're still under deflationary trend. There's been no significant seismic activity. So I think we've hit that equilibrium point at this point. Okay, time for me to visit the little boys' room again and refresh my empty cup. That thing really gets empty pretty quickly, but I guess that's because I'm running my mouth constantly. You know, actually, I think that's what I love the most about when the volcano erupts. I get to talk a lot. I do like to talk, if y'all haven't noticed. But okay, let me go. I'll be right back. Don't go away. If you go away, you're probably going to miss something with the volcano, and of course, miss something that I say. And we've learned that when I walk away from this stupid thing, something happens. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, and I see nothing significant happened while I was gone, except for one little thing. And that is a little seismic spike. Now, how did that arrow get all the way over there? And I can't grab it. Oh, okay, that fixes that. So, okay, right there. A little spike right there. That's what I call a burp, and this is actually definitely coming out of the eruption. We don't see the signal across the board anywhere else, so this is definitely isolated up at the summit. It's just a little spike, not too much of a seismic signal, just a small little quake. Probably less than a 0.6, 0.5 maybe. Let me get my arrow back to where it belongs before I lose it again. Oh, that's right. A lot of y'all probably haven't seen my wonderful little flaming arrow. The flaming arrow of Charles. That's what this is. And we use it to point out important things. Oh, sorry, Kim. No, I didn't. I was too busy running my mouth on my stream. I wasn't really listening to what Scott was saying, even though he was playing in the background. So Kim is asking, Charles, did you hear me on Scott's live stream to you about the lava coming down from the wall? Why would that happen? So much pressure being released below on the floor, so why come out of the wall? Well, actually, Kim, I don't think it was actually coming out of the wall. I don't know if you could see on his stream, but when he was zoomed in, and we could see it here on mine, that there at the base of the wall, where the bottom of the wall meets the caldera floor, or the crater floor, there was a pile of rubble, from leftover from the 2018 caldera collapse. So there's a whole band of rubble, around that part, and that's where the lava was coming up through the rubble. So when the fissure line broke open, and it basically ran up to the edge of that wall. And you gotta remember, because that crater wall is very dense rock compared to everything else on the floor. Everything else on the floor has been broken up and weakened, not only by the 2018 collapse, step collapse events, because everything got cracked and fractured, but because of the lava that's filled it up is also very porous and brittle and things like that, compared to the actual crater walls that were left over, because that's where they sheared with the collapse. So that wall is very dense. So the crack didn't actually go through the wall, it just went underneath that rubble pile, and because it's rubble, the lava worked its way up, so it didn't need a lot of pressure to get up through there, so to speak. So at least that's the way I'm interpreting it. General info, we did not have a 5.0 for Hawaii. I think the largest that we had was a 3.7. So his estimation might be a little over. However, maybe we still got a 5.0 coming. So let's take a quick gander at the earthquake maps. Oh, there's my little arrow again. Let me move it out of the way. So these are all the quakes that we've had in the last 24 hours. We're going to change it to 7 days, all magnitudes. And we're going to scroll down. 3.1, 2.6, 2.8, 3.5. Okay, it looks like in the last 7 days, the strongest one we've had was the 3.5, and that was prior to the onset of the eruption. Which was outside the caldera itself. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? So let me switch back to 1 day. So yeah, so that was the strongest one we've had in the last 24 hours. Or actually in the last 7 days. Was this 3.5 right there. My arrow could be causing eruptions. Oh, Space Force. Only if that was so true. If that was true, I would have turned this eruption on weeks ago. Which, oh, by the way, I did a poll about, what has it been, about 4 weeks ago, asking whether we thought this eruption, the next eruption was days away, weeks away, or months away. And I think the majority of people said weeks away, and they would be right. Okay, looking at some of this stuff, we see that this lava fountain that we had here, which is where pretty much things started, for the most part, which was our biggest one, is pretty much subsided. There is still some flow coming out of that subsurface, but very little. Looks like that this area is going to be the path of least resistance, which is something to expect. So that's another thing too. You gotta remember that this lava weighs, you know, it's heavy. And so as a fountain comes up and it pools up around it, and the lava builds and creates a pool, you know, or a lake or a pond or whatever you want to call it around it, that lava has got to press up through all that weight to eject into a fountain. So we've seen this before, where the lava's basically, or the lava fountains drown themselves out, which causes other fountains to actually shoot out a little bit more pressure. And this is that lava curtain that we see right here. It is actually shooting up a lot more compared to what it was earlier. So this looks like this is becoming one of the main two areas. Should be one here, and then this one up here. Looks like it's going to be the main three active regions. This area up here is where it was coming up the lava wall. We had lava running down the wall here, but that looks like that has stopped now, and most of the pressure is now at the base of that rubble pile up against the wall. So I suspect we will see this activity subside pretty soon. I imagine by morning this will probably be shut down, and most of our activity will be focused here in this area. At least that's my opinion right now. Subject to change, of course, without future notice. Yeah, please refrain from all caps. The lava bot don't like that. Yeah, if you're talking about what you hear as birds coming through the audio of the stream, it's the coqui frogs, and it's 9:12 p.m. Hawaii time. Hey, Philip, take advantage of it. Next time you tell her, remember, you think I'm smart, you should listen to me, and then you can get your way, Don't let her know you were joking. That's one of those serendipitous things that you can use to your advantage. What's really cool about the coqui frogs, though, is if we're ever here live on the stream talking on mic and you hear the coqui frogs and then all of a sudden they just stop and I'm still talking, it's because we just had an earthquake. It's really funny. When we get a quake that makes things go bump or rumble here, outside goes silent as all the frogs and crickets and everything else that's out there at night just shut up and wait for it to stop. I do love the cookies too, Kim. I really do. I know a lot of people don't like them. They think they're annoying and too loud, and and when I first moved here, I thought they were quite loud, but I didn't find them annoying. I love the sound, and I'm from Florida, so from Florida we have night sounds there too, and some of our night sounds can be quite loud, especially some of the bullfrogs. They got that very low, bass tone croak to them, which travels, and you can kind of feel it resonate in your chest a little bit, if they're too close. But then we have the Bob Whites, which is funny. Bob White's actually a night bird, and just like the coqui, when you hear the coqui make its chirp, it sounds like it's saying its name, coqui, coqui. The Bob Whites in Florida sound like they're saying their name, Bob White, Bob White. It's really pretty cool how animals' sounds have given them their names in that respect. Yeah, I consider them my nighttime serenade. They're like white noise for me. The coquis, that is. And we do get sometimes too, like during our winter cycles here, because I'm up at a higher elevation, you know, I'm at 1,000 feet. So Kim, you might not have this experience because you're down, and during the summer area, or during the winter time, it's not going to get as cold down where you are compared to where I am. But some nights it will get, you know, when it gets down to like, you know, the low 50s, 53, 52-ish, which we do have a few nights like that here. The coquilles will actually go silent because it's too cold for them. So they go and hide and try to stay warm. So they don't. I don't think coquilles like anything under about 53, 54 degrees. But down where you are, you probably won't have that experience temperature-wise. So you'll hear them throughout the winter time, most likely. You'll have to let me know. Actually, wintertime's coming. We'll have to do this experiment, Kim. And I'll let you know if I have a night during winter where I don't hear them, and then you can tell me if you heard them down where you were that night. That sounds like fun. What are what saying, Chrysalis? The Bob Whites from Florida or the coquilles here in Hawaii? Really? I've never known a dry night or dry times to be silent with the coquilles up here. But I think we do get a little bit more rain more often here than you do, Kim, because of the higher elevation. I think what happens is the stuff that comes in over the ocean actually passes over y'all, and then as it comes up slope, it gets pushed up in the air and condenses due to the cooler, you know, atmosphere. Yeah, see, I don't think you would notice them on chilly nights, or them stopping, because you don't get as chilly. You know, there's at least a 5-degree difference between where I am and where you are. I mean, because there's been many times I've been up here at the house and I've actually been in my hoodie, you know, during the afternoon because it's just a little on the chilly side outside, and then I'll go down to where you are, down to the lava lots. And it would be so freaking hot down there. And it's like, I'm glad I live up here. Philip, you grew up in Tampa. Tampa, Florida? Is that where? Yeah, when it's too dry, they hide. They look for moisture spots, Kim. And when it's too cold, they look for warmer areas as well. Yes, Mr. Tommy, they do. And it's funny, actually. I can record them at night and play the audio recording during the afternoon, and I can get a couple of them to start chirping during the day, which we mostly don't hear them during the day. I mean, we will occasionally, but it's not very common. Hi, Dana. Good night. Have a good one. Thanks for your moderation help tonight. I appreciate it. Nicholas, has the lava lake risen any further? Last report was about 1 meter or 3 feet, based on the laser rangefinder, but we're not getting very accurate readings from it, so we're gonna have to wait on USGS to give us an update on that. Yes, Nicholas, Florida does have all that. So a lot of y'all don't know, but I am originally from Florida, Central Florida, Tampa Bay area. So when it comes to snakes and crocodiles and mosquitoes and all that, I am fully versed in it, including hurricanes. So when the Hawaiian Islands are threatened by a hurricane, this is going to be another channel you're going to want to come to, because I am going to be the leading, live stream as well, for information on where and what and how the hurricanes are. We've had a few close calls. I was actually here for in 2013, was it a Zell, or 2014 a Zell? 2013 it was a Zell. And it's funny when all my neighbors, because I live in a different area, when all my neighbors found out I was in Florida, they're like, okay, so what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Because they have no idea. They've never had that experience. And so that was kind of, interesting to see how it was. So, and then of course when that last hurricane came up and was threatening Maui, we watched it and monitored it as well. So we do watch the weather here. So I don't know if y'all have noticed the little radar cams that we have. So we see we got some rain moving in. So actually, it looks like Kim, y'all deciding to leave the summit was the right idea. It looks like we got some rain moving in up there. And of course, we watched the satellite. So we've been keeping an eye on this little storm right here, which was a hurricane, but it looks like it's breaking up. It was projected to come more this way, but it seems to have broken up. But as you can see, as it breaks up, it's throwing all that moisture and activity our way. So, and it's creating a trail right there, a tail, projecting it to us because our trade winds are coming in, shearing off the top. So we're going to get some rainy days, Kim. We're getting ready to get some rain. Probably good 3 or 4 days of constant rain. And we're going to see some of the bands coming in there. And it's funny too, I just spent the last 2-3 days pH balancing my water and chlorinating it and doing all the stuff I need for my tank, because we've had the dry season and it's perfect, and now we're going to get all this rain and it's going to reset everything and I'm going to have to start all over again. Can Hawaiians grow ohelo berries to eat? Ohelo berries prefer a higher altitude. So if you're up in like Volcano, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get starter plants and grow your own. However, we do allow allowances for gathering, hunting, so however, there are protected areas that you can't pick from because ohelo berries are one of the Nene's foods. So it is a managed resource in that respect. But if you have your own, your own plants in your own property and you're in the right, climate, area to grow them, yeah, you should. I don't think there's any restrictions or anything like that. I hope you know what a frog looks like. I mean, everyone's seen Kermit the Frog, right? That's an exaggerated version, but yeah, he looks like a frog. Oh, cool, Philip. However, you might want to take an umbrella. Because it does look like some rain is moving in up in that area. So here's where the volcano is, give or take. And here is the rain coming in. So it'll be scattered showers. And with all this lava up there, if it does start to rain, things will get very, very steamy in the crater. Well, Philip, you should have done that by now, because I just showed on the satellite radar the hurricane that we were watching over there, just off the west coast, is beginning to break down, and as forecasted, the trade winds are blowing a lot of its remnant moisture and stuff our way, and it's creating a weather train, so to speak, of high elevation, or mid-elevation moisture, which means we're just going to get a lot of rain, especially over the next week. Most likely, it's pretty much going to be rain, on and off all day, every day. At least that's my forecast. I mean, we've actually started seeing the rain come in today, and I'm still upset about that, because, like I said, I just spent all that time doing my water catchment, getting the water all perfectly balanced and sanitized and looking and smelling nice, and now we're going to get all this rain that's going to basically displace it all and reset it, and I'm going to have to do it all over again. Kauai does get a lot of rain, but so does the windward side of the islands. So you'll find the east side of all the islands are pretty much green, while the west side are the drier sides. And here in Puna district, over here on the east coast, Pahoa, we get 120 to 130 inches a year, which is why I live in a rainforest. Oh yes, Andre. I suspect we'll get at least a good 2 weeks out of this one, based on the amount of inflation that we were able to gain. So we're in a positive gain on inflation right now, even though we're seeing deflation at the summit. Overall, compared to the last eruption, we're still at a positive gain. So that means there's still a lot of material that's been pumped into the system, and as long as nothing clogs up, the exit, there's no reason for it to stop. See, that's the thing too. It's going to continue to deflate, as long as there's no clogs in the conduit, from the shallow chamber to the surface, and so we'll continue to see the eruption. Now, when something blocks that channel, whatever, and the system starts repressurizing, because of it, then we can see the end of the eruption. But there's no indication of that happening right now. Pouring at the airport. So you must be Hilo, Philip, huh? Oh, okay. I take it, Richard, you are the person on Facebook that sent me a message? Let's go take a look. Oh, I hate Facebook sometimes. Hi, I'm looking at your photo, Richard. I'm not very familiar with Maui, but from what you're showing me location, it's possible. I don't know, I can't zoom. It's freaking Facebook, man. Actually, I'm going to say that's probably just some illumination from the sunset in the clouds. But, yeah. But however, Richard, you should post that photo to Photograph Hawaii. That's a perfect photo for the photo album. Ooh, hungry. That reminds me, I haven't had dinner yet tonight. Well, Nicholas, you know you can make loco moco at home. It's not that hard. Okay, so for those of you that are on Facebook, here's a link of some aerial photos from Paradise. From Paradise Helicopters. I hope that link works. Okay, Richard, it looks like your request to join Photograph Hawaii has already been approved. Yeah, so that link I just shared is Facebook, some Facebook photos, and the link does work. I just verified it. So you're gonna have to click the arrows on the right and left because there's multiple photos in that set, but they're aerial photos from Paradise Helicopter. Large boulder, no. Currently no threat to any populated areas, infrastructure, wildlife, or anything of that nature. The biggest threat, of course, is from the gas emissions, mostly for the people on the south and west side of the island due to the current wind currents and directions. That hazard is due to the SO2 being dissolved into the air, creating what's called fog, which can cause some respiratory issues if you're respiratory compromised, such as asthma, COPD, even that bad C word that we all dealt with for 2 years and are still dealing with on and on. That C 2019, whatever you want to call it. I'm not even going to say the word here. And also, if you get caught in rain in that area, the rain's going to be slightly acidic because SO2 in the air, when mixed with water, turns into sulfuric acid. A very weak version of it, but it can cause some irritation. Could cause some issues with plants, grass, and things of that nature as well. Andre, it looks like those photos were well after the eruption started. So I'm sure once the eruption started, they took off, and it probably only took them 15-20 minutes to get there if they came in from Kona. If it's Hilo, it probably took them about 10 minutes. Yeah, Dana, that was Richard. Thank you. Space Force, yes. As long as we have a volcanic haze called fog, and we get rain, it will be acid rain. But it's weak acid, so it's not like going to burn your skin and burn a hole through stuff or anything like that. But plants don't like it very much, so some plants may get some yellowing. Grass won't grow as rapidly as it does. Things of that nature. And of course, for those that have water catchments, we have to make sure that we counteract that, with, as Chrysalis said, some baking soda, but you can also use some soda ash as well. There's a couple different things. I don't actually use baking soda in mine because the baking soda actually breaks down into a salt once it reacts with the acidic to bring the pH up, and that salt makes the water too soft, and because it's basically, if you put baking soda into an acidic water, you balance the pH, but it's actually like adding water softener to your water. It makes it really soft, and I have a problem with soft water like that. It's like I can't get the soap off my skin, and it dries me up the walls. So I use something different, which is just as safe to raise the pH of mine. It's the same thing that county water supplies and stuff use to balance the pH of their water systems. They don't use baking soda. And Goliath just alerted to someone being here. Hold on, I'll be back. Okay, I am back, and Goliath was right. Scott, my roommate, has finally returned. So, but Lars Bowler, or anybody else that's interested, here is actually a playlist from my channel of some of the 2018 videos from the Lower East Rift Zone eruption, because that all happened here in my neighborhood, just down the road from me. And so this is just a playlist of the Lower Kahokai eruption area. If you want to see more of the other videos and maybe watch some of the Hawaii Volcano Watch reports that I did covering the stuff happening, you can explore the rest of my main channel page for all that stuff. But this is a cool little playlist though. And we even have videos there. Check out my adventure videos, because we even have some where I go inside the Fissure 8, which was the big fissure after the eruption stopped, of course. But we go down inside and get into that fissure and discover an amazing lava tube that was formed, which of course is, unofficially named Charles's lava tube. So yeah, so check out some of that stuff, people. Y'all really be amazed, and it's amazing, and just some really cool stuff. Yeah, Richard, I saw your message on Facebook. I'm not sure if that red glow is from the eruption or from the setting sun, but it's possible it is. I wasn't up at the summit, so I don't know what the cloud cover was up there, in that area. Wouldn't surprise me, because I do believe that during the 2018 eruption, when Fissure 8 was going off, I think there was people reporting from southern edge of Maui that they could see the glow, because Maui isn't that far away from the Big Island. Just a hop, skip, and a jump across the water. Boy, I just realized how tired I am. I haven't been on mic this long since the Mauna Loa eruption. Maybe for you, Andre. But it is 9:46 p.m. for me. And now that I'm old, that's late. It's funny, when I was in my 20s, this would be like, oh man, this was the time things was just getting started for me. Now that I'm old, it's like, this is when things are ending for me. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting where you're located compared to me. Yeah, I'm not very good with time zones around. You know, you get a couple time zones left or right of me, and I forget where you are. I only remember Florida because of family, and they're 6 hours behind me right now, or ahead of me. Yeah, ahead of me. So it's sometime in the morning for them, and my family can't figure it out either. They're like, well, we want to call, but we're afraid to call because, you know, we don't want to wake you up because we know it's, you know, still early for you. And I said, well, what time you want to call? Well, I thought about calling you about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. I was like, no, that makes it 6 o'clock in the morning and I ain't up yet. So I told them, if you want to talk to me, the golden hour is between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. Which should work out for them because that's around the end of their day. You'd think that would be the time that they'd want to call me. So 17:48, that means it is 5:48 p.m. on September 11th. Yeah, one of my moderators, Karen, she's over there too. She's, I think, 11 hours or 13 hours ahead or whatever. So she's an hour behind in time, but a day ahead but a day ahead or something like that. So 23 hours ahead. I don't know. I still get confused. All I know is that if it's 12 o'clock here, you know, at night, it's 12 o'clock in the afternoon for her. So she should be here. Where is her? Where is she, by the way? I don't see her in the chat anywhere. Oh, Karen, are you here? Actually, she might be sleeping in. I know you're in New Zealand, and she is there. See, I knew you were here. I know you're in New Zealand. I'm just saying that your time is about the same. Right, 2 hours apart, but a day different. So, it's what, 7 o'clock in the morning for you right now? But the 11th of September. So is it 7 o'clock in the morning for you, or is it 11 o'clock in the morning for you? Karen, that is. I just look for 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh, I said morning. I was meaning evening. See, this is what I'm talking about. You get a couple time zones away from me, and I don't know where you are. Plus, it's late. I'm tired. I haven't eaten dinner, by the way. Tasmania, Australia. Cool. Well, I don't drink either, Space. Bruce Maney, if we're going to do this, we might as well do this, especially before I sign off the mic. So here it is. Location check. If you're out there watching and you want to share your location and let us know where you're watching from, now's the time. Tell us in the chat. I, of course, am here on the big island of Hawaii in the middle of the Pacific Ocean on the east coast in the district Puna in the town called Pahoa. Where are you? And actually, this time, throw in your time too. So let us know where you are and the date and time for you. That'll be fun. Wow, not everybody type at once. Nope, I didn't doze off, Linda. I just took the opportunity while all y'all typed where y'all were from and what time it was where you were at to go get something to drink. And so, of course, when I do that, I do mute the mic just in case the dogs start to bark and all that good stuff. And yes, Richard, let me go check. I know your request to join has already been approved, but anything you post. Oh, okay, we got a new. Ooh, nice one, Philip. Let's go see what you posted, Richard. Okay, cool. Hey, where'd the other photo go? Uh-oh. Did I boo-boo on something? Oh, there we go. Hi, Philip. Y'all have, and Richard, your posts have been approved. Yeah, that's a nice photograph, Philip, by the way. Is this of the current eruption? So, but just so you know, Philip, I went ahead and improved it, but could you do me a favor and edit your post and add some context? Part of the group rules is to at least add some type of descriptive context, you know, location, you know, when the photo was taken, something just so that we can kind of get an idea. Because, you know, I know a picture's worth 1,000 words, but but we need a little bit more, you know, just because not everybody's from Hawaii in this group. You know, a lot of people just like to browse and look at the stuff, so they, you know, it's hard for them to say, oh, pretty picture, where's that? So we do like a little bit of a description. You don't have to be, you know, too detailed, just a little something. I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. And And actually, Richard, you too, please. I know this is coming from Maui, but not everybody in the group would know that. So if you just edit, your text and just say other photos tonight from Maui, something like that, that would be great. I'm looking over everything now. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. So yeah, just so you know, thank you for your participation in Photograph Hawaii. I do appreciate it. If you post photos, they do need to be approved simply because of some of the rules and stuff. I'm very relaxed with the rules. I just want a little bit of certain things adhered to, just so everybody can enjoy as well. So if for some reason if for some reason you post a photo and it gets rejected, I try to add a comment or a message to the poster as to why it was, and request you to edit and try again, whatever. So if one of your photos does get rejected for some reason, don't get upset. If you have any questions or whatever, feel free to send me a message, reach out. So we're all inclusive, at least we try to be. Oops. Didn't I just approve that? Oh, been edited. Okay. Gosh, Facebook is so glitchy sometimes. Oh. Okay. So yeah, so if you post something and it doesn't get approved right away, be patient. Dana, which is one of our great moderators here, she actually helps mod the group, so if I don't catch it quickly, she will. So most things get approved, usually pretty quickly, but sometimes, depending on what time of day it is, she may be already in bed and I may be out making a video or something, or whatever the case be. So just be patient. Have you been on 7 hours? I have been on mic running my mouth about the volcano, the eruption, and everything in between since about 2:45 this afternoon. So 2:45 to now, 7:15, so 7 hours and 15 minutes, something like that. And I've only taken a few breaks, which I'm fixing to take one right now. I gotta go to the little boy's room. I'll be back. Don't go away. You know what happens if you go away? You'll miss something. boy, I can't leave y'all for a minute and y'all start cutting up and goodness, I see what you said there. And no, it's not just once, it's 2 or 3 times. Because sometimes you need more than once. But we won't go there. Goodness. Can't leave y'all children alone for any length of time. Y'all too funny. Way too funny. See, this is what happens late night on the channel, I see. Let's take a look at the tilt. See what the tilt's doing. It is still dropping, so we are still in a deflationary state, which is to be expected. We will probably continue to see that for the next 24 hours, I suspect. So, and that's another thing too, everybody that's watching. If you have any questions about the data charts or anything that you're seeing on the screen that you don't understand what it means, whatever, feel free to ask. If I'm not on mic or here watching, one of my moderators will most likely have the answer or potentially a link that will point you in the right direction. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Not only are we here to go ooh and ah over the volcano, we're also here to teach, educate, and learn about it and how it works. And Kilauea volcano is one of the best volcanoes to watch and learn from because it is so regular and the data is so precise in that respect, you know, compared to what we get to see happen in real time, that it is the learning volcano. Yeah, even geologists and volcanologists from around the world actually come to Hawaii to study the Kilauea volcano and learn about volcanoes and the geology and, you know, all the things that go in, that are involved with it, because it is such a regular volcano in the way that it erupts and so consistent, you know, in the way that it erupts, that it's really a good baseline for when looking at all the other different volcanoes. Now, it is a shield volcano, so it's not a stratovolcano. So in the respect of those eruptions, the different stratovolcanoes tend to be more explosive in their eruptions. You know, they happen very quickly, and they tend to come to an end very quickly, where Kilauea is more of an effusive eruption. You know, it starts to erupt, it bubbles up all the lava, it spews it in and rolls down, and it continues for a long period of time. So you get to see a lot of dynamics in that respect. So again, like I said, don't hesitate to ask any questions or anything like that. About anything you see, the tilt charts, the spectrograms, you know, the seismic data, etc. And we're going to take a look at the harmonic tremor real quick. Harmonic tremor is these red bands that we see here on the spectrograms. Spectrograms are a visual representation. The way that this chart is read is real simple. Left to right is time, which is 20 minutes. So the left side is 20 minutes, the right side is 0 minutes. The vertical scale is frequency measured in hertz. So the bottom of the scale, like for example this one right here, we're looking at this black line right here, this is the bottom. Hey, come back here, I wasn't done with you. So the bottom is 0 hertz, and this scale is 25 hertz, so 0 to 25 in frequency. And the color is decibel, so it's the strength or the loudness of the signal. So blue is 0 decibels, while dark red and purples are high decibels. And in this particular case, the decibel range is I forget what I have it set to. Let me look. So the power range is from 20 decibels to 120 decibels. So what we're looking there in the red band is we're looking at a power strength of probably about 80 to 90 decibels in a frequency range of about 0 to 15 hertz. So very low frequency, but very loud in that respect. Because just so you know, a household dishwasher is about 55 decibels. And so this is twice as loud as a dishwasher, and it's in a low frequency band. So pretty cool, huh? And we do have the full spectrum, or the full spectrograms, which of course range, covering all the different islands, or not all different islands, but different locations on the island, so we get kind of a full view. We can actually use these to kind of determine where an earthquake happens. You see the vertical lines, they're actually time denominations, which are 2 minutes apart. So if you see a signal approaching that line on that spectrogram ahead of everything else, we know that that sensor heard it first, which gives us the general idea. So, and that's the way we determine the location of an earthquake, is basically triangulation about, using, what sensor heard it first, the time differences between that, and we can use that to triangulate and determine exactly where the origin of the quake is. Which is kind of cool when you think about it in that respect as well. Also, there is another feature which we really haven't talked about much during this eruption on the channel. And since things are calmed down and we've got people just kind of hanging out and kicking back, watching what's going on, and listening to me run my mouth, we will share this with you. This stream has a feature that no other Hawaii volcano monitoring stream has. We have what's called chat commands. And there is a link over on my website, which is right here. And these are all the different chat commands available. You can actually use these commands to yourself change what you see on the screen. So you see me, I just typed that there. That actually will bring up the still cam, which is the Kilauea West Rim cam. And here you'll see down here in the bottom is the CamCom ID. So pretty much every screen you see in the rotation and then some has a CamCom ID associated with it. So for example, if you wanted to see the spectrograms because a quake happened, you can type in !spectro, and ta-da, look at that there. Look at that. Now look at that. Isn't that perfect timing? Here we've got a Pahala quake coming in. So we get to educate and learn about the spectrograms in real time. So as you can see, though, I typed the ! commands. That gives you a link over on our website. That gives you a list of all the available commands. Now there are some commands in that list that aren't on that list, because I think I need to update it. I just don't remember which ones they are right offhand. But nonetheless, we have the spectrograms here, and as you can see in this particular image, it looks like the Pahala, the WOOD sensor, seismic sensor, actually heard the signal first, and because we can see that it's leading all these other ones ahead. So whichever one hits the white line first is the one that heard it first, and it looks like it's going to be, it looks like it's actually PPLD, which that one is on the southeast side of Pahala. So that quake might actually be just off the coast or very close to the coastline there. Once USGS posts it, we'll be able to see exactly where it was located. Also, as you can see, other people are already taking advantage of the fact that I'm bringing this up. We have also here in the chat some things that we can pass the time with. They are called chat games. Now the chat games are powered by the chat currency called Lava Rocks, and you can actually get Lava Rocks for free. And to do that, all you have to do is type in ! claim rocks. And it will give you 1,000 lava rocks that you can use to play the chat games every hour. So it tells you right here, you know, what you successfully claimed, your total balance, and the time that you claimed it in Hawaii time. So you can only do this command once an hour. I mean, you can use it, but it ain't going to give you more rocks. So you got to wait at least an hour or more to claim rocks again. And you can use these lava rocks to play chat games. Like, for example, we have slots. You can play slots. And the slots are based on different icons, and I change these icons once a month. So you see, I just won 2,000 lava rocks, so I doubled my money. We also have roulette. So you can bet on roulette. And if you have any questions about the games or whatever, people can help you. So here's some information about games and the lava rocks. And then we also have the pick 3, which is kind of like a lotto. So currently the games we have Find, Pick 3, Slots, Roll Dice, and Roulette. Find is a fun one. That's actually Mr. Mongoose. Mr. Mongoose is our channel mascot. Mr. Mongoose made his first appearance and debut during the 2018
a 2.72 magnitude
eruption here in the
quake
lower
with a depth
eastern
of
zone. He actually came
29.83
from
kilometers
an
below
image.
sea
I was
level,
filming the
was
lava
recorded
river
on
from
September
Leilani
10,
Avenue at the close
2023,
location. And we had this
22:14
wonderful
and 3
mongoose
seconds
run
Hawaii
across the
Standard
road.
Time.
And about 3/4 of the
This
way
quake
across
was
the road, he
located
literally
12
stopped.
kilometers
He
east
lifted up.
southeast of
He turned
Pahala,
his head. He
Hawaii.
looked at the rushing lava
Please stay
river,
tuned for
stared
more
at it for a few
information
minutes,
as it
turned his
becomes
head,
available.
and continued on his path. And that's how Mr. Mongoose was born. He is on watch 24 hours a day for your safety. So yes, so Find is Mr. Mongoose. So how do you find Mr. Mongoose? Well, you type in !find and a location. And if you ever need to know the location, of course, you can type just the command find, and it will show you the different cities here on the Big Island that you can search for. So he can either be in Hilo, Keau, Pahoa, Po'iki, Kapoho, Kalapana, Volcano, Pahala, Punalulu, Naalehu, Ocean View, Milolili, or Honaunau. Or Honaunau. Something like that. I was brutally interrupted. Oh, was there a quake? I don't have my headphones on, so I guess LavaBot spoke over me. That's okay. I'm just talking about the games and stuff. So anybody that's interested in them, you don't have to play Honaunau. Yeah, it's Honaunau. Yeah. I don't know. I still have problems with some of these names. But anyways, LavaBot don't care who's talking. When he has something to say, he says it. And he only talks about the earthquakes, by the way, for now. But that might be changing. We're working on some ideas. So yeah, so there's the games. Honaunau. That's it. Honaunau. It did loudly. I thought let me check the volume. Make sure. New quake. Yeah, the volume's not too high. I'll turn it down just a little more, just to be on the safe side. Okay. So yeah, so there you go. That's the chat commands. So the games are something that we normally play when there's no activity happening, and it's, we get a little bit bored. It's just something to pass the time. There's no value to the lava rocks. You can't buy lava rocks. You can share them and give them away to other people if you want. You can claim them, and even when you claim them, you can do !claim rocks space risk, and you can take a risk. You can get either anywhere from 1 to 2,000 lava rocks, but that's the risk. So you'll see people. You have any questions, feel free to ask. All my regulars here know what it's all about. No, the frogs did not go to bed. I just closed my sliding glass door, which is right here by my workstation. It's starting to get a little cool. At night, we up here, because I'm at 1,000 feet in elevation, And so at night, sometimes it gets a little cool. And we had the rain come through. And when the rain comes through, it does cool down a little bit. So the breeze was kind of chilly. And so I closed the door. So the coquilles went quiet. Like I said, I had double pane windows and glass doors. So it blocks out like 80% of the coquilles. So, but one of the biggest things here we use is, of course, the chat commands. What is a cool temp? Well, here in Hawaii, anything under 74 is cold. It's kind of funny how that works. So it's probably down in the low 70s right now outside, which for everybody else in the world is probably, oh, that's great. And it is great. It's just a little on the chilly side for me, you know, because of the rain, so the humidity. So you have 72 degrees with 85% humidity, and it gets a little, you know, a little on the cooler side. So there is, yeah, I know, it sucks to be me, right? So we do have this other one, this little screen right here, which don't get used very often, and I think I may have typed the wrong command. I think I did. Well, where is it? No, I thought I typed it right. But currently, right here are all the different KILAUEA cams that are currently available, and all the data charts that go along with everything. So you see there, they all have CamCom IDs. Again, you can get a list by typing, you know, exclamation point commands. It'll give you a link to my website that show all these commands as well. So, okay, that's that for that. So feel free to use them. Oh, look at that, Karen. Oh, I gave me a big old hug. Am I typing this right? I don't know if I'm typing this right. Well, I'm the one that really deserves the hug because I've been on point now for 8 hours. Oh, that's right, I forgot. I can't use the @ sign, can I? There we go. No, I haven't eaten yet, but I am thinking about it. I'm thinking about a bowl of cereal. Sounds like a bowl of Frosted Flakes would be nice, but wait, Frosted Flakes, is that oat or is that corn? I don't remember, because I can't have corn or I can't have oats. Because just for all y'all that don't know, I've recently been diagnosed with celiac disease. I have a gluten intolerance. I developed it actually a couple years ago after some major surgery. I had a big old tumor about 10 centimeters wide on my left adrenal gland. I had to have that removed, so they had to take it plus the left adrenal gland off my left kidney. So after that, I became gluten intolerant for whatever reason. I was already susceptible to it apparently. I had the gene, but the abdominal trauma of the surgery apparently triggered the gluten sensitivity full blast. So no, I can't have flour, wheat products, no gluten for me, which really sucks because I am a pasta and bread person. Oh, I love pasta and I love breads. But now if I have them, I of course get the digestive upset, I get the stomach cramps, I get the bloating, I get the skin rash and the itchiness. Actually, oats do have gluten. No, I guess oats are naturally gluten. Yeah, so I don't know. What is Frosted Flakes cereal made from? Is it corn? Or is it oats? I don't know. I'm going to have to go read the box. But normally I eat Rice Krispies because I know they don't have any gluten in them. But out of Rice Krispies. But I occasionally do have a little bit of bread, and I regret it too. Actually, I had some the other day, and I have been itchy ever since. It usually takes about 2 or 3 days for the itchiness to wear off. Chris, yeah, I guess beer would be out of the question too, but I don't drink alcohol, so that was never a problem. Yeah, actually, I quit drinking alcohol on my 21st birthday. That was the last time I had had any alcohol, and I got drunk. I was so drunk that night. Oh, my God. I apparently had a good time, according to everybody else, but I don't remember a thing. And so that was it for me. Frosted Flakes. You know, Tony the Tiger, they're great. According to my Google search, hops are naturally gluten-free, according to Google. However, though, they could be cross-contaminated because they tend to be processed with wheat flour. Well, same here. Legal drinking age is 21, but you know how we do things here. If it's illegal, we do it. If it's legal, we don't do it. Well, most things anyways. Oh, hops. Yes, hops do have gluten. Yes. I read that as oats. See, this right here tells me my time is up. I have been talking too long. I'm seeing words that aren't, you know, the right words. Oh. You have a problem with acetaminophen? See, that's the thing. I can take all the acetaminophen I want, but I can't take any ibuprofen because ibuprofen actually isn't good for celiacs because it causes the intestinal lining to thin, which allows it to be more permeable if I do get, you know, any type of gluten contamination from any other food, which can make my symptoms worse. And the sad thing is the ibuprofen is the only thing that really works on my aches and pains. Acetaminophen doesn't, or acetaminophen doesn't work very well, except for some types of headaches I get. But as for any type of body pain over there, nope, it don't work. So, okay, let's take a quick look at the volcano, see if there's any changes or anything that I need to discuss before I call it a night. Because I am tired. My voice is starting to get weak. My eyes are seeing words that don't exist. Well, they do exist. They're just not being typed. I'm seeing them improperly. So frosted flakes are corn-based. Okay, so I can have frosted flakes then. That's the thing. I'm still learning. You know, I keep forgetting and so I have to read the labels. It's like I found stuff that I can't have. Like for example, dyslexic. That's pretty much what it is now. Things like, you know, canned soups and stuff, you know, I can't eat them. Like Campbell's tomato soup is one of my favorite canned soups. I can't have that anymore because it's got freaking flour in it. You know, any type of gravy packets, whatever, can't have that. It's got flour in it. But I usually make that stuff myself anyways because I do like to cook. Which, that's, by the way, is something that we're going to be starting. I've been thinking about doing a new live stream every Friday night, Cooking with Charles. What do y'all think about that? And that's actually where y'all spend the evening with me while I cook my dinner, and y'all see how I do it and what I make, and then when dinner's done, I say goodbye, and I go eat my dinner and leave y'all all hanging hungry as all can be. That sounds like fun. What do you think? So yeah, so we're playing a bunch of new content. I've made comments before that I want to kind of get outside of the volcano box, but of course then the volcano erupts like this. And but so I'm looking at different lines of new content, experimenting, playing with stuff. Yeah, just grenade. Well, I knew you'd like that, Karen. Does Scott cook? Only when I choose not to, but he only can cook what I've taught him to cook. When I first met him years and years and years ago, his main diet consisted of hamburger helper. And I can't stand that stuff. I grew up eating that as a kid because I grew up kind of on the poor side, of life. And so, that was one of the things that helped make the food budget stretch, with mom and 3 kids and, blah, blah, blah. So, I try to avoid things like that. But, hey, sometimes. But I can't have that stuff anymore anyways because of the gluten. So see, it all works perfect for me. Hamburger, I don't have a problem with red meat. I know some people can't do red meat, but I'm fine with red meat. There's pretty much no meat that I can't have, but I'm not a big fish person. I don't mind shrimp and lobster. Occasionally crab if it's cooked right. Chocolate frosted flakes. Now those sound good. Now what I like is the frosted Rice Krispies too. Those are good. My favorite cereal though was Raisin Bran, but I can't have that anymore. Because of the gluten as well. Okay, I've looked at the data. I don't see anything significant. No big changes. Just so you know, when I go off mic, this live stream doesn't come to an end. This live stream runs 24/7 unless the internet goes out, the power goes out, or I need to take it down to install, system updates, software updates, etc. But then usually it's only down for an hour or two. So just because I'm not here doesn't mean y'all can't be here. That's what the games are for. That's what the chat commands are for changing the screens, so you can see what you need to see. If you hang out here, get to know everybody, and the regulars that are here, will show all the new people the ropes and how things work, and of course be able to answer any of your questions. I do want to say thank you to all of you that have hung out with me tonight, watched the volcano. All the new people that have joined in, again, big mahalo to Dutch for shouting us out, and of course gifting all the channel memberships. Again, also a shout out to Karen, my moderator, which also gifted some memberships tonight as well. If you want to help support the channel, there are multiple ways to do that. One of the biggest ways, of course, is subscribing, hitting that like button, and posting comments, because those are all signals to YouTube that, hey, this channel is interesting, people like it, and of course they recommend it, and the more they recommend it out, the more views and stuff obviously I get. And that all helps. Also, if you want to help support the channel more directly, you can do so through financial options. There are a couple ways that I have made that available. You can, of course, post a super chat or a super sticker, and of course, that helps me out as well. You can also make a one-time or recurring donation to me directly through PayPal. Links are available in the descriptions of all my videos and the live stream, so you can check that out. You can also find the link over on my website at doinghawaii.net. So that's also a great way to support the channel as well. Don't forget to follow me over on Facebook and Instagram. I do have those. I also have Twitter too, but I don't do a lot on Twitter because, well, Twitter and Facebook, I don't really care for them very much. So mostly here on YouTube, and of course, one of the newest ways is channel memberships. So I will go over channel memberships real quick as to what you get. For channel membership, we have 2 levels. We have the Aloha level, which is $1.99 a month, and what that gets you is access to the extra emojis, which I've shown these earlier. I'll show them again. I will be adding more of these. Now that we have more memberships, we have more slots available. So I can create some new emojis. So Aloha or higher members get access to these custom channel emojis. You also get, as you can see there, Andre, he's got the little spectrogram, petroglyph, shield man. That's a Hawaii petroglyph. which is the avatar icon for the channel. You also get one of those by your names, and of course your name turns green. Again, that's available to Aloha level, which is $1.99 and higher. Also, you get exclusive video content. I do try to post at least one video a month. Right now, we're currently exploring my orchid garden because I do love orchids and things of that nature. Crazy by proxy, aloha. You have any new content on Redbubble? I'm actually working on some stuff there, so that'll be coming soon. I've just been learning some new software, stuff which I'm using to generate that content. So. Very, very soon. I know I've been promising that for a while now, and it's coming. I promise, I promise, I promise. So anyways, so you get exclusive video content as well for the Aloha member level. Right now we're currently exploring the orchid garden, but I do also some extra stuff there, and I'm also thinking about doing some special channel member only live streams covering some of this new software I just mentioned that I'm learning. So anyways, now if you want to help support the channel on another level, we have the second tier, which is the Ohana level, and the Ohana level is $4.99 a month, and what that gets you is basically everything that you get in the Aloha level, plus you get extra mystery content, because we just changed that. Now that mystery content can actually be a wide range of different stuff. It's going to be a special playlist of content that I watch on YouTube that I enjoy, so you get to know me a little bit better and what my entertainment tastes are like. There are quite a few playlists already available, so anything that has been posted previous to you becoming a channel member is going to be available. You'll find all that content over in the community tabs on the main page of my YouTube channel. So all those playlists, which I think there are 10 of them now. Karen probably knows because she enjoys those playlists. I think there's 10 available right now of different videos, music, movies, YouTube content and other channels, just a variety of stuff. Each playlist kind of had a theme behind it. We will be continuing to do those playlists, but there won't be once every month because, like I said, the Ohana level is changing that perk. So it's going to include those playlists, which are once a month. So some months may have them, some months may not have them. But the other mystery content are going to be things like wallpaper, some custom graphics, photographs, things that only the Ohana level membership are going to have access to. And you can use those graphics as wallpaper. They will be designed and formatted to be used as computer desktop wallpaper or even wallpaper for your mobile phones and things of that nature. Other content is going to be extra video content that will not necessarily be available to the Ohana level. So special content just for Ohana members as well to be part of that mystery package. So again, like I said, it's mystery content because I wanted to open that up so I could have the ability to provide different things, and not be constricted or to one particular perk type. I wanted to be able to do a variety of things. So every month is a little bit different, and you never know what you're going to get. That kind of adds the a little bit of advantage. So if you want to become a channel member, you can find a link to that down here in the live chat. Just click on that dollar icon where you would post a super chat. There should be a link there that will give you the ability to join and become a channel member. If you don't find it there, just go to my main channel. You'll definitely find it there as well. And I do believe the button is now available on pretty much any other videos. I know YouTube's been trying to expand access to that ability for us channel creators, which is amazing. So feel free to do that. Check it out if you have any questions. We have channel members that know what it's about. They can answer those questions here in the live chat. Feel free to reach out to me on Facebook and send me a message there if you have any questions. If you don't have Facebook and you want to send me a message, you can do so on my website, doinghawaii.net. We have a contact form there as well. So there's all kinds of ways you can reach out to me and contact me if you have any questions or concerns or issues that you'd like me to address. Feel free to do so. And am I forgetting anything? I don't think I'm forgetting anything. I think that's pretty much all of it. Cool. GG. Aloha. Catherine, aloha. The chef lady, aloha. Welcome. Yes, Dutch has been shouting me out all day. I really do appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. we talk about the volcano here. We talk about a lot of things here. This is a live 24/7. Y'all kind of coming in a little bit late. I'm kind of wrapping up my audio portion of the stream. The stream will be staying live. Again, let me point that out. I want to be very clear. Just because I go off mic, the stream is not coming to an end. This is a live 24/7 live stream monitoring the Kilauea volcano and its current eruption. And also we do watch the Mauna Loa volcano as well. Right now though, the stream is mostly focused on Kilauea because of course Kilauea is the active one while Mauna Loa is currently sleeping. So, I guess that's it, everybody. So again, thank you, Dutch, for shouting me out, and of course, you know, gifting all the channel memberships. Again, Karen, thank you as well for gifting the channel memberships. Thank you to any of the people that posted a super chat. Big mahalo out to y'all as well. I do appreciate that support because, you know, even though a lot of this is run by software, it does, you know, there is cost behind it. You know, I've got subscription costs for music. I've got subscription costs for other services that I use. I've got internet, you know, fees. I've got electricity fees. So this does cost me money to provide this, and of course, you know, any of your support in that manner is greatly appreciated, and it goes, you know, to helping keep this stuff alive and keeping new content coming. So that's it for me, everybody. I am done for now. I am tired. I have been at this for over 8 hours. I have not had dinner, so I am going to go have a bowl of Frosted Flakes if they are gluten-free, and only if they are gluten-free, so I got to read the label. So I appreciate it, and y'all have an absolutely wonderful and amazing morning, afternoon, or evening. Aloha.
New quake detected. A 2.12 magnitude quake with a depth of 30.8 kilometers below sea level, was recorded on September 10, 2023, 22:54 and 46 seconds Hawaii Standard Time. This quake was located 1 kilometer south of Pahala, Hawaii. Please stay tuned for more information as it becomes available.